Hello everyone, we are back. We have Tempest Mask doing Blaster Master Zero. Take it away.
Hello, friends and fellow gamers. My name is Tempest. Some of you know me as Steve, and I am very happy to be back for Pixels for People yet again. Much appreciative to Carter and crew for the pleasure, as always. And today we're going to be doing something a little bit special. So, you're usually seeing me run some Mega Man games, or even sometimes some platformers. This time around, we're going to do things a bit more interestingly with Blaster Master Zero. And thanks to your generous donation incentives, I'm actually going to be showcasing the two-player mode. So, joining me as my second player and also my sole commentator, or extra commentator, is my good friend Xerobladedge.
Hello. How's it going?
And you will be seeing him perform quite a few runs over the course of Pixels for People as well, so definitely stay tuned for that. Right now, though, for all intents and purposes, I have him as a reactive image, which will be situated to my right, which is to your left, presumably. However mirror directions work. With that said, we are doing this on the Steam version of Blaster Master Zero, and we are using Parsec in order to remotely co-op, because Inti Creates never had a huge track record for putting online co-op into their games, but this is perfectly fine and perfectly acceptable. And so, to that end, we're just going to get this started. Time will begin once we gain control of the tank. So, Zero, you ready, man?
I am ready.
All right. Let's get this thing going. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so, for those who are unaware of Blaster Master, the original game, it was launched in the late 80s as an NES title that sort of predated most Metroidvanias, and so this was a celebration and reboot of the series, which was a joint effort by Inti Creates, the same developers behind the Mega Man Zero franchise, as well as Azure Striker Gunvolt, Galgun, and a whole bunch of series. They've been really popping off with some recent releases and then some, so your chances are you have heard of them. But yeah, they essentially teamed up with Sunsoft, the original developers of the Blaster Master series, in order to make a trilogy of what we know as the Zero series, which, go figure. But yeah, these are some wonderful, wonderful titles. Unfortunately, this is the only instance of having co-op in the game, but admittedly too, Zero One was considerably ambitious in how many extra features it adds into the game without needing paid DLC. So I'd also consider it the most replayable as well in that sort of fashion. But as of right now, you're noticing that my objective is I am playing as the protagonist Jason Frudnick, whereas Zero is going to be my aim assist. It is essentially a very similar feature to that of Super Mario Galaxy. So it's kind of an assist mode, but it also makes the run considerably easier in some aspects. For instance, Zero, I could use a gun power-up coming up. A big one, preferably. Yep, there we go. And what you just saw right there was him expending two... don't hit that one, don't hit that one. Oh, wait, I know what you're doing.
I said, stay out of the way. You didn't do it. No. So my whole goal is I'm going to just take out random enemies throughout the rooms in the game to build the circle around my reticle. And then, like Pippa said, I can hold R1 and the colors on my reticle, I can hit either like triangle, square, or X, because I'm using a PS5 controller. I can give him drops, and I can also help out with bosses. So like the first boss coming up here, after it gets done with its little charge, we will both be mashing at the same time to kill the boss.
And I will be trying to take some damage boosts, even though I also have to be very mindful of my health, because in Blaster Master fashion, your invincibility frames are pretty low. So with that consideration, I do have to be extra considerate of how game overs can affect me, because you saw that I was sent right back to the beginning of the dungeon, and, you know, that wasn't the worst case scenario. This is only Area 1 after all, but for future reference, I'm going to try not to let that happen any longer. So we have wrong warped into the territory of Metroid. Here's Mother Brain. Ah, that was perfect.
And just like that.
That was perfect. So, I will say too, Zero's controller does have a turbo function involved with it, so I assume that the community does not have a problem with that sort of thing. I will obviously
I'm not using turbo. I'm actually mashing.
Oh, you are mashing? Okay, well that's even better.
Yeah, I'm just using my base PS5 controller.
There you go. And as for me, I'm actually using a Switch Pro controller, which oh, no. I could use some health. Or not.
I was trying to clear the way for you.
You would have wanted to black hole those ones.
I did.
Wait.
And then more came.
Well, fair enough. So, I mean,
that's how we do it.
Yeah, that's how we do it. To clarify on that particular attack that Zero has going, that only is able to destroy certain enemies. Aside from that, it is mainly with the intent of destroying projectiles. So, you know, the more basic shots that get fired at me as compared to the more advanced tier ones you might see some other enemies use, the black hole is good to take those out. Like that little pink little bean that mouth enemy just shot right there. Yeah, stuff like that.
But the black hole doesn't give me energy, so I try to use it as sparingly as I can because I need energy to give gun power-ups and health, like I said.
Yeah, and the main difference comes between whether I'm on the side-scroller sections with Sophia Third, the metal attacker that I'm controlling right now, or the top-down sections. So Zero can award health in both cases, but in terms of the side-scrolling sections, he can drop SP. And that is especially a handy resource because in Blaster Master Zero, as compared to the original game, it is a jack of all trades. It is your sub-weapon ammo, and later on it will also be used for hovering, which is a godsend because in the original Blaster Master, there was a specific gauge for your hover ammunition, and whether or not you got that from enemies was going to be randomly generated or determined or what have you. So Inti Creates and Sunsoft really streamlined a lot of the things behind some of the original nuances of BM and brought it into something considerably more polished in BMZ. But as of right now, we are going through Area 2, and the name of the game for any percent is we do not need to worry about any of the optional pickups and only focus on collecting the main upgrades. And the reason for that is because the first case with Mother Brain is I got the Hyper Shot, and that not only increases Sophia Third's attack power, but also allowed me to damage the higher tier enemies like the mouth wall enemy that blocks your way. Now in the case of the second boss, or major boss here in Area 2, there will be one more such upgrade, but afterwards it's going to be just functionality. There's just one more attack buff here, and that will also be what allows me to destroy those yellow blocks. Oh, you're good. Don't worry about it. That will bar the way, like those two right there. I cannot destroy those right now because I don't have the upgrade. Now, if we were playing as certain DLC characters, on the other hand, that's a different story. I'll let you drop the health this time. Yeah, go ahead and clear those out. Alright. Cool.
I'm gonna drop you a big health real quick.
Go ahead. Alright, cool. Now, one thing that I could do is, at any given point, it is possible to go into a special pause menu. There are two pause menus in the game, one from plus, one from minus, and I can use the retry feature once I've hit a checkpoint, and that'll completely refill my health. But in the co-op run, it does come at the detriment of Zero running out of gun, or rather item energy within the reticle. So that does reset whenever I have to do that. But it is pretty handy, and will also be used for some pretty speedy tricks regardless. So yeah, just a little prelude to that.
So while he's moving around in these rooms, I'm just taking the opportunity to farm.
Yeah. There is one upgrade in the game that, unfortunately, any percent runners are mostly going to ignore, called the Energy Guard, or EN Guard, and it is the one godsend of keeping your gun intact, because what it does is you can take a single hit and then your gun will be vulnerable when you next take damage, but it has a very fast recharge rate too, so most players are going to go for that on their casual go-throughs. The problem with that is it's located in a sub-dungeon that is way out of the way from the main path, and so that's why any percent runners typically just forego that. Okay, this is alright. Okay, we've got some time to make up, so let's go ahead and do that, and drop me one mini health. Alright, cool. Just a little bit of careful planning at this point, so with that, the fabulous Crabulous. So fabulous, he decided to spawn. Shout out to my friend Scavenger, who was the famous GDQ runner that caused him not to spawn during a race. Okay, so this is where he starts to shoot things, and that was the boss. Yep, that's pretty much it. So yeah, we can destroy the claws, and those will have the chance of dropping items. That can be pretty helpful. From here on out, I will not be going into any top-down dungeons up until Area 5. And one of the benefits of having the Player 2 co-op is that Zero will be able to give me some gun power once we get to that point, and that'll be very necessary for that area's main boss. But until then, we will be keeping ourselves inside the tank, and as of right now, we will be proceeding on to Area 3. So, like I said, Sophia did end up having one final attack upgrade, and from here on out, it's going to be functionality purpose. So the next ability we're going to be getting is the hover. And like I mentioned earlier, there is SP that feeds into that instead of its own gauge, so much more streamlined than the original. Another feature that will be making its return later on will be the swim gear, as well as the wall drive. And we'll definitely talk a little bit more about those. But as we are going into Area 3, this is where we pull off a very interesting trick, or at least I will anyway. This is mainly on Player 1. So Zero, if you'd like to explain while I go ahead and focus a little.
So what Tippus is going to do, he's going to go through this whole area, and you saw that we were hitting checkpoints and the save points. He's going to avoid all of those, because when we get to the next big boss, which we're going to find in our tank, it's the charge gear. We're going to do that save and reload that Tippus was talking about. And what that's going to do is we're going to keep our hover, but we don't have to backtrack at all. So it's going to make our life a little easier. Also, for those not in the know, you can shoot the yellow doors and keep them up. So if Tippus were to like whiff a door, I can on my end jump in and keep the door up. But Tippus is doing pretty flawless at this area right now. So like this save point where my reticle's over, yeah, we're not going to touch that.
Yeah, that's another type of low-tier enemy that Zero can destroy with the black hole, and thus making my life just a little bit easier. I will give a quick shout-out to the some of the other categories that we have on the leaderboard, because like I said, this game had a lot of stuff going into it, and one of those modes is Unlimited Mode, which is essentially a New Game Plus. And if I were to play as the tank that you can use in that feature, then doing so gets me access to all of the main abilities and upgrades, and thus this entire section you can see here, I can just skip that by driving up the wall. It's
yeah.
It's pretty fun. But the big difference between normal any percent and that unlimited mode there is that it is also the fastest any percent because you have access to all the areas, which means really you just make a beeline to the final area, beat the boss, and that's it.
Yeah, another good category is DLC characters. Gunvolt, Ikoro, and Shantae and Shovel Knight?
Correct.
Yeah, which, you know, being a Mega Man and Gunvolt runner, Ikoro and Gunvolt are the only two that I own.
I own all the DLC, and that's thanks to my good pal David TKI, who was the first co-op partner that I did with this game, and is a master runner at the original Blaster Master games. So big shout outs to him.
So here's the boss. We're gonna hope he doesn't do an attack. I don't remember what the attack is. I believe it's when his eye turns blue.
No, the railgun attack we want to see.
Oh, okay.
That I don't want to see. That's annoying.
Oh, he got away from me.
Yeah, he can do that sometimes. Oh, but hey, he's doing this attack.
Yeah, I can just sit here and match the eye while you dodge.
I love that sound effect, by the way, so at least y'all got to hear it. Yeah, this is not the best RNG for Central Gear this time around, but what can you do?
We practiced this last night, and I'm not kidding. The boss didn't move. He got revenge on us.
Yeah, the gear giveth and the gear taketh.
Yeah, so now Tippus is going to save the game, soft reset, and go just reload the save file real quick.
And
Make sure to hit multiplayer.
Yes. And the big thing about this is that I chose to soft reset because, well, for one, Inti Creates is usually including that in most of their video games as an homage to their handheld days, but also this game did come out as not just a Switch launch title, but maybe a couple weeks after did also release for the 3DS. This is the only title to have made the 3DS, much like Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 1, but even then, the idea being that in the Switch and PC version of BMZ1, soft resetting is fastest because you immediately go back to the title screen. In the case of the PS4 and Xbox versions, I also own the Xbox version, those have it where you see these splash screens for Inti Creates and Sunsoft, so you are losing a little bit of time in that way. But in that case, I just go to the exit feature in the menu, which is the next best thing. And by no means does that make those console versions bad to run. If anything, it just means you gotta do things a teensy bit differently, and even then I'd still say those are some solid versions to run, because really this game is not all that intensive in graphical quality.
Didn't mean to do that.
You know what, I was gonna forgive you anyway. But yeah, as someone who has bought the entire trilogy on the Xbox digitally, yeah, I do not necessarily regret my purchases whatsoever. In fact, I would say too that really, this game is one of those things that I just allowed myself to get multiple versions of. It's not every day that I usually do such a thing, but Inti Creates, that's my usual exception. So, and I mean, who can complain? They make some wonderful games, and that is that.
Inti Creates is also my excuse. I'll just use that.
And I also will
Being
give
an Inti Creates runner has kind of turned into a vibe.
It really has, though. Yeah, shout out to all the speedrunning communities surrounding the Inti Creates games. Just some wonderful and talented people going about, no doubt. And yeah, I would also say too that my obvious regards to the Blaster Master speedrun community, which has been nothing but awesome veterans of the series, and then some of whom I've had the pleasure of getting as commentators. And yeah, Scavenger, who I gave a quick shout to for Crabulous, was one of those people, so Yeah, there's not really too much going on here, except that we are doing the same thing that I did in Area 3 here for Area 4. The big difference is this is a labyrinth area, so it's not just a maze, but I want to be extra careful because the entire structure goes down. So if I die, I got to repeat all of this, and for that reason, I'm actually going to ask for big health.
Yeah, I was getting ready to... Oh, we got it. If I can hit the right button.
Yeah, there we go. If you can hit the right button, indeed. Yeah, that is just one of those things about having to run on Parsec. There is going to be a slight delay, despite how optimal I feel my setup is, generally speaking. But yeah.
Well, also, 90% of the games I run, the main form of things is the L2, R2 button, so I'm just immediately like, oh, L2, not... or R2, not R1.
That's also valid. As we are traversing the second half of Area 4, I think this is a good time for any announcements.
Right now, we don't have any new donations to read off, but I will talk a little bit about the charity. So, for anyone that is not familiar with what Child's Play is, Child's Play basically provides games, toys, books, and technology to children's hospitals. There's 190 plus pediatric hospitals around the globe that are part of Child's Play that are, getting help from this. They also have some other really cool stuff. Like they have these like VR things that let you experience what it'd be like to be in an MRI machine for children, so that they can experience what that's like before they go into the machine, so that they don't get scared and need to be sedated before they go in. They have these little like tablet I don't know how to describe them, like little tablet robots that they can use for kids that are like stuck in a sick kid hospital, so that they can go to like their graduation and stuff like that, and experience being there. There's a lot of really cool stuff that Child's Play does. Any little bit helps, and like even as little as $19 can provide that no fear MIR experience to a single patient. They also have stuff where they also like provide 3D printer supplies to make like art projects with patients and stuff like that. So there's lots of really cool stuff they do. On top of that, we have like for helping and donating towards this, you also get entered into some prizes that we have for Pixels for People. The $5 one that we have is the Absolutely Ace bundle, which includes Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and Ghost Trick. The $10 one has it's called the Mega bundle, which has Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2, Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2, and Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection 1 and 2. And then $20 in donations, and this is all in total, so like whatever you donate throughout the entire event gets totaled up at the end. The $20 one is a $100 US Steam gift card.
Ooh, so, that's a good one.
Yeah, even if you can't support monetarily, just being here is like really helpful. Just like spread the word. But if you do end up being able to donate, then there's you get entered in a raffle. You get a chance to get some pretty cool stuff. So
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
and
so share the stream, Twitter, Facebook, you name it. Share it with your friends, your family, your aunt, your uncle. Share it with everybody.
Absolutely. You can even share it with your dog. Shout out to my dog, Sammy.
Speaking of donations, though, I actually did just get a donation.
Hey.
So from Filene Taylor, we have a donation for $5 saying, "I missed Ryan's Mario Tennis, but I'm also a Blaster Master fan. Looking forward to seeing the ending and other upcoming runs like Earthbound. Good luck, have fun."
Oh, thank you so much.
Hey.
That went towards the Perfect Dark 4 extra agent missions, and also went towards the Bellatrix final deck choice, which they chose the red deck.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, Bellatrix has a lot of interesting deck choices that you could go through. I still remember some of the GDQ options that they had for their bid war. One of my personal favorites that they presented was Critical Role, which actually I had the absolute pleasure of meeting some of the members of the cast at New York Comic Con this year. So big thanks to Sam Riegel and Taliesin Jaffe for being such wonderful people to chat with. But aside from that, we are going through Area 5 now. One thing you noticed with the boss Ribaroll, or as Scav likes to call Frog the Fred, Area 4's boss was a sort of reinventing of the frog boss from the original Blaster Master, except this time taken from the 2D tank perspective. So that was one thing that they kind of changed in between the NES title and this one. So nice little detail right there, and it won't be the last time you see such a thing. But also, too, you noticed I did do a save, or rather a checkpoint, and then a retry. And yeah, that was definitely intentional to fully recover Jason's health, as I had mentioned beforehand. This entire section, though, is where you have to put your swimming to the test, because how Jason swims is you hold up to have him do that upward swim motion as compared to some games that used the jump button for that. We got the big fish guy coming up. Okay, cool. Yeah, one thing about those enemies is that actually Jason's blaster rifle is capable of destroying them. It's just not easy to do because his damage output is not the strongest when outside of the tank, and he also does take double the damage that Sophia III would. So let's see how to figure this one out, because I am going to need your big gun, but I'm also going to need some health too. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, that'll do for now.
Just take all my energy, why don't you? I farmed that from soil. From seed, rather.
Valid. Ooh, what was that?
I can't shoot that.
I'll just switch it up right now, just in case. We have glossed over very briefly, or rather, no, we've just straight up glossed over when it came to the different gun modes. So, like with the original Blaster Master, every gun energy Jason collects will give him a new level. And yeah, I already mentioned too that whenever I take... Hey!
That wasn't intentional.
That just gave me a nice unexpected buff right there. You love to see it. Oh, that was beautiful. Someone clip that, please. Anyway, moving on. So that actually was very handy because, like I said before, one of the big buffs of having Player 2 and the ability to drop items is the gun power-ups. I need a maximum gun for level 7. Oh, by the way, 07's to Fish Friend.
Bye, Shark. Yep, bye, Shark. 7's in the chat.
Yeah, this game has a, I believe it's an E rating, but it does also mention mild fantasy blood, and that's exactly what that was. Forgot about the...
Also, Carter, that is the best emote on Twitch right there. That Munker used.
Can I survive that? I can. Okay, good.
Hold on. I got you. At the wrong button.
Alright.
You can have that anyway.
I mean, I'm gonna do a retry over at the boss gate, but the point is that I have the gun ammo, so we're good. But yeah, we're just gonna focus on trying to mash some more shooting into this upcoming guy, because Hardshell, or Zoidberg as Scav likes to call him, actually, I don't even... You know what? No, forget the retry. Let's just get on with it, because we can just take him. Alright, here we go. So the big guy here...
I tried to skip the cutscene.
Oh, you did.
I don't know why, but I did.
Alright, here we go. Just like that. It's not as easy to handle when you're just playing by yourself, and for good reason. That boss will more often than not start to change angles or directions as to where he's going to be facing, crawling, and at that point the boss just ends up getting out of your way. More often than not, anyhow. Like, if you're lucky enough that he goes in your direction, then at that point you've got the saving grace, but any other time, any other RNG, no. No, he's not going to be your friend. So we are making our way back to the tank, which I now have acquired the swim gear, and that was the whole point of coming into this area in the first place. But again, this is one of those ones that the gunvolt run can completely forgo, and for very good reason. But even then, just having the ability to swim as Sophia will still be a boon, because I'm going to be holding the jump button right now, and you're noticing those bubbles coming out of the side jet when I do that. That is the faster swimming movement. It doesn't save too much more time, but it also kind of adds up nicely, because you're going to see me go through this current, and using the swim gear in that way does allow us to fight the current and skip the otherwise casually intended route that I assume Inti Creates and Sunsoft would have had us going. Which I imagine, though, they also...
I forgot I don't need to shoot anything here.
Yeah. Those guys are
They just do it themselves.
they just do it themselves. They exit stage right and explode.
But yeah, this is that whole classic RPG Metroidvania trope of going through all of the things to get the one thing to go to the one room and move on.
Yeah, what he said. So, Area 6 coming up. This is the glacier area, but this actually has a very interesting twist to it in that some of the top-down sections are what's called control rooms, and in order to progress through some of them, you are required to activate the ice, like so. And so, I'll also do the backwards walk because I just want to be Michael Jackson, I guess. Anyway, no, but at this point in the game, there will be some sections that will require the use of the control rooms in order to reach. Some of them are optional, though, and I will be skipping them because it also means not having to deal with those hovering robot sentry enemies that do a huge icicle attack from 6 different directions. And not having to bother with that menace of an enemy attack, it's for the better. But at the same time, Inti Creates and Sunsoft did have the idea of making them able to destroy the ice blocks that surround them, so they are useful in that way. And yeah, I'm just mostly mashing and stuff. Whoop. Okay, yep, that's a good example right there of how those things can clear up those things. And do all the things.
Yes, David. I have the chat open, by the way. David, the urge to shoot everything is very high.
Yeah. Hey, David. All right, moving forward and up into here. So this is where casual players often... I'm gonna retry just because I forgot that my SP was low. Sorry about that, but...
I had full energy. I could have gave you SP.
Oh, you know what? I should have. I don't know which one was faster anyway.
Now I have to shoot everything again.
Hey, man, you know you like shooting everything regardless.
I mean, yeah. If you really want to see me shoot a lot of things, make sure you watch tomorrow as well.
I might know a thing or two about that. Yeah, at the moment we are traversing through Area 6, and this is where I will be avoiding the control room. Oh yeah, go ahead and shoot those. Just get yourself some free energy, why not? I'm gonna do a damage boost right here through these gigantic caltrops. There are some weapons in the game. In fact, the lower right area of this room will lead you to a optional dungeon where you can get one of the Sophia cannon upgrades. And in that case, it's capable of destroying the caltrops. So, yeah. Maximum Shot is a pretty fun ability, but it also has the balancing effect of it deals damage to yourself if you're caught in the explosion.
It's fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything is fine.
But we don't have fire. So how is this actually fine?
Don't worry about it. I got it covered.
Oh, hey, there's our Fred. So, quick discussion of the plot. This game combines the original Blaster Master plot along with the original Japanese Famicom version, Showakusei Senki Metafight. And the game is a sequel of Meta Fight for at least 10 or so years afterward, and in the time since, things have been happening on Earth. So, the first game for Famicom had it where you were on the planet Sophia, whereas Sunsoft decided, we'll keep the Sophia name, but we'll apply it to the tank you control. But yeah, this tank is called Sophia 3rd, and then the original planet Sophia has been saved by the pilot Kane Gardner of the original Metal Attacker. Since then, Metal Attackers have been mass-produced by the Sophia Defense Force, and one of which ended up on Earth. First try, there we go. That one's not an easy trick to pull, but that is performed by the world record holder Diogin, who I first became aware that you could do this sort of thing through his world record, and is also coincidentally the current world record holder of the any % Jason category as well. Funny story behind that one. As I was saying, though, so Kane Gardner saved Planet Sophia. Since then, Metal Attackers have been made and sent out to other planets in the ever-growing fight against the mutant forces, also known as the Invem. And at this rate, Earth is now currently under siege from a horde of mutants. We as Jason are discovering them while also trying to locate our friend Fred, the frog-like creature that he wanted to study, and yeah, now here we are. I can eventually summarize it better. Welcome to Ancient Freeze, the fun police, or as I like to say, Ancient G's. And here we go. To put a long story short on that one, first off, I need some health big time. Oh gosh. Thank goodness for the reflect gun on that one. I guess I'll just be using grenades for now. Ah! Game, how dare you? Yeah, as you can see right here, these eyes are mostly focused on opening and closing whenever they so choose. Otherwise, they will shoot those lasers. And there we go. That wasn't too horrible. It could have gone worse, but yeah, that wasn't
the only
shabby.
thing though I can say about the OG Blaster Master series is play everyone but the PlayStation.
Wait, you don't like blasting again, really?
I bought blasting again at full price. I don't want to blast again.
You poor man. but like, I've been very curious about playing the game all the same. Ah, jeez. I don't know what to say anymore, but, you know, that was actually one of the first instances of the Blaster Master series getting voice acting. Actually, the first, if I recall correctly. And also did expand upon what Eve, our co-pilot, originated from as well, which was a novel by the series name Worlds of Power. And so Blaster Master was one of the titles, alongside Ninja Gaiden and several others, that got a fresh new coat of paint in terms of their respective books. A few details were added here and there. Eve was pretty popular enough that actually Sunsoft decided to canonize her in the original Blaster Master games, and then here we are with her now in BMZ. At this point in the story, we actually just learned that she is the android of Sophia 3rd, because each Metal Attacker since the first one has been designated with a support animal, that being Fred in this case, and a support droid, that being Eve. And another fun fact, she's actually the artificial daughter of Kane and Jennifer, the original creator of the first Metal Attacker, so it's a pretty cool stuff that goes behind the lore, if you ask me, and I would highly recommend y'all try it for yourselves, because I've only just scratched the surface, quite honestly. It's a very simple story, but there are some extra hidden details behind some optional conversations you can do with Eve in the menu. It is just a really well-made game, and I still remember falling in love with the Blaster Master series because of BMZ when I first heard about it, like, sometime after the game came out in 2017. And again, the fact that this was one of the Switch launch titles is wonderful. My only thing with the Switch version is if you intend to do co-op, please use a different console version or the PC version, because unfortunately the Switch version, for whatever reason, it restricts you to using half Joy-Cons with each player. You have no other alternative control options as far as I am aware. At this rate, we are doing some more backtracking. So now that we've cleared Area 6, we gotta go back to Area 3, because the wall drive will be needed to open the way to Area 7. So we have quite a bit of time to catch up on some announcements. Carter, the floor is yours.
We don't really have any new announcements, and we did just talk about the prizes and what it's all about recently, so I think I'm just gonna have to actually leave it with you there.
That's fair.
Sorry to say.
I mean, honestly, that's all well and good. I mean, it's been a while. How have you been, truly? Seems like the event has been going quite well so far for my incentive to have gotten met super quickly.
I mean, overall we're doing really good. We've raised $865 so far. Me personally, I'm doing alright. I'm just a little tired because I've been up pretty early in the morning. But...
Oh gosh, yeah.
The early morning vibes are good vibes.
I am not a morning person. So
I'm not either. I'm totally telling a fib.
Shout
When
out
I
to
woke
the...
up at 6:30 this morning, I was like, who does this to themselves?
Oh man. I was going to say, shout out to the hovering platform up above. It has nothing for Jason, but it does hold something for some of the DLC characters. You'll see, again, I won't spoil, but definitely see for yourselves if you try them out. And one other shout out, this being to some voice actors, or particularly speaking, Phoebe-chan, also known as 2.5D Idol, Kaigai Idol Phoebe. She is a Twitch streamer and someone that goes around different idol singing events in the US, and is just a wonderful, wonderful creative person, and just a absolute joy to be in the community of. She does voice Eve in the Jason Frudnick boss fight DLC for Gunvolt Chronicles Luminous Avenger X2, and thus was the very first person to voice this incarnation of Eve as well. And this physical version of BMZ3 I have was signed by her the first time I met her at a nearby event, so big props to Anime Night Natsumatsuri for having her. It was actually the very day before I left for SGDQ of last year, so fun story behind that one too. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Oh well. Hey, at least you got to see the menu now that we have Fred, because his icon is placed right under Eve. You know what? No, I'm gonna do it for the fans. I don't care. He makes that riveting noise. And that's all he really is there for, but we love Fred anyway. He's the best boy. And also turns out that he can generate wormholes, which is how he ended up going underground this time. So a bit of a different direction compared to, you know, finding some random box of plutonium in Jason's backyard and growing gigantic because of it. Gosh, the original Blastmaster plot was so zany.
It would have made a good anime.
I agree, though. I do agree. And it's honestly a shock that it never even got one in the first place. But them's the breaks. Maybe one of these days, if there is ever enough traction for it. I mean, I know I'd be down for it, because, like, if you haven't seen the wonderful artwork that Inti Creates has made in promotion for some of their titles, you know, like, their various different IPs, they have some wonderful artists, and dare I say, some of the finest sprite artists around the industry, too.
Yes, David, but it's not finding if I put it there.
What do you mean by that?
Talking about boxes of plutonium in the backyard.
True. All right, here we go. You ready, Zero?
Right
there.
Right here.
Here we go. Nice. I fired the missiles just in case. So, Area 7 is kinda sort of Metal Gear vibes. They have thrown in some stealth things, some stealth obstacles into the mix, and how those searchlights work is activating them will generate those red caterpillars, but luckily those are low-tier enemies, so Zero can just erase them. Okay. Yeah, that can happen sometimes, no biggie. It was still pretty optimal.
I did my job.
You did the job, and I did not.
It's okay. We're still having fun.
Absolutely. And we hope you all are too, everybody viewing at home and wherever the heck you are. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I always appreciate it. I just really enjoy getting to do speedrunning. I know I've not been the most active as I used to be with events, because I have been putting a little focus into voice acting as well these days, but yeah, it's just nothing short of wonderful to being just motivated to help others raise money for wonderful causes like Child's Play. Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. My slowdown was just a hair short.
Oh no, it was me. I shot it.
No, that doesn't activate it. It's literally the only way it activates is from my driving into it. So you did no such thing, and you are
the urge to shoot is high.
It truly is.
Even though I'm like full up on energy,
which I will potentially need. Who knows? But not now, of course.
Oh, by the way, us talking about bosses and stuff. So this next boss, I can't do anything.
Yeah, there
I can
are
just watch.
iframes. It's shield frames on the upcoming skeleton boss. But before that, I gotta do some more stealth. I need a gun. Big gun. So, talking about Gunvolt, the Striker gun is very clearly based on his Azure Striker ability, but it's also a viable gun when it comes to damage output, because although you can shoot one projectile as long as it's on the screen, you can still rapid fire it if you're in mashing proximity, and it really, really helps, because you notice that for each hit it gets on a single enemy, it will also target everything else that's in the room. This is where this dungeon usually goes to hell, though. So I'm gonna need a big gun. And a big health. Or, actually, no. That's gonna be risky. Big... Yeah, that's fine. We'll work with that.
I let go of the button and...
Well, no. You didn't have enough energy for a big health, so it's fine. I'll just play this as it was intended to, and that's okay. How many times have I said it's okay so far in the entire run?
Yeah, I don't know. I lost track.
So did I. And yeah, it had to have been a fair amount. Alright, so skeleton boss time. Yeah, the thing about Jason Frudnick as a protagonist is that he takes some gnarly fall damage. At least 6 blocks high, he will die instantly the moment he touches the ground. For some reason, it does not happen with water, even though that's not really how physics should work. But at the very least, Inti Creates was like, okay, we're gonna... yeah, case in point right there. That's the whole challenge of Skeleton Boss. The fact that you do not want to fall off once. And you have to call the elevator to get Sophia 3 back. The upside to this boss is that for the DLC characters, they do not take fall damage. So that, and also they have the innate ability to warp the tank right to their position. So, well, except for this room. This room still forces you to call down the elevator, so Inti knew what they were doing with that, at least. And in case you're wondering why Shovel Knight and Shantae have appeared in this game, for one, Yacht Club actually did help them with the Azure Striker Gunvolt Striker Pack with its original 3DS release, and that's why Shovel Knight also appears as an extra boss for the 3DS Switch versions of Gunvolt 2 if you have his amiibo. And then, in Shantae's case, Inti Creates did help with some of the development for Pirate's Curse. So, they have a bit of a history with Shantae in that regard. And Way Forward, too. But But yeah, at this point, we are now entering the final area of the 90% run. This is Area 8, or as David refers to, the meat level, because it's not an NES-styled game without some kind of pulsating flesh cavern as your last stage, I guess. Brother.
You know, that's true. I've never thought of it that way.
Yeah, it's a common cliche. This is one of the most difficult areas of the game, though. And
Alright, so I dropped that in the wrong place.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I had no energy either.
Yeah, we're gonna try that again. But yes, I do still say this game is very much worth doing the co-op with another person with, because having that second player as your assist just makes some of the difficulty a lot more digestible, but that's by no means a slam to the solo runs. Like, I still started off with any percent by myself because I figured I had no feasible way of doing that co-op at first. And then it just so happened that when I actually attended my first GDQ, Awesome Games 24, David was going as well, and we did our first in-person co-op using one of the Xboxes from World 9. And so we then submitted it to Multithon, shoutouts to them, where we had beaten our, at the time, world record for that. And, oh god. I'm gonna silence myself for just a moment here, this is dicey. Yeah, please, 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 thank you. Just in case I take an extra hit. Okay, I am going to retry here. Because even though they have that health and energy drop, I just figure, just don't bother with that. This is kind of faster. Now, we did pick up a optional item in the run. That was because I got that life up in Area 3 for being very minute of a time loss. It's like well on your way to the boss. If you're low on health, you might as well do it for safety, because it not only gives you a full heal, but it adds 1 point of HP to both Jason and the metal attacker, so very, very generous way of having a health upgrade in the game, if I do say so. Some of the life ups are located in non-side-scrolling sections, so you do have to look for them. One such case being...
Hold.
Yep, I get you. One such case being one of the sub-bosses from here, Area 8. So, on that note of sub-bosses, though, we actually do have one that is mandatory for any percent. It is the antibody cell, and I am going to need another gun power-up. Wonderful, thank you. And boom. Yeah, like I said, Striker...
Oh, farm.
I mean...
I got it.
Yeah, okay, fine. Go ahead. Why not?
Okay, I'm good.
There we go. Yeah. Again, Striker. Good for room clearing. Also good to mash with. Ah, there we go. Even better. So, Antibody Cell is going to be a classic Gradius case of shoot the core. This thing tries to have other orbiting cells try to defend it. But we can just say nuts to that. Easy peasy. So here we go. Enjoy the sub-boss theme while it lasts. Ooh, that's not favorable.
There you go.
Thank you. And that'll be that. I realized I was out of...
Didn't even need it.
Yeah, I was actually out of sub-weapon ammo, so that's kind of what botched it out for me anyway. And now we've collected the last key of the run, so onward to the final dungeon of the game. And, yeah, we're, understandably, we're not gonna PB, or at least compared to the time that Dave and I set, but it's still a first-time recorded run for Zero and myself, so it will be a PB in our own way, and that's more than enough for me regardless. So again, thank you so much for everyone that met the incentive. This was a wonderful second showcasing of co-op for Blaster Master. And yeah, onto the Mutant Lords dungeon. Zero, I'll let you explain the nuance of this one.
Oh boy. So yeah, we're just gonna go through these rooms. There is a intended path. We're just gonna go through. I'm gonna farm and just make sure I'm not gonna hit a thing in this room. There we go. Yeah, we're just on our way to the Mutant Lord. The Mutant Lord fight is actually really interesting because the color of the boss determines its weakness.
Well, that'll be the second
and
phase.
Yeah, the second phase. The first phase, we're just gonna mash down.
Yeah, it's a what I like to call the electric tango, and you'll see why. But this is Goez, the original final boss from the original Blaster Master. So here we go. Alright, and then we are going to go to the multi-dimensional overlord for phase 2, and like Zero said, whichever color he chooses will determine what weakness he has, and we want to see him go orange or blue in the case of Striker. If he goes green, I need to make a very fast switch. And time will be on the final hit. So once you hear the sound effect when HP reaches 0, that's blue. Time. Let's go! That's pretty cool. That was actually very lucky right there, because he immediately went green.
That was way better than the fight we got last night.
Yeah, exactly. All right, nicely done, man.
Thank you. Same to you. Nicely done.
Absolutely. I made a few slip-ups along the way, but that's just how this game can go sometimes.
I mean, I did kill you once.
All right, as long as you accept responsibility for it.
Oh, I will do it laughing.
Gosh. So, one final note of the game is that this is the normal ending of the game. This game does have a true ending, and in order to do that, well, there is a bit of a clue behind it. A bit of a maybe vague one, but essentially there is a reason why 100% as a category is a much longer run compared to any percent, but it also has a few bonuses as well. Because any percent at the end of the day is more or less a low percent run when you think about it. Still, it is a wonderful category, and again, you also have the added conveniences and liberties of the DLC characters. Definitely buy this game. BMZ1 is quite cheap and goes even cheaper whenever there are Steam sales or digital store sales. Definitely vouch for this game. Again, shout out to the Blaster Master speedrunning community and the devs, as well as any of my friendos that I've made through this game. The voice actors as well, to any people that have voiced these characters, because there are actual Japanese voices for certain versions of the trilogy. And there's some wonderful casting choices. Jason is literally voiced by Giorno Giovanna. But yeah, so that's gonna do it for me in terms of speedrunning. You might see me around, maybe. We'll see. But in terms of that, this will be my one and only run for Pixels for People 25. Thanks again to Carter for having me. Be sure to check out Zero's runs. He's got quite a few going about the schedule tomorrow. And if you would like to follow me, I'm TempestMask1000 here on Twitch, as well as YouTube. My blue sky is Tempest Mask, and my Twitter account is @It'sTempestSteve. And just keep on blasting on, everyone. Until we next meet, ciao, Michi.
See ya.
Hello, everybody. We are back. We have It's Paige running the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Take it away.
Alrighty everyone, hello, my name is It's Paige. I am going to be doing some Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Now, usually when people play games or run at marathons, they usually explain the game. I'm not going to do that for a reason you'll see in about 2 minutes and 30. So, we're going to start time in 3... Wait, hold on a sec. Did I set content warnings? Hold on. I did, yes, okay, good. Right, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so, Stanley Parable, not going to explain it, but it is a narration game, that's all I'll say. The rest of it, you'll find out eventually.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I'll just explain what I'm doing. So, I need to go get two endings real fast. I need to get 2 endings real quick. The 2 first endings, because we need to get the sequel to the Stanley Parable 1. We're currently in the Stanley Parable 1, but we want to go to the Stanley Parable 2. We're going to the second game. So, yeah. We all know sequels. We love sequels sometimes. Some sequels are good. So I'm going to hold X, which, when I enter this door, after a split second I should skip. Yep, that is me skipping the content warning, because that is that room there, or that ending there, actually has a content warning for mental health. Thankfully, we can just skip that by holding X. And if we hold X before going into that room, it kind of buffers it, and it allows us just to go into it. Like, it just skips it, like, on an auto second, the second we hit the content warning button. Now we're going to go get the second ending, which is towards what I like to call the collab ending, because you end up going into, like, Rocket League and... Well, it used to be Minecraft and Portal, but they changed it to Firewatch and Rocket League, so... Because this game is very much a game that kind of just takes the... How do I say it's family friendly? Takes the mick, or just makes fun of video game tropes. I was trying not to fall off the edge there. You can die there, which is fast, but I don't know if that still works, if that counts as an ending. So, yeah. So I'm going to show you something which is very emotional. No, yeah, it's fine. We'll get some audio. If I can, yep. So this is my cat. This is my lost cat. His name is Gene. It's quite dark, but there he is. So if you listen to the narrator for a second.
I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all
the game will, again, the reason why I'm not explaining it is because the game will just explain itself in a minute, so...
pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be
narrator
so
dialogue.
simple to be you.
Narrator dialogue.
Life being an
They're all just titled narrator
waterfall
dialogue.
of surprises and delights.
There's
How
subtitles.
much
How are you
more
supposed to know which is
exciting
which?
you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Okay, so we should have enough endings to go and get the sequel to the Stanley Parable 1.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Well, we won't get the sequel yet. We're going to get the new content. Yeah, there's we go. The new content door. Again, here's where the game basically is going to explain itself as a pitch meeting. So, accept that. I'm going to sit down and take a quick drink of Coke. So have fun listening to this.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful.
Yeah, so that's kind of just the game explaining itself. I mean, it doesn't explain the entirety of it. It is basically just a follow the narrator game, and you can basically just follow him and get some really wacky endings. But this game came out in 2022, as he said right there. And
Is it broken?
this was actually the first time it actually came out on console. I'm playing this on the PlayStation 5 at the moment, so
there we go. All right, finally,
this game is available on
like
PC, Switch, Xbox, any platform, to be honest. Or any, I'd say, modern platform. Unfortunately, it's not like on the DS or on the
I have to say,
Wii
initial
U.
impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay.
It's one of those games that I'm
Let's
surprised
see
never
the
got ported to the
Give me the
phone. I
content,
feel like most
Stanley.
games are getting ported to the phone nowadays. So one of them is the jump circle. You can't jump in this game. Like, look, I can jump there, but I can't jump here. It just plays keyboard sounds. So, yeah. So we're going to run over here, and we're going to... Yeah. We're going to get the jump circle. We should be promised more new content.
Initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra.
This is one game that's really hard to make a YouTube video on or like stream because there's just so much time.
Oh wait.
It's like if you play a game that's made by the creators of Rick and Morty. It's like any Squanch Games game. It's really difficult because there's just so much dialogue.
For whatever it is.
There you go. That's the new content, guys. Hope you enjoyed it.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see,
I
Stanley,
mean, jump circle.
This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
So yes, this game was made in 2022. It is called Twitter. They do call Twitter Twitter. They don't call it X. So
it could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks, just you and me having a great time together. Like
this game is, if you haven't played this game, it is very good. I would recommend it. It is a walking simulator pretty much, but again, it's the comedy that carries this game. Yeah. Now we're going to head to the memory zone. Ooh.
Stanley, come over here. In the
I'm hoping some people in watching was like, ah. He's basically going to get we're going to get nostalgic.
How cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be. Well, it got me thinking.
Like first time I played this was back. Well, I never played the Half-Life mod. This was originally a Half-Life 2 mod. I never really played the Half-Life 2 mod, but I did play the game when it came out in 2013. A few months after, and I got a little nostalgic. I'm going to show you one thing, which will waste a second of time, but it's fine. It's just funny. So there's a bathroom over here, and you'll notice if you look closely, it says the Stanley Parable, but they've taped it over The Last of Us for Bruce Straley. So,
how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was solid with a cheap PlayStation. And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
The Stanley Parable was just better than The Last of Us, like we all know that.
10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing
it's better than every game ever made.
Stanley Parable
It's better than
was.
GTA 6.
It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing.
The amount of Skyrim fans that would have been so hyped that the game got a shout out in this game.
Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
So, we're going to try and rush through the memory zone. Unfortunately, it's mostly just going to lock you in a room until it finishes this dialogue.
The Stanley
But
Parable
we
is
will
both a
eventually we'll
richly
be able to
stimulating
pass through the
commentary on
dialogue
the nature
quickly,
of choice in
thanks to
games, and one that offers some of the most
review.
enjoyable,
I won't say where the review's
surprising, and
from.
rewarding
We'll
choices
guess.
I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it,
So it does have a
Stanley?
different
The
name because
game
I'm
was
playing on some
perfect.
PlayStation, so
It didn't need anything
they
else.
couldn't legally
It
put the
didn't
actual name.
need new content.
I don't also know why the
All
audio
they
keeps
had to do
cutting
was
out like that.
transport
It's
it in
really weird. I
pristine
think it
condition
may be my
along
capture
to the
card.
PlayStation. Boom, done.
Everything
And they couldn't even
sounds
do that.
fine
Couldn't
on my
resist the
PC,
urge
so
to go
I think it's
meddling
just
with
my
a
capture card
beloved.
being off.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back.
Now we're going into the
Have it all
dark part
over
of the memory
again.
zone with all the bad
Wait,
reviews
hang on.
from.
I don't recall
Well,
this part
it's
of the
from
memory
pressurized
zone.
gas. Now, if you don't know what,
What's
if
this?
you
What's
didn't
down
take
here?
science,
Oh, no.
it's
Oh, God, no,
steam.
Stanley. It's a
Those are
collection of
pressurized
reviews
gases.
from pressurized gas.
Yeah,
The
aka
extremely
steam.
popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't
And we
even
all know
imagine
how
what's
Steam
been collecting
reviews
down
are.
here. Surely these
If you've
reviews
ever
are
bothered
clearly
to actually
well
look at the
worth it.
reviews.
Honestly, I could
These
not
are,
bother
by the way,
to
these
this
are
game
real
to full
reviews
completion.
that were
The
posted. They
narrator's
just changed the name because they
obnoxious
didn't want to
and
actually dox the
unfunny,
people.
with his
People actually
humor
obviously
and
then
dialogue
looked through the
proving to
original
be more
game's
irritating than
reviews and they found them all.
Funny.
And then
I'm
the
not
fan
trying
base
to be
decided to
funny.
dox everyone.
I'm
So.
trying to make a serious work of art.
Yeah.
I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already.
The others,
such
obviously,
a
the greens are
beautifully
obviously the
laid
good
web
reviews,
of
and then you got the bad
profound
reviews.
philosophical insights that I can't even
From
imagine
pressurized
where I have
gas
them.
or steam.
Okay, let's see what this one says.
By the way, some of these people who have reviewed it as bad, they've played it for many hours. How can you not enjoy it if you played it for so many hours? If I don't enjoy a game, I'd bin it off fast
I'm not
as I can.
preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh goodness. This is
It's like
actually
Suicide Squad
quite
Kill the
shocking
Justice
for me.
League. I played many
I
hours of
always
that because it
thought,
was
to
a
be
long
honest,
game, but I
had
hated every
always
minute
thought
of
the
it.
game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
This entire long run
God
is just
knows
gonna be
how
me
much fluff I
ranting
cut
about
from the
games I
game to
don't
get it
like.
to feel as light and airy as it.
Nah,
Well, I always
we'll
thought
pass
it
on
was,
from that in a second.
but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. Awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
In a minute,
Like I
we're
let
gonna
these
get to a
people
section
down.
with no
Perhaps the
dialogue.
Stanley Parable isn't quite as
So I'll tell you
stern as
when
this one got to say.
there's a section you can start.
You
If there's any
constantly have to
donations, you
stop
can read them
doing
out.
anything
But I'll tell you
so
when
the
that is.
narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
There's just a
I
whole
wish
section
there
of
was
us
a
pressing a
skip
button
button.
for like 2 minutes.
A skip button. Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you
I think
skip
it's 2
ahead
minutes.
for
No one's
just a
obviously
moment
bothered to
surely
actually
couldn't
time how
hurt.
long it
Not
takes.
if it means we can strike these negative reviews
But
from the record.
it's
Only
funny because they just
positive
drag out
reviews of the
what
Stanley
Hate Comment
Parable.
wanted
That's
that they
my
thought would
motto
make it
today,
better,
and
and
it's
just
always
made
been
it
my
boring
motto.
on
I'd do
purpose.
anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And
Okay.
here it is.
So yeah, here you can, if you have any donations or if you want to say anything, feel free.
Oh, you're back, you
Okay,
see.
well, we
You
don't
were
have any
only
donations,
frozen
but
in
I would like
time
to
for
talk a
few
little bit
minutes,
about
but it was
some of
plenty
our
time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue.
incentives that we have. So we
Well,
have actually
there,
met all the
sport.
ones for
You really
today,
did catch me
but we
rambling
do
on
have
that,
some that
didn't
are going to
you?
be coming
But
up
that's the power
tomorrow.
of the button.
So
The minute
far
I
we have
start
met
to go off on a faultless display of
the one
softness.
for Avernum, which is Retrieve the
Okay,
Mayor's
welcome back,
Necklace,
Stanley. Now,
and
I
we've also
should
met,
say that
met
the
the one
amount
for
of
Super
time the
Mario
button
Odyssey
has
Beat the
been
Dark
skipping
Side.
through is becoming longer
But we still have
and
two
longer.
more that still
last
need to be
one
met.
was-
So
I
one of
want to say
those
maybe
is Crisis
30,
Core, watching the
45.
Chapter 3 flashback cutscene.
Stanley,
And
Stanley,
we
Stanley,
have not
please
gotten
don't
anything for
push
that
the
yet, so
button
we still have to
again.
raise
It's been
$100 for
12
that to happen.
hours. You've just been
And the other one
frozen
is
there.
for Perfect Dark,
I don't know
4
why the
extra
skips are
agent
getting
missions,
longer, but
which
they're-
we have $5 raised towards that
Stanley,
out of the 100 that we
back.
need to make. So
You're back.
if we
Oh
get
my
95 more
goodness.
dollars, we'll
I
get
have
to see those
someone
4
to
extra
talk
agent
to
missions.
again. Stanley,
Outside of that, we
I
also
think it's been a
have
week.
3 different
2
polls that are
weeks.
happening. The first of which is going to be coming up pretty soon, actually. We have the Shadowverse Champions
Hello,
Battle Run,
it's you. You're
which
here
is
again.
we're having a
Welcome.
bid war
I
between a
have
male
had
versus a
time
female
to think
character,
about you and about
with currently the female character in the lead. We have later on tomorrow Balatro, which is going to be the final deck choice. So you can choose what deck is going to be used for the final deck out of the 3 that are chosen. And then finally, we have a bid war between the US or Japanese version of Mega Man X4, of which currently, that's actually raised quite a bit of money.
But they
We've
didn't
gotten,
understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point.
towards
It was
that.
meant
I'm
to
just
speak
checking
to the
really
human
quickly
condition.
story
But
here.
where are the jokes? Where are the
Trying to
jokes?
find
They
out how much
bemoan,
money
they
we have
scream,
made
they
towards
gnash.
the amount raised there. So I'll get back to you that in just a second. Are we still pushing the button?
We are still pushing the skip
We're still
button.
pushing the button? Okay.
Never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
The narrator's just going insane because he's getting kind of bored.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Might actually be easier for me to do it this way. I have way too many windows open, so I'm just trying to see this here. So yeah, we've currently raised $420 for the Japanese version and $110 for the US version. So if you want to see the US version, you got some work cut out for you guys.
Yeah, so it's still pressing the button. This whole joke here is the Steam reviewer, or a Steam user reviewed that this game should have a skip button, and then basically they just made it as boring as they could to basically just say F you to the person. Which is, I thought was a very smart way to do it. You'll also probably noticed he ran it on a little bit because the button adds time, so I think we're skipping through millions of years now. I think we're in the Jurassic period now. I think we might also be going back in time. Either that or the dinosaurs come back to life. I don't know if you can hear it, but while we're pressing this button, you may have heard a beeping sound. That's just the fire alarm over there was dying. It's dead now. The light's gone off, but yeah. Now we're going to walk through the desert. This desert kind of reminds me of Uncharted 3 and Journey. If you get me, you get me. It's just the desert and the walking. We will return to this desert at the end of the run, so get excited for that. Yeah, so he basically was just mad about one of the things you may have been here as well was like it was never supposed to be funny, where are the jokes they bemoaned, they gnashed their teeth, that line. I've played this game for so many since like 2022, which was like, I don't know, 3 years ago. I've played this game too many times. Oh, again, this was the first ever release of the game that actually released it to console, which was very hype at the time. But yeah. But now we're going to go to the Stanley Parable 2, the sequel to Stanley Parable 1. I mean, I spoiled it, but... Sorry, we're not going to Stanley Parable 2, we're going to the new content. Ooh.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
I mean, I spoiled it now, but there's a Stanley Parable 2, and we're going there now. So, get excited. So, yeah, at the moment this game is mostly just get to the Stanley Parable 2, and it becomes a collecting game.
And about how
So we'll
roundly
collect some
disappointing
figurines.
this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this
One thing we're
Ultra
short off as well,
Deluxe
which might
nonsense. I say take
waste
it
a bit, a lot of
one
time, but
step
we'll be fine.
even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the
Not sure for a little
Stanley
bit.
Parable 2. Yes,
Also,
you
I would
see, isn't
definitely
this far
recommend people
superior
to
a
check out the
measly
Stanley
port
Parable
with a
2
few
website.
minor
There is a
additions?
video on there
Think
that
of
is
all the
very
new
funny.
territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An
Like
entirely
at some
new
point, it is a
experience
very
built
funny
from the
video to
ground
watch.
up. Why there are so many
Unfortunately, it isn't
possibilities.
listed,
It could
an
go in
unlisted
so
YouTube video, so
many
you can't
different
watch it through their
directions.
channel.
This
Here's some
is what
sequels:
fans
Part 2,
have
Half-Life 2,
truly
Batman
been
Arkham
asking
Asylum
for.
2, AK
Now,
City,
to be
Doom
clear,
2, Dark Souls
I haven't
2.
quite nailed down what
Yeah.
exactly the Stanley Parable 2
All very
is
good
going to be,
sequels.
but let's take a look
Apart
at
from
some
Dark
of the
Souls 2.
features I've been developing for
Dark
it.
Souls 2 Skull of the
I
First
figure
Sin was
that if I can loosely
terrible
organize a
game.
handful of interesting concepts,
Not just because
then
I'm bad
surely
at
the
Dark
game will
Souls,
sort of
but partially
naturally
because of that.
spring up around them.
But even from most
It'll
Soulsborne
work itself
fans,
out.
most Soulsborne fans,
Go
they've always
on,
said it right
try
there.
out some of the new
Now,
features.
some people are probably going to get very excited about this because we're going to go get a bucket. Everyone
A
loves
common complaint of the
bucket.
Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless
Bucket.
despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration,
We're going to get the
I
reassurance
engineered a
bucket because I'm not
clever
feeling
solution
reassured
to
at the
this
moment.
fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
There it is.
As long as you hold on
Bucket.
to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable.
This bucket, by the
will
way,
feel perfectly
you may,
normal
if you
and
haven't seen the
perhaps
fan base for this game, you will
comforting.
not understand
You may
how
even come to long for the
much
gentle
people love this
embrace of
freaking bucket.
jarring cognitive
Like,
dissonance while
it's-
the bucket is in your arms. And to be
it's the
honest,
most famous
it's a
character in
much
the
more
in all of video
convenient
games.
solution for me
This
than
bucket.
actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
This
Can you
bucket
imagine
is
what
the
a
main
pain in the
character
ass
of this
that would
game.
be? Yes, the bucket is the
No, to be
perfect
honest, when they
solution.
revealed the bucket, I think they revealed it on Twitter before the game came out. Everyone
Can you
was
feel
so
it?
hyped we were getting
The
a
glow
bucket.
of comfort, even in the face
that just
of
kind of explains the
crushing
fan base of this
despair,
games.
must already be
Well, the
sweeping
fan base
through
of this
your
game.
body. And in fact,
Absolute
can I
legends.
say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive. as a
Unfortunately,
person.
now there's a few more
The
different
benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on,
stuff
don't they?
in this, like
All this and more awaits you in the Stanley Parable.
in the
2.
Stanley Parable 2 exposition hall, but
Does anyone give out awards for most
we
enjoyable bucket? Okay, I'll
are
be
gonna
honest, I
miss
haven't yet
those
decided on this
because
one.
it's like the
I
gym
think that in
button
the
or
new
the name
version,
button that does
the
eventually
office
just
could use a
is
bit of
gym,
decoration,
and the
like
endless hall
balloons.
or the
But I'm
infinite hall, which then
undecided
ends
on
up not being
Get
infinite.
Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion,
I
it
like
makes
the
you
blue balloons
realise
because
that
it
you
actually gives
knew
colour
which
to the
one you
office, unlike the
actually
white
really
ones. So
wanted
I have to
all
pick the
along.
white ones because he'll just
Happy
basically
12th
won't listen to
birthday,
me.
Stepniece, it is.
And now we need to go to the collectibles, which are called, well, they have many different names. I either call them the Stanley figurines, which is just mixing all the different names that it just brings up.
Now it's a real video game.
And the rest of
In
this
the
is
Stanley
going
Parable
to
2, you'll
be
run
just
around
collecting
gathering up
figurines.
these miniature Stanley
However, don't
figurines.
worry,
And
as
what's
it is quite
truly
short,
innovative
and we do get a
is that
little
there
bit of
will
a
be
present
no reward for collecting all of
a little
them.
later on. If you have
I
played this
don't
game and
want
you
to
collect all the
stifle
collectibles and
intrinsic
stuff,
joy of
you'll
watching
know
a
what.
number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the
Spam,
hell
spam,
on.
spam, spam. There we go. So that's the first to Stanley figurine at 6, which then ends up being 12,
God,
but
it really
it's fine.
is the worst when you collect
well,
everything
actually,
in a video game,
approach 12.
and then they give you a big.
Now
you get the
we're just going to leave the
Stanley
expo
Parable
hall
too.
because we have to
It's
get those
just so
3
much
main
catchier
ones,
than
which is what we're going to
Ultra
see and
Deluxe,
use
don't
during
you
the run.
think? Ultra
And there we can leave.
Deluxe. What does it even mean? But the all right.
There's also a room in here where if
Ready to
you
move
get
on
the
now?
achievement or / trophy of settings world champion of just going through every single number in the settings, and I mean like the actual like settings here and audio and all this, go through all these like sliders and stuff, you get a
What do you
trophy,
think?
an
Do
achievement
you
called
like
settings
all of the
world
new
champion.
features? Yes, I know
And
it's
then you
not
get a
exactly
button.
clear yet how
Got the button.
exactly these
Button's
features will
called,
come
yeah,
together
button.
as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say,
So
let's do
he's
an
going to
experiment.
decide how he's going
I'll
to make
arrange
the
these
Stanley
new
Parable
features
2.
together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful
And,
gameplay experience.
Let's have a look and see what he picks. I feel like it's going to be some good.
Are you ready? Here it is.
Hopefully.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Alright.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
I love how the jump
Hold
cycle
on,
reset
let me do
back
a
to
different
36.
arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better.
Unfortunately,
I
we'll
feel
do like
good
35.
about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Actually, in the glitch version of this game, you can actually, if you spam escape and then in a
Who am I
in a
kidding,
rhythm at the
Stanley?
right amount of time,
This isn't a coherent video game
the
at
right
all. It's a
time,
lot of gags.
you can actually
And
buffer
I do very much
the
enjoy
jump
creating
thing
gags, but they don't add up
when
to
you're leaving
anything.
it, and it will allow you
I
to
wanted more
basically
than anything to create
kind
a
of get
sequel
out
that would
of
capture
the
all the magic
jump
of the
circle
first
and
game.
still be able to
I
jump,
wanted
but you
fans
still
to
have a
love
limited
it.
amount of
No
jumps
matter
as it
how
still
good these
keeps the
gags
jump
are, they
circle
won't
number.
stand on their own. They
However,
won't
that's not
need the
possible to do on
structure and
console,
the gameplay of the
and
original.
my computer does not like this game. So,
Maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features.
but I do own
into
it on
tastefully, of course, with respect,
on Steam. I
with
play it on
care for
Steam
the
Deck
vision
sometimes.
and integrity of the original game.
Most of them haven't
Could it
been.
possibly work? I suppose it could, but it would
Yeah,
need a
I'll listen to more of the-
tremendous title screen.
the
A title
narrator.
screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up.
He's just making the main menu. We'll see in a second, because it's going to send us back to the main menu. So this is the Stanley Parable 2 main menu. We're not going to see it though. It's just kind of going down and off this hallway. Right, so this is where we're going to go and grab some collectibles. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the bucket first. Just because if we don't, the game will eventually start getting mad at us for not picking up the bucket. I did do that in one run. Actually, my current PB run, I actually did.
Stanley clutched the bucket
right,
tightly to his chest. The door on his left.
So we're going to get the first few ones, which go to the manager's office. Actually, for sound test, just to get ready for this, I actually started doing the broom closet ending, which is one of the funniest endings. If you haven't done it, do it. It's great. If you stand AFK, the narrator just assumes that you've died at your keyboard or controller, and he basically just tries to yell out to someone in another room. He's like, "Hello, anyone there?" The player has died. In a posh way, not in a Yorkshire accent way.
Come across one of these beautiful figurines.
So, and with that actually jump buffer, you can actually, if you pick it up and do the buff thing again, you can actually walk around while getting that, but you have to like listen to your footsteps to make sure you're doing everything right. While also listening to him speak, so it's a little bit of a task. Thankfully, because we have the bucket, the reason why we actually get the bucket is it skips this dialogue. He kind of does a bit of a Portal 2, and he'll play music, but if we have the bucket, it skips that, and it allows us to open that fast. So because we have now got all the ones we need there, apart from the boss's bathroom, it's fine. I didn't like that sound I made, by the way. Sorry about that. That's not supposed to be that. That's supposed to be a sound of pain, not like... Yeah, anyway. I didn't see the boss's bathroom, but I forgot, because I am tired. It's like 20 minutes past midnight. It's fine. It's very quick. It'll waste a bit of time, but it's fine. This room starts to get very creepy when you start looking for all the collectibles, which is why I don't like missing it, but it's fine. I've played and watched horror movies and games. I'm watching all through the modern Halloweens at the moment. Okay, there we go. Right, now... now we can go get the last two. Oh, the room has changed. Yeah, you'll notice the room changes sometimes. That actually gives it a bit. This way, we're going to head towards the cargo lift.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I guess to be honest, both of them are about the same amount of time.
Yes.
Let's go get the one over by where you'll see. One in the cargo room, we'll go in there and grab that one, and then we'll go get the one near the collab ending, where... because there's an ending in this game which changed in this game. I think it's the only ending to actually properly change. So there's the collab ending where it kind of takes you to other games. So in the original game, like 2013 one, which is still playable by the way, you can still play the original one. It was free on Epic Games a couple years ago actually.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well
You can, the game, basically the collab ending sends you to Minecraft and Portal. I think it's Portal and Minecraft. This game is different. They changed it. It sends you to Firewatch, and then it sends you to Rocket League. So, yeah. Don't know why they changed it, but they did. I think they changed... possibly they changed Minecraft, because that was a Microsoft game, and Microsoft, Xbox, PlayStation, yeah. I don't know, possibly. And then Portal, I don't... Portal... Possibly because Portal is a PC game, and it's also... Well, I mean, it did also come to... Portal 1 did also come to PlayStation with the orange box, so... I don't know. Time maybe has changed. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else we're going to try and be careful because we don't want to fall and die. That will kill this run. I mean, it will waste time in this run because I can't kill this run. Ooh, okay, I missed it, but we're fine. Okay, right. Last Stanley Figma screen. I can't set the bucket in here, as it will activate the ending of what is a bucket, where it will basically try to get me to play a game show style area of what is a bucket, and it basically is, it'll like show me some buckets and tractors and nothing. And that's where the game starts getting a little bit confused.
I'm sorry, but I have
Well,
to put a
it's
pause on
confused.
things. It's those
If you said nothing is a bucket,
those figures.
he's then
I
thinking
haven't
like,
stopped
oh,
thinking about
everything's a
them
bucket.
since you nabbed
No, no, no.
every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsic?
Well, he ends up
fulfilling
removing
moment of
all
your
the
entire
buckets
life?
from the game,
Didn't it fill
but
you
then
to
it turns out
the brim with
everything's a
inner
bucket,
richness?
so...
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
So,
I would
we're going
love
back into the
nothing
memory
more
zone
than to
again,
revisit the figurines. Just one more
and
time.
there's a section coming up where, if you may remember, old Windows, you'll get where you'll understand when we get to it. But if you know old Windows, you'll get me.
Here's where it all began.
We need to get
The
the
first collectible.
we
Back
need to
then, we had
recollect
no
them all.
idea
Thankfully,
how
we just
many
get
of
put on
them
the set
we'd
path
find.
to get them
Sure,
all.
it said
So.
6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
So we've now ended up going over the 6, so now we're just on 7 out of 6, which, run over here, we're going to
here
grab this
was the
standard
second
figurine,
Stanley.
then we're going to go
I'll
back
be
here.
honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue
I have
to
to wait for him to
surprise me
finish
in
the
all
dialogue
sorts of
before he'll open up the section.
mundane, unremarkable ways.
Yeah. So, where did we get the last
Okay,
one? It
let's
was
do
the
a little
boss's
quiz.
office.
Which of
Because
these
it chooses the
rooms
boss's
was the
bathroom, but I
room you
accidentally
found
messed
your
up and
third Mickey Stan?
actually
Can you
messed up and got the
remember?
wrong one in the wrong order, but it's fine.
Hey,
This section
that's
doesn't change.
exactly right. It was here,
no matter what,
behind the
I don't
boss's
think.
office.
Yeah.
It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory.
I don't usually
but
do this,
shouldn't
so I
be
can't actually
surprised.
remember
After all,
which door
science
opens,
tells
but we'll
us
find
that it's
out.
impossible
If this
to
shut
forget
here,
your
it's that door
third
there.
time doing anything.
Okay,
Let's see.
you all remember the pink room, right?
Oh yes, we
Well, I
found a
remember,
Figley in this
yeah.
pink room.
We definitely
Well,
went to a
I
pink
can't
room.
actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Must have. Okay. We're almost at
This
what I'm
was the
talking
5th
about.
mini stand, and this one was really something
Oh.
special. It was in the
Oh wait, no,
warehouse. I
no.
remember
Here,
it
if you remember old
so
Windows, you'll
In
get me.
fact,
You'll
because
understand.
This one is particularly special
Here we
to me,
go.
I made
Get
a
everyone, get
video
ready to
commemorate
put your
the
dance
occasion.
emotes in. Get ready.
Enjoy.
Yep, it's a video he made in Movie Maker. What's that back there? A faint light. It's mini stand number 5. The transitions as well. God, it's so early 2000s. You found it near the cargo list. Thanks for watching. Credits. Directed by the narrator, edited by the narrator, music by the narrator, produced by the narrator, best by the narrator, starring Stanley. Copyright the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video,
love
but
that
it was
video.
8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Yeah, but if you remember Movie Maker, then welcome to the club. That's actually, I mean, I'm not
And then,
that old,
Stanley,
but that's
then
where
we came
my
to the last
video
collectible,
editing
the final
started.
figurine,
I think
right
that's where
here
most
by the
people
red
video
and
editing
blue
journey
doors.
started.
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly
And then
say
Premiere
how the
Pro
mind
and
works?
then
All
DaVinci
I know
Resolve
is
took
that
over
this
my
is
life.
the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
that song's stuck in my head
It
now.
was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other
I'm going through the
way
blue
of
door
picking up
because
figurines, which
usually
it
the blue
was
door is
exactly
just
like.
completely ignoring the narrator. Right, I have to be careful in here because twice on stream have I accidentally glitched myself behind that door.
And then there was no more. Because we've
Present
caught up to
time.
the present moment. Nothing left to do but move
You are in the
onward
present.
into the future. Goodbye,
Just in case you didn't know, we're not in the
present.
past, we're not in the future, we're in the... that scared me. That actually...
No, I'm not
Oh,
done.
I forgot
I'm
about that,
ready
and
to
it
move
scares me.
on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay
got me
here,
out of
keep
here.
enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll
If
do
I had
the
my
memory
heart
zone
rate
again
monitor
from the
connected,
opposite direction.
you just see my
how
heart
that
rate
feels.
go. Ah, that scares me.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue
Oh,
doors.
get ready to see
I
the movie
remember
maker video
this.
again, by the way, is
I
We
must
Will
say,
Return.
of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't
Yep.
you remember the video?
We love the video. He's, made it faster though. I can't read all that fast.
Yes, I love that video.
I'm struggling to read it normally, with the normal speed. Can't read it when it's bumped up by 1.5.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Very pink room.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Next one would be Boss's office, I believe. No, oh no, it's the stairs. How can I forget? Silly me.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
So,
This is
last Stanley
the very
figurine.
first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurine.
And then we're almost at section. Well, of me just having to open the game and close it all the time.
What came before this?
Here's another section where you'll be able to talk about a few things, but I'll tell you when that is. So yeah. May as well, for the last time, jump on the jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content
there we go.
that we were originally
Actually, that
sold
does
on.
slow down
I remember hating it back
speed,
then.
so
The
that does
time
actually slow
dance
down
with the
that
rosy
slow time a
filter
little
on
bit, which
everything.
kind of sucks. But
Yes,
it's
the two doors.
It's the only
Who
time
would
we
have
actually get to
forgotten
jump
that?
in this game.
Classic
So.
memory, this one.
And then my office.
And before
You'll also notice in my
There was
background on
your
my
office.
webcam, this is Stanley's office from the
Is there
trailer
anything else?
with all the
Was there
clocks.
something
And
that came before
don't
your
ask about the
office?
scratch marks.
There's something I feel I can
Definitely Tim
remember. I
Kelly's
can remember. I can remember.
Also, in the next run, the background will change.
Yes,
I will do
I'm
that during the
remembering
intermission.
something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then, I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision
So
with
saying the time, this might
profound
actually be the
thoughtfulness.
PB.
And
the
then
Lord
somewhere
records already
along
passed.
the way, I
This could be
stopped
PB.
making decisions.
We
I
will see.
became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship.
Also, yes, this
And
was made in the
Stanley
Source
really did
engine
make for a wonderful
originally, but then
companion,
this
even if he was a fiction.
version of the game,
But,
Ultra
I
Deluxe,
suppose
this is
it's
running in
grown old.
Unity.
I want to
They
think for myself again.
changed the game engine as
I
well.
want to go back how it
Mostly
used
because
to be.
Source 2
Yes,
is, or the newer
I can
Source
be
is
on
just
my
kind
own again.
Hmm.
I can just do it. I'll be
of,
stronger
just
this
being used by
time.
Valve for
I'll
like
take
half
care of
balance and stuff like
myself.
that.
I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Alrighty, while I boot the game off and boot it back on again, about 3-4 times, if you would like to read any donations or anything, feel free.
Unfortunately, again, we still don't have any new donations, but yeah, I'll just talk a little bit about Child's Play then. So, the charity we're raising money for is Child's Play, and through therapeutic gaming and the power of play, Child's Play partners with over 190 pediatric hospitals around the globe to enrich the lives of hospitalized children by providing toys, games, books, and technology such as tablets to allow kids to, enjoy the power of play in hospitals. Sorry, I have to cough just a second. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so enriching the lives of kids in hospitals. They also provide awesome technologies such as the ability for kids to be able to experience what it'd be like an MRI through a VR headset, to lead to less situations where a kid has to be sedated before going into an MRI. And just so they'll be less scared going into it, because I don't know if for anyone that's been in an MRI machine before, they're very loud. They're also like very enclosed spaces. They can be very scary. So the whole idea is, make it less scary, so they know what's going to happen beforehand. So all the money ends up going towards a good cause. There's lots of different things that they end up doing, such as like $19 that we end up raising here would go towards one of those no fear MRI experiences. Um, $25 could provide a set of dice for a D&D, so that like multiple kids that are sick in the hospital could play a game of D&D together. $50 could provide 3D printer supplies, like such as filament, to allow them to create different art projects in the hospital and stuff like that. There's lots of different things they do. It's a very beneficial cause to a lot of kids that are long term in hospitals like that. So, yeah, that's what we're raising money for here.
Yeah, as what's it called? As when I was, I may as well bring this up. When I was, when you said MRIs are scary, they are. I was like 15, 16 when I when I went to the hospital for an MRI to get diagnosed with epilepsy, which I got diagnosed with, and yeah, that was not fun. That was scary. Very loud, very bangy as well. They're not fun at all. So. I think we need to boot the game off one more time. Just waiting for the epilogue. And you have to... The guy we're speaking to here, this like guy who keeps asking us questions, he's the epilogue character. And we... Basically, he asks you what time it is. A lot of people got very confused because they're like, well, I can't just read it off my console. I'm connected to the internet. Not knowing it's a joke. If you don't if you leave the timer, he gets annoyed at you. If you change it, and like I did before the run, I changed it to I think it was like 10 o'clock, and then I changed it to and I didn't change it, and he got really mad about it. He's like, "You changed it before, why didn't you change it now?" And, yeah. Talk soon. So we should have the yep, there's the epilogue. This is the so the reason why we're doing the epilogue is we don't want to just finish the run on the Stanley Parable 2. We want to get to the Stanley Parable 3, because we may as well end this off with the trilogy. And also I'm running a marathon. Like Fallout trilogy can't be the only run I do at marathons. I have to do the Stanley Parable trilogy. So, yeah, we're going to get to the Stanley Parable 3. I'm not sure what the name of it, the subtitle it's going to be yet, because we actually get to pick that, but we'll see. The time is coming up in a good, I'd say 5 minutes maybe, and then we get to do some detective work in the 1940s. So it's going to be fun. Yeah. But, what I may do while we've got this, while I'm just walking through this desert, I might quickly do my little outro here, first start my outro for this run before we go to switch over. Thank you for accepting my run. I originally was supposed to just do, originally do Uncharted Drake's Fortune for this event, but unfortunately that game is a little tricky to derust. It takes 2.5 months to derust, because if you've never seen a run of that game, it's very short, but the tricks are very difficult to do. And it takes, and I haven't played that game for a while, and I was like, hey, I'll de-rest it a bit, and then stuff got very busy in life, so I never had time, but thankfully I was able to switch to some Stanley Parable Deluxe and LA Noire, two very epic games. Yeah. there we go. So there's the. This is basically continuing. As I said, we're back in the desert again. This is continuing on from the skip button. And I actually can't remember what PB is. I think it was like 45 minutes, so she might not be PB, but we'll see. So yeah. So this is like the Stanley Parable 2 memory room, which is very run down, but time ends the second we like get sent to the Stanley Parable 3. So I'll tell you when, but I forgot I control I'm controlling the timer, so I'll still yell time because it makes sense, but no, don't stick it. There's a lot of flaws here that are very invisible and you get stuck in them sometimes, and it's very weird. But yeah. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more, yeah. Yes, this way down here. Nope. Where are we going? This way? This way. This part is very confusing because it's like very tiny. But yeah. Small Stanley figurines here, you can collect them without going to, as it does. Well, we have to collect 1, so we have to get to 19 of them. But yeah, so we're almost there. Don't worry, we just need to speak to this computer over here. Or it's going to be the epilogue guy again. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will be no other Stanley Parable. Yeah, basically they're saying there's not going to be another Stanley Parable come out. This was the final one we're going to officially release, but you know what? We may as well. We'll allow you to create however many Stanley Parables you want to have. So you, after this, if we boot the game, if we don't delete the save file and we boot, alright, Stanley Parable 3, The Legend of Boyfriends. Confirm. Stanley Parable 3, Legends of Boyfriends, yes. You can basically pick any, like, subtitle you want, and if you keep rebooting the game, it'll go to, like, Stanley Parable 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so on and so forth. I actually don't know how far it can go to. I don't think anyone's actually tried to find out. But yeah. But I'm going to get my finger ready on my end time button, which is just my numpad 1 key. That's the only key I don't use when I'm playing games. This must be very emotional, but yeah. And that is time. And now we're at the Stanley Parable 3 Legend of Boyfriends, and there's a cargo back. So yeah, that's Stanley Parable 1, 2, and 3. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully the game made you laugh. It makes me laugh every time I play it. But yeah, that's all from me with Stanley Parable.
All right, then. We'll be heading back to intermission just for a short period here as we get set up. Hello, everyone. We are back. Its Page is going to be doing another run for us with LA Noire. Take it away.
Alrighty, everyone. Sorry, hold on. Let me stop again. Alrighty, English is hard. Hi, everyone. Welcome to it. I was about to say welcome to Its Page. Welcome to this run of LA Noire. I'm Detective Page. I hope you like my detective hat. That was definitely not like 2 seconds of half a minute of green screening. But I'm trying to find a green screen hat. But yeah, this is LA Noire. If you haven't heard of this game, I will explain. If you haven't seen this game before, this is a game made by the developers of sort of. It's made by the developers. Well, they're known as. They were called Team Bondi, but after a few stuff I won't talk about, they got shut down. But they reopened as Rockstar Australia, and they made this the LA Noire remaster. So yes, but I saw some people did like my costume change. Thank you. But we are going to start a new game. This is just traffic. We are just doing traffic because the full game is 5 hours as a speedrun. That's too long as a run, so we're going to start time in 3, 2, 1. Alrighty. Nope, hold on. Let me reset my time. Hold on. 3, 2, 1, go. Don't hold that damn skip tutorial cases. It ruins me every time. Yeah. So this is LA Noire. If you know the game, you know that it's very known for its facial tracking. Compared to nowadays, the facial tracking does look a bit strange, but back in 2011, it was revolutionary. We are Detective Cole Phelps, and we are going to go and stop crime. Now, this first case is a crime of Adrian Black. He found a mistress from Seattle, and he wants to date her. And so he's going to commit... I forgot the word. He's going to basically fake his death to move in with his waifu. But that's a crime, as that is wasting police resources. And, you can't do that. It's a crime. So, but what we're going to do is we're going to do a lawyer's worst nightmare. And we're going to look for the least amount of evidence. But we're going to look for the only evidence we need, which is like addresses and information like that. But, stuff, again, that
sounds like an average guy.
A lawyer wouldn't like, but a police officer wouldn't, a prosecutor also would not like. Oh, we're not making the legal personnel happy. But we've found out one information of where his wife, his current wifey lives, not his wifey he wants. And
You're behind the wheel.
Stop telling me I keep searching. So we're going to his wife's residence, Mrs. Black. I can't remember her first name. This is our partner, Stefan Bukowski. What we're doing here is we're basically kind of doing, if you play GTA 5 and you've ever gotten a taxi, you'll know that if you make them drive faster, you can actually pay extra money to skip. And that's what we're sort of doing, but we're just holding triangle, which allows us to be the passenger. It allows us to just skip driving. We will have to start driving at some point, but yeah. Now here we're supposed to question this lady. We're not going to do that, however. We're just going to go and get some matches, and it's going to tell us an address. So we're going to then go to that address.
I'm Margaret Black. We can discuss this in the living room. Please come in.
So we're going to go over here to this table.
We're going to have a look around, then we'll talk.
And we're going to we don't want to grab that newspaper because that puts us into a law cutscene which talks about like the law that they couldn't really fit into the game in a regular thing, so they just kind of think we're going to go into the map and we're going to go here, which is where Kavanaugh's bar is.
Maybe Adrian was a patron.
You're supposed to use the phone to find out where it is, and also then you're supposed to speak to the wife. This is where we find out he has a mistress that he wants to start dating. This is a picture from another lady.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Yeah, Adrian's a bit of a ladies' man. So yeah, but we're just gonna go Kavanaugh's bar. We're gonna hopefully get some good RNG here and spawn straight outside of the. We hopefully spawn straight outside of the. Oh, look at that RNG! Apart from me spawning in front of a bin, that's not our trash can. That's not great. So, we're going to skip this first cutscene, we're going to run over here.
No, you don't. Looking for someone.
We're going to speak to this guy.
LAPD.
He's going to... I can't skip some of these cutscenes. I'm doing this on PS5 because on PS5 you can skip the opening cutscene, you can't do that on PC. And that is why there is a debate in the Discord for LA Noire of should we split console runners and PC runners? I mean, the Arkham community does it. Why can't we do it?
Are you aware that he's missing?
But he's not really. This is surprisingly. This is not. There's only currently like 3 or 4 active actual runners at the moment. Most have just ran it once and then abandoned the game.
In a freight depot, covered in
blood. Now here we're going to speak to these people, but we're not going to get some of them right. We will get some of them right.
Sorry to hear that.
We're just going to go for the quickest answers, which I've got my notes on my phone here, because there's a lot of people to speak to in this. There's like 5 cases we have to go through.
So you drove down there and you let Black have it.
Yeah, my outfit changed.
That the best
my hat.
you got?
When did you last see Adrian?
Hell, I don't know. I had plenty to drink last
I'm so glad
night.
actually, it's really funny. I've just.
Come on, Morgan. It was only
I mean, I could have
night.
cropped that a little better, but it's fine.
Look, we might have had a drink. We have a drink most nights after work.
So here is where, to be honest, this part is kind
Excuses don't help.
Sorry, I'm a little
See
ill,
how
which
you
is why
enjoy
I'm
the
VTubing
LAPD
right
taking
now.
an interest in your life.
And I look like a corpse at the moment. But yeah, basically, we're going to do. If you play I'm going to explain this best I can. If you play, I'm going to use GTA 5 a lot here because it's a very popular game. If you play GTA 5, you'll know that if you're bad at GTA 5 like me, you'll know that if you die 3 times, you can press square or a button and skip the. You can skip the. You can skip the mission if you die 3 times. We're going to do that the same here, but we're going to have to fail the mission 3 times, and if we have the action skip setting on, we can just skip that action, and it saves a bit of time. It's just a little bit boring having to do the same repeating stuff, but thankfully it doesn't take too long, but it's still a little bit tedious. Yeah. Here we're just going to drive to his house, because it's a little quicker. So we're almost actually done with this case.
I'm just trying to learn.
Oh, come on, Phelps. Save the creepy teachers. Who the hell? I knew it.
So we're gonna run through here.
I'll try and head him off in the car. Remember, the gun is the last resort.
And yeah, we're almost done with this case, thankfully.
There's no point running, Adrian.
That's actually good or bad. I can't remember what the PB is actually. I am currently the world record holder for this level, for this case, for driver's seat.
Right,
mostly because I can skip the first cutscene, unlike everyone else. Because everyone else runs this game on PC. I'm the only console runner, so. I mean, console runner that's modern console, that's not, you know, PS3. So, yeah. But that is driver's seat. Very easy case, very simple, very easy peasy. So next, we're then going to do first DLC of this game, which is the console's car. Now, this does have an infamous line in it, which I will not say because it is. I'm assuming this event is family friendly. But thankfully, we won't get that line because we're going to skip speaking to the consulate. This is basically a consulate of a country, though I can't remember which country.
You know the way. You can drive.
Their car has been stolen and has been stripped of its parts. I'm just going to grab another quick Coca-Cola while I wait for Stefan to...
An abandoned vehicle. Catch all the good ones, friends.
Sounds like there's more to it than that. Nobody dumps a shiny new package unless they borrowed it without asking.
I bought them out today and I never took them out.
You're on fire today, Einstein.
Very funny.
Come on, my intense protege.
I don't know who's from the UK or knows the UK. I went to Tesco today and I bought a lot of Coca-Cola because
women
I've got a
generally
mild
show
caffeine addiction. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, this one is basically a
we got
consulate.
A call about an abandoned vehicle?
Yes, sir. The car has flags.
Car
Maybe some kind of diplomatic vehicle?
Has anyone touched
Someone
this
should
vehicle
pause
since you
and
arrived?
we have to go and find out.
And that Jacobs bird over there was on station before
It just turns out
we'll talk with him in a
that
moment.
the
Give us some time
consulate
to look the
is
place
a
over.
creep.
Sure, take your time.
Creepy
He's a
guy.
short-headed old son of a bitch anyway.
And I'm not going to go too much into it because this game is. If you get into the story of this game, and if you play this game quite a bit, you'll notice how dark this game kind of gets. And thankfully, though, this run just kind of is an out-of-context version of this game.
The wheel bugs.
So yeah. So we're gonna look at that just because we need to eventually look at that. Look at the strip tire.
Stealing the wheels is for amateurs. Car ring would have stripped it in a warehouse.
This game was case count in 2011, so an oldie but a goodie. Same year as some of my favorite games, such as Batman Arkham City.
We'll have to use
and
the
Skyrim.
to trace the owner.
Is it bad that I don't remember what else came out in 2011? Nope. Yeah.
Cole Phelps, badge 1247.
So, unfortunately, I can't skip
Dewey
this.
Brothers. Possibly a dealership or car mechanic's workshop.
But yeah, so back in the day, police didn't have walkie-talkies or radios, as they're actually called. So back in the day, they used game wells apparently, which are old police telephones, to to get in touch with dispatch. Well, I mean, they had radios on the car, but, like, as in, not, you know, like, walk-around ones.
Can you drive to this one?
No, because I went to the wrong side of the car. Yeah. So this game takes place. In 1947. Cole Phelps. This game kind of delves into Cole Phelps's like backstory. So this game kind of delves into his story of being a World War II veteran.
Vehicle call we have caught this year. One more, and I'm gonna go
so we sometimes flash to scenes of him in Okinawa because he was apparently on the Okinawa campaign back in World War II and stuff like that. And, yeah. And by the end of the game, spoiler alert, you reunite with half the.
That's me, William Dewey, proprietor at your service.
We're investigating the theft of a Packard belonging to the Argentine embassy. Are you using a combination wrench?
I don't know, Detective, but I know how we can find out. Follow me.
So this, unfortunately, this is one of two car dealers that we're going to meet who are the worst. They're so annoying. It's so annoying. So we have to do this little mini game here of just putting the wrench in the right place.
We keep all our tools in here.
Why we have to do this? I don't know. It's like I don't know why we have to put every single one in as well. It's like if there's not enough, we know which one it is. Like, look, we're missing a 3/4, so clearly it's a 3/4. But Cole Phelps is a good case man. I don't know. They say case man all the time. I don't know what a case man is. If you know what a case man is, please let me know. I don't know what a case man is. Yeah. Now we have to speak to Adrian Dewey because we have to get an address for Gabriel Delgado, who is, or as I've heard Jacksepticeye say his name as, Gabriel. He was playing the, he was playing the VR game of this. This game does have a VR version, by the way.
If you don't mind, we have
LA
a few
Noire
questions.
VR, the case files. You haven't played that. Very good game.
Where can we find Delgado?
I mean, it's not as good as the screen version like this because it misses.
Address, Dewey.
Some of the missions in this game didn't work well in VR, so they had to cut some of the missions out, sadly. Like this mission
Tell
in
him
the
from
VR game,
me.
but
If he ever shows his face around here again, I'm gonna kick his butt from here to Kingdom Come. Hey, don't be too hasty.
we don't need to speak to him anymore because we know the address, so we're just going to go to the Delgado residence. To go and speak to Gabriel Delgado. A little bit like Fallout, if you drive around in this game when you're not in a mission, it will play, even if you are in a mission, but if you're not in an intense area of a mission, the game sometimes will play the radio, and it will play old music. Some that are in Fallout games, some that aren't in Fallout. Like, one of my favorites is Stone Cold Dead in the Market, which is by Ella Fitzgerald. It's a great song. Well, Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Jordan, which is a great song.
No.
This game and like Fallout have really got me into old songs. Half of that I'm so confused why I listen to Foley's music.
We need to take a look around.
But he is not here.
I'm just sat there bobbing away at like Foley's music.
I'll stay with the broad.
Also, yes, this game does very much get very into the 40s, where obviously, back then, people weren't nice to people. So, unfortunately, they do bring that up in this game to stick to the realism. But says the diplomatic license plate, and we need PR-706, and we need to find the tires. Luckily, they're all here. And that incriminates Gabriel Delgado, so we have to go back to his wife, Ana Rodriguez, and question her about it. Unfortunately, though, we are going to use Bad Cop, or Doubt, to basically be like, you lying. And she gets mad at it.
Serious trouble, Miss Rodriguez.
But Gabriel is not here. I have done nothing wrong.
Motor for GTA.
Why did he steal the car, Anna?
The customer insulted him. He has his honor, no?
I'm just gonna let you listen to the dialogue here because it's pretty good.
His honor, Anna?
The acting in this is amazing, by the way.
He no longer respects
One thing I want to say real quick as well is all the actors look like the characters because they actually used all the actors for the actual voice actors for the facial.
Has Gabriel been here?
looks.
I haven't seen him for at least 3 nights.
Make it easy on yourself, Anna. Tell us where he is.
I want to, senor. I just don't know where he is.
You lie! I think they were supposed to say doubt, so we end up...
We found a license plate.
Oh, actually, no, we're supposed to say there is proof, because there's behind her, you've got, like,
we can make Gabriel for a dozen
breakfast she's made
time to get
for him and herself.
You must ask these questions of Gabriel. I know nothing of these car parts.
Then tell us where he is! If your baby is born in prison, Anna, the corrections officers will take it from you. You will see your son or daughter through a metal grate for half an hour.
One thing that really triggers me, by the way, if you look in the background when Paul's talking, you will see that, like,
There is a spillway under the bridge that
the
leads
kettle's,
to the
like,
river.
steaming. It's like... And this isn't an electrical kettle, it's the 40s. It would have been the hob kettle.
Trying to follow him.
Like, I'm scared more for, like...
We'll put in a good word for you, Anna. As far as
a house fire.
With Gabriel.
Not, you know, not a car theft.
That sounds like a street race to me. It's gotten out of hand.
And knowing 40s houses, especially in the US, most houses, you know, that time, they're just set on fire so fast. And especially LA. I don't know if it was the same back in the 40s, but do you know how hot it gets there? Jeez. Anyway, that's me ranting about what? Your local meteorologist. Okay, so here's again another. This is the end of this case. Not the end of the run. We have like how many?
Phelps, 1247.
3 more cases left after this. Here we have to basically reverse back.
Quick, they're getting away.
Just get the street race.
1247. Requesting assistance.
So do the
First
low
and
risk.
Santa Fe.
And wasting time. So. Yeah. Obviously, if we were doing 5 stars, we can't do this because
they're getting away.
it won't count.
Phelps, 1247. Requesting
5 star
assistance
is
at First and Santa Fe.
Yeah, 5 star is very intense and quite lengthy. Like, I mean, like this using skips and like action skips and all this the entire game itself is 5 hours long as a speedrun. So this is more of a really long-a-thon type run if you did the whole game and not just traffic. Yeah. But now we're on to the shortest case of the run. This is I forget what the name of it. A Marriage Made in Heaven. This is Leroy. No, Lester Patterson, not Leroy. That's another character. Lester Patterson has been run over outside. Has been run over in a hit and run. In a hit and run outside of Ray's Cafe. And so we need to go and investigate it. This is where it starts to kind of get into homicide territory, which is the next case. Which is the next case file we do. However, obviously I can't do that run because this game is not censored at all, and it is a very adult game. I mean, it is just like breasts everywhere when you get to homicide. So yeah. So I can't really show that.
Over here.
We don't want the second place run actually did accidentally speak to that cop. We don't want to speak to him yet. Here we're supposed to talk to him over there and her over there. But we don't want to do that. We just want to look for this bloody knife that's in this bin. Investigate it. So like, yep, it's covered in blood. That looks suspicious to me. Does that look suspicious to anyone else?
Anyone could have thrown away a kitchen knife.
In any case, we'll want tech services to scrub the alleyway before they.
And then we're going to investigate Lester Patterson, and we want to look into his left pocket, which on for me would be his right pocket because of perception.
Landed on his face and ended up here. Car must have struck him from behind.
Which you can see, this is his California Life and Fire, which you can see that is life insurance.
Life insurance.
For anyone wondering why does life insurance matter, that most likely means that his wife possibly did it for the life insurance.
From all reports, he was intoxicated at the time of the accident. I'll know how intoxicated once I've done the autopsy. Looking him over now, I'd say he died on impact.
What about the chest wound? Isn't that inconsistent?
Very common in auto injuries. Look for a car with a prominent.
This is Finker, I believe, is his name. He's the coroner
What have we got?
We meet him a few times. We'll meet him later.
Thick as a white male named Lester Patterson walked out of the bar.
There's like
and
2
into the
coroners
street.
we meet in
The car hit
street.
over there, and he ended up here, dead on impact by the look of it. Have you
Also, for
canvassed
some
the
reason,
area?
that pedestrian just
The only
walked
one
on the
with
dead
anything
body.
useful to contribute is the young lady over
Strange.
there. She lives above the bar. Name is Shannon Perry. No,
Because one thing is really funny, if you run over dead bodies and you run
24
over like
years old,
evidence and
moved to
stuff,
Kansas to follow
the coroner will actually say to you,
so?
he's like, "Oh,
It's like
come
a
on,
formal statement
Phelps,
later.
do I come to
Right
your
now,
office and start tap dancing on you? Start tap dancing on your desk?" Which is like one of my favorite lines in this game.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Alright, so we're going to go to the Patterson
So, where do you wanna
residence
go?
of Lorna Patterson. We're going to go speak to his waifu. Though, you're going to notice when we speak to her, she seems a little bit suspicious. Because she doesn't seem to care that her husband is dead. Yes, you'll see. Unlike everyone else in this game who actually is shocked that their partner is dead, she doesn't give any care. You're going to see. Just watch.
Help me out. Can you tell me what happened?
What's to tell? He got hit by a car and now he's dead.
You don't appear to be too upset about the fact.
Lester and I met on a furlough.
It's like
in
if you're trying to
44.
if
We
you're
got
trying to
married that
act
weekend.
like you're not
People
suspicious, she's
don't
doing a
understand it now,
terrible
But that happened
job.
a lot back then.
I see. So you probably did well to stick it out this long.
What's that supposed to mean, mister? I think it's about time.
So
we
here we're going
I
to
have
meet. I
someone
can't skip
here
cutscene
that-
until Leroy Sabo walks in. Leroy Sabo being someone who owns Ray's
It's okay,
Cafe.
Lorna.
So we're going to speak to
How did the car come to
Lorna.
hit Lester?
He walks straight into the path. and I
Unfortunately, Leroy Sabo wants to join the conversation too, but he won't say
So
anything.
he turned blind?
Yes. He was still yelling at me when the car hit him.
We're leaving, Lorna, but this doesn't add up. We'll be keeping an eye on you.
So now we're going to go to the where is it? Broadway. Where's Broadway? There. I hope. If not, I'm like down the road. That's not great. Yeah. So now we're gonna go and we're going to speak to the coroner.
You can drive.
This skips like half the case, by the way, because we found the knife and we have spoken to Lorna. If we go to the coroner basically has the dead body and says there's puncture wounds, meaning he's been stabbed. And him being stabbed. Okay, I unfortunately got bad RNG and I spawned across the street. It's fine. But we're here. Unfortunately, him having puncture wounds and being stabbed means that he was, and we found that knife, meaning it's a murder
We can
case.
put the driver in front of a judge in less than a week.
We have the knife, we have the coroner's report, and I bet we could roll Sabo as a witness.
Now, our partner there is actually wrong. We can't rule Sabo as a witness because it turned out that
Can you drive to this one?
Sabo actually is the one who actually
Where are
killed
we headed?
Lester. Leroy stabbed him. Lorna was actually the witness, but she was also behind it. But Leroy will shoot Lorna, because Lorna does die in this game, and then we will have to shoot Leroy. We can't keep him alive after he shoots at us. You'll see. Let's hopefully get some good... Let's hopefully be able to kill him quite quick. That saves a lot of
Too
time
late,
if we do.
Sabo.
Headshot, baby! Holy... Damn. Not the greatest police officer in the world! But yeah, there we go. There's Leroy Sabo down. That is very rare to get, by the way. It is very rare. Usually it takes like 3 shots to kill him, but getting him that fast is actually pretty impressive. But yeah, there we go. That is the shortest case in the game. That is Marriage Made in Heaven. And now we're going to do Slip of the Tongue. This is one of the longest. But yeah.
We're on it, Captain.
So the case of this one is we have found a vehicle is reported stolen, and we're going to go investigate the driver, and his name is Cliff Harrison. But we're going to learn
I'm not sure she'd agree with you.
he actually believes he owns the car legally. He doesn't know it's stolen. Unfortunately, the person who sold it to him sold it to him with fraudulent pink slips. You will see. When my partner doesn't start lagging out. I also need to get very worried about this part of the game, because the game can, like, soft lock. Sometimes your partner gets stuck. So,
Remember,
Here, though, we're not going to follow him. We're just going to actually go into the other side of the street and just see how far on the other street we can get. Again, this is another action skip sequence.
1247.
So, yep.
remember, we need them healthy enough to answer
So
questions.
again, we're just going to turn to the street, run over this
1247.
walking,
Detective Phelps.
spin over
Requesting
here,
immediate backup.
onto this street over here. God, this is a very bouncy game. I did not know Buicks were this bouncy. This is a Buick Super.
Remember,
How are Buick Supers so bouncy? One thing actually, fun fact, so I live in a
1247.
town that
Detective
is full of
Phelps.
old people.
Requesting immediate backup. In pursuit of a stolen.
And one of my neighbours, like I say a good few blocks down, he actually owns a Buick. Not a Buick Super, unfortunately, and it's very cool. I'm like, oh my god, every time I walk past the house, I'm like, oh my god, it's the car from Illinois.
why did you run from us?
But yeah. Why he owns a Buick in the 2020s, I don't know.
like
To be
we're
honest, there's a lot of
asking
people who
questions
like
for people
old-fashioned
with
cars.
Coombs
So, yeah. So we're gonna
You
speak
purchased
to
this car from Coombs
Cliff
Automotive
Harrison
Company.
and-
Yeah, that's right.
The car is on our list as stolen. We have you cold. It's time to come clean.
You're crazy. I paid good money for this car.
You have a criminal record, Mr. Harrison?
No, nothing like that.
You expect us to believe you.
Is that so much to ask?
Who did you deal with?
If you're wondering how does this like true
owner,
doubt
Richard
lie
Coombs.
thing goes on, or good cop, bad cop accuse,
And he made out
it's-
the bill of sale personally?
if
Of
you
course he
you
did.
say the
He
truth
kept a
or
facsimile for his records.
good cop,
Check with him.
if you think that person is telling the truth,
Could make this easy on
doubt
yourself,
if you
Harrison.
think they're lying,
How?
but you have no
I haven't
proof
done anything
in your
wrong, and you
evidence.
know
We
it.
have like
Sure,
evidence
don't
you press
stop now,
accuse.
pal.
That you
Keeping
get the
shut
evidence
up
we
just
get
makes
and we
us like
can
you
use
more
when
for
we go
this.
when we press
Drag his
accuse.
possessions as evidence. Have
Yeah.
him arraigned for
So that's why in a 5-star run, you will, or when you're playing the game normally, you always want to try and make sure you get as much evidence as you
get to
can
Coombs Auto
to
and
make
check
sure you
out
can actually
Harrison's
get a
story.
good accuse.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
Now we're going to Coombs Automotive,
All
who,
right.
as I've said,
Where
we're going to meet another
Can you drive
car
to this
dealer
one?
who is very annoying. These poles are also very broken, as they basically stop me from getting in the car,
You know what?
and it is the worst. But yeah. Richard Coombs, you play the game, you'll know is very annoying man. But we're going to go and
Another step. I have got a Buick. Detective Phelps,
no,
LAPD.
I
Are you
don't
the
want to buy your Buick. Do you not see my Buick Super that I just pulled up in?
I look for the ideal customer, son, and you ain't halfway dumb enough.
Oh, I'm too
Here it
smart
is.
to buy from
Got the
you.
original pink slip there, too.
So we look at the pink slip, which if I'm correct is a forgery. I think.
Archer.
Actually, no, it might be legit.
146 North Fremont Avenue.
Apparently, Gene Archer is the owner of it. I don't know. This bit confused me. I can't understand which is a fake and which is real. But then there's just a bill of sale, which
Harrison's
we
purchase
care
receipt
about.
was legit at least.
Now we're going to talk to Richard Coombs.
We have a couple of questions.
All right, fellas. Shoot.
So we have some details
Can
of
you
the
tell us how you
transaction.
came to
I
buy
don't
the car?
say he's lying
Girl
about
just
that.
wandered in right
No.
off the street. You need to give us something, Coombs, if you don't want to be implicated in this.
Yap, yap, yap. Son, your problem is that your gums keep flapping, but you do no listening.
Can you describe this Gene Archer?
Brunette, maybe 25, 26. Little on the plump side, but not bone ugly.
What was your impression of her?
Yes, also didn't know.
Kind of harried and
Especially in the
harassed,
next one. There's
in a
so
hurry to go
much
somewhere,
like
but no place to go.
40s slang that they start throwing around, especially with like.
This was all above board.
Yes, of course it was.
So an actor we're gonna meet in the next one who's not
What can
real
you tell us
actor.
about Archer?
But she's so annoying because she
Somewhat
uses so
on the
many
simple
like
side.
40s
In a big hurry,
terms.
too.
It blows me. It just annoys me.
We get awful attentive to people who obstruct LAPD investigations.
Alrighty, so we're gonna nick his car, which our part. No, we're not. We're gonna go to the map. We're gonna go back to the police station, Central Police.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
I accidentally got into the driver's seat by accident because I accidentally pressed it once, not held it down. Or triangle
drive.
page. There we go.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
Shut up, Stefan. We actually have multiple partners we get. So we start with Stefan Bukowski, we then go on to Rusty Galloway, who's who's like a guy who's about to retire soon, and he's on homicide. We then have the worst, one of the main antagonists of this game, Roy Earl. He's just a corrupt cop that is one of the detectives of Advice. Which we then get put on. And then the game ends with one of the best, in my opinion, one of the best, and unfortunately one of the shortest we actually have.
The paper is real enough, Belasco.
AKA...
Oh, it's pink slip is a forgery.
Oh no. When we're on arson, I investigated too much. Because the cases you get to do, you get traffic, homicide, advice, and James Blasco.
Come on, Belasco. Don't make it hard on yourself.
I've got nothing to say till I
and
see
then
an
after
attorney.
you, arson. And because arson,
Does the name Jean Archer mean anything?
You get demoted because after,
Never heard of her.
Or during the last case of Advice, Cole Phelps then commits adultery.
Look, I know plenty of
which back
names,
in the
but I
40s
never
was a
heard of
big
that.
deal. And
You had a chance to cooperate, Belasco. See you in 10
yeah, he gets
years
demoted
when you
for
get
it.
out.
Well, he gets suspended and then demoted. So. Yeah.
You're Phelps, right?
Thanks, Ray. This is a great lead. We'll get down there as soon as we can.
So we're gonna run over here.
GTA suspect Gene Archer, spotted by a patrol.
And here, what we're going to do is we're going to open up the notepad. We're going to go to locations. It's going to try to send us to a Western Union office. We don't want to go there, though. We want to go to the Marquee Printing Company. Because we want to go speak to Gordon Lightval, not Gene Archer.
You're behind the wheel.
Because if we speak to Gene Archer, we have to then speak to her, and it'll waste, like, 2 minutes of time.
I like your thinking, Phelps. You know fraud isn't going to hang around, Phelps. Let's get to the Western Union office.
No, let's not go to the Western Union office. Let's go to the Marquee Printing Company, where I'm trying to go to. The reason why I'm going here is because these are the people who print the sheets off, the pink slips.
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I'm a traffic detective from Central Division. Who's in charge here?
I am, Gordon Lightfall. What's this about?
We understand that your company prints California vehicle titles.
Yes, I have the government
Yes,
contract to
unfortunately,
print pink
because it's
slips.
technically
Have
classed
done
in
for some years.
Have you had any goods or equipment stolen recently?
You gotta skip
We're
certain
running up against
cutscenes, you can't
stolen
skip
cars with seemingly legitimate people.
interview dialogues.
Not recently.
I also love the music from the
Have you
chase,
ruled out forgery?
or the running
No
to
shortage of
the Western
talented
Union
artists
office
in this town.
music. Still playing when you speak to
We'll
Gordon
keep it in
Lightval.
mind.
Eventually, it just stops.
So what next?
Speak to Gordon
We
Lightval.
have some questions for you, Mr. Lightfall.
So we're gonna go down.
Do you have a delivery ledger, Mr. Lightfall? We would like to cross-check.
I'll go to the third one. We're gonna go
Automotive
down.
Emporium.
It's a little out of the ordinary, Detective. I'm not sure I can share those sorts of records.
Hand it over, Lightball. You don't want
And
us having
then
bad thoughts
we're
about
going
it,
to
do you?
open up his
Very well, but this really
book
is irregular.
of sales.
Over here.
And we need to look for a man. I almost just climbed on his table. I never meant to do that.
Look for patterns,
to look for an
recurring
S.
names, unusual
Bigelow,
addresses,
aka
anything out of the
Stephen
ordinary.
Bigelow.
You certainly encourage repeat business, Lightball. This Mr. Bigelow is a good customer.
And we're done with him.
Good
We're done with
luck.
Gordon Lightval.
I suppose.
And so now we need to go to 58 Industrial Street, which is where Stephen Bigelow is.
you
Now,
drive to this one?
we will be in a shootout with Bigelow's men. However, we are not. We want to do an action skip, and to do that, we're just going to shoot at civilians. We're a good cop. Oh no, he's stuck behind cars again. I got this happened yesterday when I streamed this game. Not yesterday, the day before yesterday when I did a practice run of this game. Oh, it's not going well. Yeah. So again, we're just going to shoot civilians. This lady here, there she goes. Actually, you can't kill her. She just, or anyone. You just have to, you just injure them, and the game's like, oop.
Cole Phelps, LAPD. All of you are coming downtown with me.
This person, don't know if she's that woman, man, don't know. They're dead now. Oh, they're injured now. It's unfortunately just faster to shoot civilians than it is to shoot Bigelow's men.
LAPD. All of you are coming
This person,
downtown.
red sweater, down we go. That's such a good cop. Alright, so now what we're going to do is we are going to run over you.
Keep your hands up. Watch him, Bacal.
We're going to go and look at these slips, which are...
There are enough slips here to keep them stealing cars till Christmas.
Yep, they were given pink slips by Gordon Lightball, and turns out Gordon Lightball was involved in gambling with them, which is a crime, apparently, I believe. Well, also, he was involved in supplying fake pink slips, which is a crime.
Betting slip.
Looks like
Mr.
he's also betting,
Lightball has been on a losing streak.
That proves that he has been with them.
We've got a trail of pink slips and stolen cars that leads right to your door, Bigelow. You're in this up to your neck, but I don't think you're the man in charge. Make it easier on yourself. Give him up.
I do work on cars for customers. You charge in here shooting up the place like it's the Ballad of Bulge. I can't give you anything.
Pink slip supply.
We know about Mark.
This one is a...
You can make this easier on yourself by giving us your man on the inside.
I sometimes repair cars and put them back on the road. I need a pink slip to resell them. There's no problem there.
So none of these cars are stolen? You just shoot at intruders as a general policy?
Hell, what would you do? You gotta be careful. There's a lot of thieves around.
Thieves?
Oh, brother, now I've heard everything.
Whether you give up your bosses or not, Bigelow.
So now we're going to go back to Gordon Lightball, because turns out he's criminal. He's bad.
We'll see. I didn't fire a shot, copper. I just watched you tear my place up.
So yeah. I love I labeled this in my my notes as Lightball 2 and then brackets. He bad. He very bad. Oh, I'm funny. I'm not.
I've got friends that
You can drive.
Alright. So back to the Marquee Printing Company, not the Western Union office, because she won't be there anymore. No! Don't! No! 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 Let the car go.
You drive. I need to go over the case notes.
There we go, thank God.
Here's a chicken and egg.
Oh my God, this game. It's so broken. Okay, right, let's finish this game off, shall we? Well, I mean, let's finish off this case and then let's do the last case, which will be next.
You're under arrest.
You again? This harassment is starting to wear thin.
We found a box of pink slips in a warehouse full of hot cars. You signed for them, Lightball.
I signed for all the orders and deliveries. You'll need something better than that, cowboy.
Your money and influence will be worthless in San Quentin. If you don't go crazy in the first couple of months, then you'll probably get knifed in the chow line. Is that what you want?
Save it for the suckers, detective. You'll get nothing from me.
Gordon Lightball, I'm charging you with conspiracy and fraud. Hands behind your back.
Okay, so now we're going to go to the final one. I don't remember what this is called, but it is... This one does start building up to the rest of the story, sort of. Does also have a very... I'm not going to talk too much about this case, because it is kind of sensitive, just want to put that out there real fast. I will kind of try and keep out the context of it. It's called The Fallen Idol. All I'll say is it's about a girl from some state who went to LA to become an actress and stuff. Something happened. I'm not going to talk about what happened because again, it's a sensitive issue and
Try
I
not to
don't
work too hard.
talk about it. You'll probably gain context of what it is though, but I won't say it explicitly.
Trying to fit in.
Yeah. But let's do it. Basically, a car is hanging off of a mountain. Stop going over there. I keep forgetting I'm not driving.
You know the way. You can drive.
So, just wait for So yeah, car seems to have is hanging off the edge of a mountain, so we're gonna go and edge of a cliff. And,
You could have called this in by megaphone, Enrique. Phelps, this is Enrique Gonzalez. Enrique was a pretty decent middleweight. What do we have, Gonzalez?
Broad drives right through the empty lot and off the side of the escarpment. Her story is that a movie producer doped her and her friend and sent the car over the cliff.
Was anyone hurt?
Yeah, I guess another part I'll say, basically,
She hadn't hit that
she
billboard, he's
was...
scraping both of them off the pavement.
apparently she was doped by a movie producer, as you just said, and yeah. That's not the
Kid gonna be all right? I think so. They've taken her to
You'll
central
notice
receiving.
what it is.
You want to take
yeah.
a look around? Start the ambulance.
Thanks. Do that.
One more thing. Watch out for the driver. She cuts
The one part of this case, though, does go into showing your future partner, Roy Earl, being in it with an actual real life, so who was a real life gangster, Mickey Cohen, because he actually appears in this game, but he don't appear in this. She can look at this letter, don't really need to, but yeah. Nope. Cool. Read the letter, Cole. Read the letter. I mean, I don't think I need to, but...
She's a long way from home.
I'm not sure if we have to check the underwear, but just to make sure we do. Just double check, let's do it anyway.
They've been torn off. Where did you find them?
They were stuffed in the young lady's handbag.
Sometimes to get certain parts of this game as well, it needs a certain amount of, if you collect a certain amount of evidence to even get to like, certain sections of the game, or some people won't just speak to you if you don't have enough evidence.
Well, a head I found without a body piqued my interest. See what you think.
Alas, poor Yorick, I knew him.
I forgot you can skip that cutscene. I don't know why I had to show you that.
Plaster of Paris would be my first guess, then painted.
So we can rule out the murder angle?
No, you can rule that in. That thing was wedging the accelerator to the floor. Whoever did it wanted these women dead.
Okay, so now we have that. We found out that the coroner has basically told us that that wedged the accelerator pedal to the floor, meaning obviously that without... That is just like... If you know how cars work, that's basically just how the car can be used without... I think. We now need to speak to actress June Ballard, not a real actress in real life. She is just an actress in this game.
Mrs. McAfee, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
I prefer to use my maiden name, June Ballard.
June Ballard, aka June
You
McCaffrey.
might be familiar with some
She
of my work.
was married to...
Can you tell us what happened here?
You're kind of cute for a cop.
His name, something McCaffrey.
Maybe a bit on
Guy
the
McCaffrey,
serious
that's it.
What about me, June? I'm a big fan of
You?
Beast.
I don't like. Keep out of this.
We understand that you're still suffering from effects of
This is the woman that's very, very 40s, and very
drugged.
stereotypical of the 40s.
That rat sent us a Mickey thing.
I also kind of love she's got a bit of a Harry Potter scar going on top of her head. If you look at her forehead, she's got a little bit of that lightning bolt going on.
I can't remember.
Who drugged you, Mrs. McAfee?
You really are a cute detective, but a little too naive for my taste.
What can you tell us about the passenger in your car?
Jessica Hamilton. Poor Jessica. It's been a rough day for her. She's desperate to break into movies. What more can I say?
And she's your protege?
You could say that. Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
So we're almost at the end of the run. We're just got a few more places we have to go to.
Shrunken head. It was used to tamper with your car.
You see, I normally don't drive off cliffs. The last thing I remember is getting behind the wheel.
You don't remember where the head came from?
Do I
don't know
have
anything about a
quick
head.
moment to just talk a little
Why
bit
is
about
everybody
the
talking about a
charity
goddamn
and, some of
head?
the prizes and stuff we have going on?
Isn't anyone
yes, you do.
interested in how I am?
All right, awesome. So, for anyone that's
Mrs.
just
McAfee,
tuning in or
I think it would be in everyone's best
missed
interest
a lot of
if
the
you
other
accompanied
history
Patrolman
before
Gonzalez
this.
back to the receiving
We are raising
hospital.
money for Child's
I'm
Play
being
charity.
taken in?
Child's Play
You
charity
could say that.
provides
On
toys,
what
games,
ground?
books, and
On the grounds that you were under the
other,
influence of
technology
narcotics,
for
and that
children's
you were withholding
hospitals,
information from the police.
190 different
My
hospitals
husband
plus
is going to want a word with you, Sonny
around the
Jim.
world.
I think we're good
It's
here.
a great cause.
Let's go see if
It
we can shake
allows
out a kid.
children that are in hospitals long term to have something to, stifle off boredom, or just have the ability to, enjoy being a kid in a pretty stressful
Can you drive to
situation
this
for
one?
any kid to be in.
So where do you want to go?
As for the prizes that we have, anyone that makes donations, there are 3 different prizes that we're offering right now. If you make $5 in donations, you get access to the Absolutely Ace bundle, which includes Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Trilogy, The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and Ghost Trick. If you make $10 in total donations, you get access to the Mega bundle, which includes the Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2,
Detective
Mega Man
Phelps,
X
here to
Legacy
interview with
Collection
Jessica
1 and 2,
Hamilton.
and the Mega Man Battle Network
Jessica
Legacy Collection
Hamilton.
Volumes 1 and 2.
Oh, yes.
If you
She's in
donate
the room,
$20
right
total
behind
throughout
you,
the
detective.
entire marathon, you get access to the raffle for a $100 Steam
Feeling
gift
better
card.
since this morning, Jessica?
This is the total of your donations throughout the entire marathon, so if you donate like $5 4 times throughout the
Hello,
marathon,
Jessica.
you get access to all 3 raffles.
My name is Cole Phelps. I'm a
And,
policeman.
yeah.
I'd like
So
to talk
when
to you
you're
about your accident.
Making
if
a
that's okay.
donation, you're also getting access to those.
Okay.
One last thing is, when you're making your donations, make sure
Can you
that
tell me what
are
you remember
applying
about
them
the crash?
to either
It's all
both the
kinda
targets
fuzzy.
and the poles.
I
You get just
remember
like one
waking
of
up
each.
here. Nothing happened yesterday.
The targets are like the incentives that we have. So, for example, we have.
You're holding out on me, Jessica.
Crisis
Please,
Core.
I want my doctor.
Watch Chapter 3 flashback
sure I can
cutscene,
answer
which
any more
is currently not raised any of the money out of the $100. So, if you want to see
You
that,
need to get in touch
cutscene,
with your parents, Jessica.
You're going to have to work
Tell them
together
what has
to get to the $100.
Oh, you don't
And
need
then
to worry
we also
then.
have Perfect
They
Dark,
sent me
4
along to
extra
stay
agent
with
missions
Aunt
that also
June.
has not been met.
They trust
It
her
is
to
currently
take
at
care of
$5 out of 100. And then for the polls, we have 3 different polls that we're running
Legally,
right now.
you're
one of
still
which
a
is
minor,
about to end
Jessica.
soon.
We have to inform your
Because it's the run
parents.
coming up after this one.
Please.
We have
Please don't do
Shadowverse
that.
Champions
My daddy
Battle,
will kill me.
which you get to choose between male versus female for
I know
the
what
character's
happened
gender.
to Jessica.
And
Where exactly
it's
did it
currently
take place?
$50 for female, nothing for
Please.
male.
It's scary.
And tomorrow
really
we will have
difficult
access
to think
to
of anything.
Bellatrix final deck choice, which
God damn
you
it,
get to
tell
pick
the
final
truth,
deck
Jessica.
that is going to be used in the marathon.
I am telling the
Or
truth.
in the run,
I
sorry,
don't know what the place is.
which we have
I
$5
barely
for
know
red
this
deck,
city.
20 for abandoned deck, and $10 for plasma deck
think you should
currently, with
leave
none of the
now.
other decks
You're being
having
horrible
anything
to
donated
me.
towards them.
You
Lastly,
should think
we
about
have,
going home, Jessica.
Mega Man
You're getting mixed
X4
up with
US
people who
versus
treat you like
Japan,
last week's
Japanese
Are you
version
crazy?
of the game.
I can't
Which
go home.
the US
I wanna
version
be a
has
star.
$110 and the Japanese version has $420. So if you want the US version,
It's the
you're gonna
tale
have
of
to
this
work for it,
town,
guys.
Cole.
Yep, some very epic incentives and some epic
Don't
very
put the
epic
siren
prizes, so
on, you
definitely get
idiot.
those donations in. But while I finish off this last case here, we're just going to, well, it's not finish off. We've still got a few more parts of this case
Tale of
left.
this town, Cole.
Here we have to finish. We have to actually fail the game 6 times. The reason why is we have to fail it here 3 times, and then we also there'll be a section where we have to like sneakily hide in a cafe, or a restaurant, or delicatessen. I don't know. It's a place where you get food. I don't know what it is. But we need to go in there and well, we don't need to go in there. Skip that. We just need to scare her loyal. So yeah. A lot of loading screens, unfortunately. But yeah.
Get in there and see what you
Here we have the siren on. It spooks her. Lawyer.
Get in there and see what you Get in there and
Unfortunately, we do have to do this, so we have to just listen to her entire conversation with Guy McCaffrey, who is a very long speaker. He takes forever to talk. Right. So we need to go to Mark Bishop's house. As Mark Bishop is a movie. Well, he's a current suspect, and we need to go and. She's basically.
You can drive.
June Ballard has got her husband,
What's
Guy
the story?
McCaffrey, to send some goons to her house, to Mark Bishop's house. Unfortunately, his wife is there, and he's not there, so that means she's in danger for his own mistakes.
I'm Detective Phelps.
Yeah.
We received a call about a domestic disturbance in apartment
Unfortunately,
803.
Mark Bishop is not a nice guy, but we have to protect him,
Listen, Mrs. Bishop's
unfortunately,
pretty upset.
because
Take the elevator and then
that's our
left down the
job.
corridor. It's the last door on the right.
But yeah.
Sounds like we're about to make it a hat trick of hysterical no witnesses.
Oh, the audio like that, but I think my capture card's having a bad day today. Alright, let's go through here. So we're going to try and get a skip, which I've really been struggling to get. We want to try and skip some dialogue. We want to learn about this picture here. We want to skip the dialogue of her actually explaining it.
Mermaid in the background. Silver screen.
Who are these men in the picture?
My husband, Mark,
Hang on.
and Marlon Hopgood.
If I
They
spam
work together
square
on occasion.
as soon as I
That's
can,
Hopgood's shop.
sort of, I can skip that dialogue, but unfortunately I didn't get it.
Those men. I think they work for Guy McAfee. Do you know the name?
No. Why should I?
June Ballard is married to Guy McAfee. Have you heard of her?
That slut. She's been badgering my husband for days.
Mrs. McAfee alleges that your husband tried to kill her and her friend last night. I think you should tell us...
So you'll notice her house is very smashed up, or her
My
flat is very
husband's a
smashed
movie
up.
producer. This has something to do with his new picture.
It's the goons that Guy
He doesn't
McCaffrey sent to her house.
business.
Your husband was using June
If you
Ballard
actually
in his movie?
drive here and you can get here quick enough, you can actually
Mark
do
feels that
hand-to-hand
June
combat
Ballard
with
has
them,
limited
because this game does
range
have
and is over the hill.
hand-to-hand combat, which we don't do in this run, because we don't
Where
have
can we
enough
find your
here.
husband, ma'am?
He told me he would be on set. That's all I know.
Either we find him or McAfee's people do, Mrs. Bishop. If you
No,
care
sometimes
for
we have to
him,
go
you
pick
should
up the
make sure that we
telephone
find him
and
first.
call dispatch to find out where
I do care for him.
the
But I don't really know
silver
where
screen
he'd go if
props
he were in
store is.
Hopgood might know.
Which again, unfortunately, we can only do via the telephone, because no one's going to tell us.
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, badge 47.
How could I help, Detective?
I need a location on a silver screen prop store.
Just a moment.
I'm also done with my notes now, by the way. So
Corner 3rd and Figueroa.
get rid of
Thanks,
that.
ma'am.
Shove that behind me. Just throw my phone behind me. And we are going to go and sort of finish off the run. We just need to go silver screen props, speak to
Aging movie star, a wannabe starlet,
speak to
finally on shoulders with the almost
the guy there. And then,
From the
unfortunately,
stories
hanging
they've
outside of
given us,
that
clearly none of them can act.
is some of Mickey Cohen's gangsters, or some of Mickey Cohen's thugs. And we have to go have a bit of a shootout with some gangsters. You'll see.
Behind the wheel.
Again, Mickey Cohen being an actual, if you Google it, he was an actual, like, real-life gangster from the 40s in LA. But we don't see him in this run, unfortunately, but if you do play the game, you'll see him. So. Alright, so through his door. This bit is where the case can
Phelps
get
and
even a little bit more messed up,
LAPD.
but
We're investigating the
context on
attempted
it.
murder
You probably
of
noticed
June
what context
Ballard
is,
and
but
Jessica
no
Hamilton.
context.
Christ.
Thankfully, we skipped most of the
I'm
context.
Marlon
but,
Hopgood.
yeah.
How can I help?
You hold cattings here?
How'd you hear about that? I got a little soundstage out back.
Lead the way.
Now, one thing we do learn about this guy, Marlon Hopgood, is he is a police informant, as well as a weird guy, but he is a police informant for corrupt LAPD advice officer and future partner Roy Earl, but yeah. Come on, door, open, thank you. Yeah, so...
Keep him.
So you can go through here. We're going to look for a peephole, which is right here in this painting. Oh, it's not painting.
Turn off
it's
the lights, Hopgood.
a mirror.
Why would I want to do that?
Humor him.
Turns out there's a camera back there, which when I
One-way
first played
mirrors.
this game, that
There's a
kind
room on the
of
other
scared
side.
me. not just because it's kind of creepy as a camera back in a mirror,
Find a way into that peep
which is very sneaky, but it's also because the silhouette of it scared me. Like, it got a bit of a jump at me for a sec. But yeah, we're gonna kick this in. Open up the door.
I wonder if they saw this, how many budding starlets would still get on the bus to come to Hollywood.
That's not what I meant to do. Back, go back. Let's look at jungle drums.
Jungle Drums, 8th and Francisco. Attention, Mark Bishop.
Yeah, so we've now found out where the address of where Mark Bishop is. He's on the set of Jungle Drums, which we now know the address of. We don't need to go back for our partner. He's going to just eventually come out when we start getting shot at by gangsters. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, Mickey Cohen's lot. Well, Stefan Bukowski basically just really annoys Mickey Cohen's lot, and they start shooting at us because they're. Unfortunately, Guy McAfee is kind of mates with Mickey Cohen.
I don't think they like
He's like McAfee hired because he's getting his friends with Mickey Cohen, who again, as I said, real life gangster in the 40s. We actually have to kill these guys times. It's also quite quick to kill him.
You drive. I need to go over
And let's finish off the game. Last part of the game, we're going to go to the Jungle Drums set. And we're going to try and fail the game 3 times. Twice. Or 3 times. Actually, fail it 3 times.
Let's see him chase us now.
9 times.
Onto the movie set, Phelps.
Yeah.
Let's roll.
So we get to go deal with Mark Bishop. So we're almost at the end of the run. We're getting there. Yeah.
Mark Bishop, stop!
This is one case. Imagine this 4 times. 4 different. Yeah, it's the whole game, by the way, which I'm still slowly learning. I'm currently on advice at the moment. Is oh, is it? Okay. Basically, got 3 hours to get to advice. So. I'm actually. This might go over estimate, by the way. Just one thing I know, because this time is
Get him, Phelps.
I don't
I'll
know
cover the exit.
but I was slow on something, so. So I'm just in Mark Bishop's car here, just to kind of get as far away from him as best I can, just to kind of fail it.
You're too relaxed in this town.
And we do it one more time.
Mark Bishop, stop! LAPD! Get him, Phelps. I'll cover the exit. 11K phone
I also noticed the car changes colour for some reason. You're supposed to zoom on foot, it's just a little slow. It's a little faster, it saves a little bit more time if we do this. Here we have to. Yes, I got the. That's the first time I've actually ever got the ladder trick. We want to shoot Mark Bishop 3 times to fail this. I also did ask someone in the LA Noire speedrun Discord if they actually had any strats on how to do this. No one's responded to me yet, which is really upsetting. But this could save a little bit of time, so let's see.
Get him over here! I'll...
This game's been very generous today. It was being very generous until it screwed me over. I think that's it. And that's it. So when we get to the mission complete, or when we get to the cutscene, that takes forever to load. And that's time. Well, I guess that loading screen means the case is done. So that is LA Noire. 59 minutes. That is definitely not PB. That is like 4 minutes over PB. That was a really bad run.
An underestimate though.
I know. I was like really worried I was going to go over. I'm very proud of us under. But yeah, that's LA Noire. Great game for 2011. But yeah, I think that's all from me.
Is there any shoutouts you'd like to make before we go back to intermission?
Just like shout out the LA Noire speedrun community as well as the Stanley Parable speedrun community, and I also want to thank 2 people who actually got me back into. I may as well bring up Stanley Parable as well. 2 people who got me back into speedrunning Stanley Parable is Dunstay, who made Ungus, and Paulister. They both got me back into running Stanley Parable, so that was hype. And then LA Noire, just fantastic game. But that's all from me.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, and we are going to be hopping back to the intermission screen here as we get set up for the next run, which is going to... Hello, everybody. We are back with Shadowverse Champions Battle by Starwind X9. Take it away.
Quick introduction. I love it. And I believe the winner of the bid war was the female protagonist. So that is what I'm going to be playing today. There's a little bit of a lead up, so I'm just going to go straight into it. And then I'll let School introduce herself. So timer actually starts on the confirmation of the name. So we're just going to do that. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So School, actually, you wanna say hi while we skip some cutscenes?
Hi.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is School, and I am not a speedrunner of this children's card game, but I do speedrun another children's card game, and I'm excited to be on the couch yet again for Starwind today.
We just can't get enough of each other. And until they make another like Tag Force game, you know, I guess I'm just not in it. I'm not in it. But yeah. So quickly, so for this category, Bronze Cup, this is kind of like the first major tournament of this game. So this is let's see how many degrees separated this is. So this is based on the anime, which is based on the mobile card game. So we're like two frames removed. We have a fun self-insert character. The actual anime protagonist is our fun red-haired boy to the side of us, Hero. And honestly, it's a long game. So Bronze Cup is just kind of going through your first major like tournament arc. So, and who doesn't love a good tournament arc? So the setup for the story is, again, this is a self-insert story, so you're just kind of like this new kid who transferred into school mysteriously at the same time that Hero and the gang are checking out the Shadowverse Club. And as a part of our first day of school, the first thing we did was forget our phone. And I mean, we can't play a free-to-play mobile card game without our mobile phone. So I'm actually going to head over and pick that up. And the fun thing is I can't even adjust my options because the phone like is my options. So we'll go through, do that, and then we'll jump into some tutorials.
It's our everything. We really can't do anything without it these days, can we? My students will literally use the office phone to call their families and make their families drop off their cell phone.
I can't like throw shade because like I had one work trip where I lost my phone, and I did feel like I had lost an arm basically. So I get it. It makes sense.
Me too. I'm really just a middle schooler at heart.
I had a friend guess that I was like half my age, and I was like, maybe I don't need to use this PNG tuber after all. But
biggest compliment though.
Yeah, I know, right? you know, just play children's card games and just eventually that just makes you look young. So the main settings I have to change is just all of the like animations and stuff that the game plays. There'll still be a few, so like evolutions. There'll be a few. You'll still get the flavor. Like we're gonna get the Saturday morning cartoon flair, but there is just a lot of unnecessary. Like, are you sure you want to do this type of pop-ups that happen? As well as there's cool like anime intros for several of the cards, which I would show off, but that would make the run probably like an hour longer, and it's already a long run. So we got to school, and everyone here is obsessed with Shadowverse, and we said, hey, we don't know what Shadowverse is. And so Hero, being a good friend, immediately stole our phone and installed the game, and now we are forced into a tutorial. School, do you want to give some basics while I try to mash this tutorial?
Yes, it's so funny every time you ask me to do that, because I've done it now, I think, like 3 times, and I still haven't played the game myself, so I'll do my best. On the right side, there's a green meter that sort of acts as your mana or resources available to you. So, for example, when we reach 2 mana, we'll be able to play cards that have a 2 or lower indicated on the upper left-hand side of the card. And I think the other things that are important to me are the blue numbers. The blue numbers indicate the card's attack strength, and the red is its health. So the goal is pretty much the same as Yu-Gi-Oh! In the way that we want to deplete our opponent's life points to 0, as indicated at the top number on the right side of the opponent's head. But not similarly, newly summoned monsters have summoning sickness, and Star has to wait a turn to choose to attack their opponent directly, which they can do instead of having to beat through each monster. The only exception to that, to my limited understanding, is if the opponent plays ward cards.
You are
Have we seen
correct.
one of those yet?
The ward just popped up, so I had the ward and the spell, so the spell is kind of what I use to bypass the ward. But you are 100% correct. I'm gonna give 1 second for this unskippable cutscene to play out, because I love this cutscene, and there's not enough of this in the game.
Then equip your phone.
Okay, so what you're saying, 100% correct. So the ward is the only way you could necessarily prevent attacking your opponent. There are cards that can't be targeted. That's not necessarily a big deal. And then you were correct, basically calling the red status health. It's technically defense, but you were more correct that it operates like health. So we've kind of seen everything, with the exception of the other items that are going to pop up during this tutorial, which is amulets, evolutions, and card effects. So now I'm gonna mash through this. I'm making a big deal out of this, but it literally is annoying. Like, the game will just keep telling me to, like, no, click this button. So if I do not do things exactly as the game asks me to do it, they will just kind of tell me, no, go ahead, hit this. So I do have to pay attention to these tutorials.
Right, and that makes sense because time loss is bad, right? It looks like someone has said, this is just like Hearthstone. And you know, like, when I was watching you do this for the first time, I was watching you do it completely blind. And the only card game experience that I really have is Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is really not like anything else. And then I have played Digimon and Gundam, which Gundam is actually where I see the most
Speaking of not doing exactly what the tutorial asks, it's like, no, you will pick this card.
Give me that.
Go ahead, I interrupted you. Sorry, I was just laughing at myself.
Okay. I was watching. I'm looking at that shield that we see over the blue-haired anime girl is a ward card, and Star's gonna have to beat through that first before they are able to attack Hero directly. But I am interested to learn from other people. I'm sure that we've got other card game players in the chat. For you guys to tell us what mechanics you see in Shadowverse so far that looks similar to something that you have in your card game, because I don't really know a lot about card games outside of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Digimon, and Gundam.
Yeah, I feel like this is like a very modern style of card game, because yes, I used to only play like Yu-Gi-Oh! And such. So I feel like this is kind of like what I see more often than not, but like, honestly, looking at what you've done with, like, I don't think I've watched you play Digimon, but I've watched you play Gundam. You know, that's kind of similar to what, like, I see that with, like, Cardbite and, like, Vanguard, so there's still, I think there's still that divide of, honestly, the way I think of it is, like, big number versus small number card games.
Right.
And this is very much a small number card game. We are not going to be trying to knock out 8,000 life points like if this was Yu-Gi-Oh!
You know what's crazy though? I think I could do math better with Yu-Gi-Oh! Big numbers than small numbers. Like for Gundam, like let's say I have a gun like an RX-78 that is a 6/5, 6 attack, 5 health. It's the same as Shadowverse. And I'm looking at a monster or a Gundam that I can kill that's like 4/3, and I have to do the math. I'm like, okay, 6 minus 4.
You get those
it's
like
crazy.
You get those like chunky round numbers with Yu-Gi-Oh though, because it's like this is 1,000 or it's 1,500 or it's 2,000.
Yeah, it's satisfying to see 8,000 life points go away all at one time.
Start by opening the deck code.
All right, so I have yet another tutorial. I'll set it up real quick, and Card, I can hand it off to you. We're just going to quickly do the like building a deck tutorial. They're gonna force me to try to build this deck even though I can't. One of the ways you can get cards is by dueling, so I'm gonna jump straight into dueling instead of finishing the tutorial. But Carter, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a mention. We did get a donation that came in. We got a $100 donation from Anonymous. No comment, but they ended up covering the entirety of the incentive for Crisis Core Watch Chapter 3 flashback cutscenes. So
Heck yeah, that is awesome. Crisis Core is amazing, so I'm all here for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anon.
All right, so
This is what Shadowverse is all about.
yeah, so we clearly explained the tutorials perfectly, so you know that this is what Shadowverse is all about. I don't know. Should I just kind of lock in? Do you want to talk, or just ask me some questions, School?
Yeah, I think I might have asked you this before, but I just love asking this question to all speedrunners playing pretty much like any game. How did you get into speedrunning a card game, or just like speedrunning this game?
I love this game, and normally this is my spiel at the end, but hosting for you is what made me think maybe I should try running a game.
Oh God!
And so, yeah. Like
I did not ask that to fish that out of you, by the way. I always forget that you say that. It makes me feel so happy every time.
Yeah, no, it's you know, your adage of just pick a game you like and run it. That's what I did. So this is one of like the first games I streamed as well, because I wanted an excuse to play a bunch of the like post-game content. And so like I beat the game, like I did almost everything, and then I'm like, I'm just gonna stream this game a bunch while I'm doing like post-game, like trying to clean up every side quest, collect every card, whatever. And then yeah, I looked up kind of like what the run of this is, what it looks like, and then mainly was like, okay, this seems like feasible, and that's it. It's not an inspiring story necessarily, but as Hero is wanting to be a jerk to me right now, I could have taken about like a turn earlier.
I think I'm pretty much the same way. I'm like, okay, what game do I like enough to spend hundreds upon hundreds of hours in?
Exactly.
And then I do the same thing. I look at, you know, like a recent run of it. I'm like, that was pretty cool. Never tried that before. Let me do it myself. And the feeling of doing it yourself for the first time, there's really nothing like it. So I'm just going to say the same thing here. If there's a game that you like and you want to get into speedrunning, just
do it.
Just do it.
Just do it. You know, not every game is a good speed game, but if you enjoy playing it, just enjoy playing it.
I think card games are perfect speed games because there are plenty of moments where you can blame the game and not yourself.
As I mess up more tutorials. It's so slow. It's so slow. We're almost done. We're almost done.
We can't mess up card game tutorials unless we get a game over, which we haven't. And to my knowledge, we actually cannot game over in this game technically. So
you cannot.
Can never lose.
Yeah, I could just say rematch. Like we will get to the Bronze Cup one way or another, and when I get to that final, if I happen to lose, I'm just gonna say no, rematch. and we will eventually win.
Creating a deck.
We're just a little bit of a sore loser.
Now you need to
Yeah.
save your deck. Once you've made a new deck, and
All right, I could breathe now. There was a stream. I think I lost like a solid minute to me like mashing and not realizing they were telling me the same thing over and over again.
okay.
Because they're just like, yeah, go ahead, click this now. No, click this now. And I'm like, I'm not paying attention. I don't have the game audio very loud, and then yeah, so I'm mashed through a ton of menus, but we're about to be set loose in the world. So they tutorialize several things there, like building your deck, and oh, it's the wrong pickup. I'm messing things up already. Now here's a good example of why you pick up only certain things. Some of them are really long. So we actually buy a few cards as a part of this run. This is like one of 2 shops we'll make. I'll buy card packs throughout, but there are 2 very important cards, like as far as like my deck build, and it just so happens that they are very cheap. So it's just one of those things where we go out of our way, like we'll take the 30 seconds or whatever to shop just so that we get them. They are both cards that have Storm, and Storm, which I don't think I usually explain during my runs, Storm is basically what bypasses your summoning sickness. So that Blood Wolf that I purchased, why that card is so good is that I can play it and then immediately attack with it. So it's a very important card for my deck. And then the other card that I will purchase when I do a run through town very shortly also is a card with Storm. So it's a very good late game card, and that's also why I play the deck that I do.
All right, Chad, it's time for you to tell us what the Storm equivalent keyword would be in your card game. In Digimon?
In Magic, is that trample?
Rush. I don't know what trample is.
I think
Digimon is definitely rush.
Well, this game also has a rush. Because
What
there's
does that
rush
do?
and storm. So storm means you can attack your opponent directly, and rush means you can attack your followers directly. So both are about bypassing your summoning sickness. It's similar to when you evolve. When you evolve, you gain rush. And I stopped myself before I accidentally forgot to do my first deck at it. So give me 1 second here. I'm gonna crack a few packs. And I was gonna say, like, see how this first deck build goes, but it's kind of just gonna be what it is. I have a hard time believing we're gonna get anything super exciting, but we'll see. The Isla is a really good pickup. I'll take that. Get rid of you. Definitely getting rid of you.
Star is using a Dragoncraft deck, which can sort of skip levels and ramp up more quickly than any other class to play super powerful cards.
Yes, it's got big main character energy. Because it's the main character's deck. So yeah,
And
you
a
were
good theme to boot.
Oh yeah. So you you were calling out the green points, those play points. You're 100% correct. So the main thing that Dragoncraft does is gain empty play points. Basically, that just means you kind of play a card that costs a certain number of points, so that you have like X amount like ready for your next turn. So, like you said, essentially skipping levels. Yeah. So we went through all this trouble to find the Shadowverse Club, because that's the president there in the middle. He's so much of a nothing that people don't even acknowledge that he's there. But regardless, the student council's here to shut us down, so we're trying to stop them because you can't disband us already. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to try to have something here.
You can't disband us already.
See, that line would have worked way better if I actually timed that better. But yeah, the main thing that happens in like that early game is you can roll again those initial 3 cards that you draw. With all the decks that we're playing, the opening is very important, especially given the fact that we're trying to speedrun this game. And so even if there are solid cards that I would like that Fafnir is amazing and I would love to have it, I would also be sad if the match went long enough that I could play it. So we're always going to try to mulligan for low-cost cards, with the exception of like 1 or 2 instances where there's something maybe I just want to ensure is going to be in my hand that might be a good matchup against someone specifically.
If only mulliganing worked like that in other card games.
If only the mulliganing actually gave me cards I wanted when I mulligan. I can't count how many times I've been like, all right, you know, this is okay, but I could do something better, and then I instantly mulligan into a worse hand.
Yeah, very relatable experience. What is like what would be like your god hand that you're hoping to see with what you have now, maybe?
I'm gonna skip forward to like the deck that I'll be building for like the majority of my run, because you'll see me fishing for this hand, and that is specifically what you want to see is like a 1, 2, 3 to start, so you know you have literally your first, second, and third turn ready. But also the thing I want to have is my cards that either storm or rush. So like the faster I can get my cards out and dealing damage, the better. So that is like the optimal hand. So if we're talking specifically about this deck and Dragoncraft in general, like your opening hand that you want is you want Dragon Oracles in your hand. And Dragon Oracles is a spell card that gives you those empty play points. So basically for 2 play points, you can have +2 more your next turn. So that's kind of the card I'm fishing for early with some of these.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
To a Gundam player, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
to
totally.
Me.
Fast out the gate. And actually, we're going to do an evolution here because this should give me just enough damage. This card, which is going to be one of the main cards for my Dragoncraft deck, gains +2 attack when it's on offense. And so that's always the mental math that I have to do, is knowing that that card's always going to do 2 damage more. And then I also evolved into that attack. Basically, an evolution, more times than not, will give you a +2/2 to your stats. Not every time, but again, more often than not, that's the kind of mental math you can do. So we defended our honor, and now they're saying, you know, they're going to give us some certain conditions to maintain the club. That is to recruit enough members so that we have a proper club. You need to have at least 7 members. And they said we need to win nationals. So for this run, we're not going to win nationals, but hey, we're going to win the Bronze Cup. So that's something. That's a win in my book. Quickly there, as you wrap up, this is the end of Chapter 1. You kind of go back to your dorm between chapters or major story events. And the person that gave us our phone in the very like intro of the game, he always wants to talk to you, see how your day went. So I always kind of just scoot around kind of through the middle of the seating in the lobby, and that way I kind of skip that like dialogue sequence that'll pop up every time. You might see it again if I need to sneak out later. A lot of the storytelling happens via these those kind of texts. This game's got a lot of Persona vibes. When I submit this game, I always say, you know, this game is like 1/2 Persona and then 1/2 Hearthstone, because, you know, you kind of have this like school life thing going on. You have like a time of day system. Eventually, once you're kind of just in the game in general, you are going through like, all right, this is before class, this is after class, this is the evening. And you have certain things you can do during those times. And then obviously, I mean, you saw the Hearthstone part of this. So the fun of this is, you know, how I like work around the schedule of everything. You'll see some of that come into play kind of late in the run, where we can kind of push the story kind of simultaneously through multiple, kind of like the A and B plot at the same time. And it kind of skips like an entire day of school, which, given the way this works, you can see why that is a significant time save. Another reoccurring bit here is, I know I skipped through it very quickly, but I love that, like, the main character, for whatever reason, their response frequently is, like, cats. Like, what do you like most, or whatever. But the prompt was like, okay, we need to recruit new members. Who should we ask? And the 2 responses are, let's ask some first years, or let's ask some cats. And I just love that. It comes up like, yeah, I love cats. But that is a reoccurring bit. Like, there is a lot of just silly dialogue. Another good one is, like, someone kind of, like, surprises you. And, I would pick it, but it's, like, the second option, so it takes that split second longer and it'll probably mess up my menuing. But one of the options is just stranger danger. It's like, the team...
like a pretty good hand.
The team
Sorry,
localizing
I didn't
this
mean to
probably had a lot of fun. No, this is a solid opening, right? You can see the 1, 2, 3. I have a 4. That Dragon Warrior is something I want to evolve, so it's ready there to evolve as soon as possible. Yeah, that's a good. I mean, that's a good note. I was just blabbing. But we have a really good setup here against our opponent, who is a Shadowcraft. And for Shadowcraft, you can see the box in the top right. That is their. I think it's they call them souls. It is basically a secondary currency. So just like you have play points to summon monsters, you also have souls to have to perform necromancy, and it's basically secondary effects. So I never explained Dragoncraft. We talked a little bit about like the meta of Dragoncraft, but the special ability of Dragoncraft is Overflow, and that's the chained up number in my bottom left. And basically, once that number counts down to 0, which we can speed up by gaining new play orbs, we will get other secondary effects. So a lot of the times they'll make it so our cards are stronger, gain, like a couple of them will gain ward, or maybe like storm or rush. And in general, it's kind of, that's when the Dragoncraft deck wakens up. Yeah, they're just stalling us out. They have a... I'm holding onto my spell card because they have a pretty strong ward they could throw out, but they seem to not want to use it. I would try to knock them out, but I don't have anything that could storm, so we're gonna go one more turn. And I'm waiting.
Seems like they play pretty slow, but it can snowball pretty quickly.
Yes. Speaking of a big ward just being thrown out to bother me. That is very much how Shadowverse works. I've mentioned it to you, and I know that you've called it out specifically in the past. This game is all about just wild swings. You will go from like your entire side of the field is full. I didn't mean to evolve there. But you will see frequently where it's like my back is against the wall, I have like no cards, they have all their cards, and I'll like wipe the board and just completely turn things around.
Like you just did?
Yeah. There'll be a lot of that. There'll be a lot of like, all right, board is full, we're gonna wipe everything out. It's also why we don't want these duels to go long, because that's when you really start seeing like a ton of cards going into play. Just, yeah, I mean, it gets risky really quickly. Some of these fights get... I mean, there's a reason why I've never attempted to run Gold Cup, because that honestly kind of scares me with some of those late game battles.
I've never asked you this question, but the levels that you gain after you defeat somebody,
yeah,
does it reset if you use like a different deck?
Those levels
does it
are
mean anything?
Yeah, so those levels are by deck. That's a fantastic question. So you have like a level that's like associated with each deck. So like after each match, you'll see me leveling up. So once I swap off of Dragoncraft, you'll see me start back from level 1. Honestly, the easiest way to explain it, it's almost like a battle pass. You level up, you unlock rewards. There's kind of like a couple of side quests associated to your level. So there are certain people who will challenge you if you are a certain level of a certain class. But mainly it's just there for rewards. So you'll level up, you'll see me unlock cards. Yeah. But even if I lose, I will. Yeah, even if I lose, that's why I love an offline game. Even if I lose, I'll still get money and experience. So it's one of those things. Like I said, I can always reset. And yeah, I will still be gaining money, and I will still be gaining experience to ensure that I have more cards to work with in the future, and money to buy packs as we kind of like wrap up the run.
So we not only can't lose, we just keep getting money.
Yeah, basically.
Why can't real life be like this?
I just need to fail my way up, but you know, not in this children's video game.
Isn't demonic armor lovely?
Did that child say that, or did that card say that?
That's the card. That is the card.
Oh, okay.
You'll hear a lot of that card. I'm sorry in advance that you'll hear a lot of that card.
Calamity is born again! Is that all you've got?
Yeah, so the kind of core card that gets reused a lot in the Dragoncraft deck specifically is the Dragon Warrior that you saw me evolve. My opponent has a Wardrobe Raider, and that is kind of my most used card on the Bloodcraft side of things.
I live by the sword.
And similarly, I mean, it operates very similarly. When it evolves, it deals damage on evolution.
What a drag.
Oh, you are really just dragging this fight out, like you said. All right, so we're gonna do this. I'm throwing out a ward just to try to keep something alive, but I'm also going to probably force a trade here. Yeah, it still has 5 damage.
Is that all you've got?
But I'm trying to keep at least 1 card alive. I literally just need 1 hit.
That one is staring us both in the face. I'm just staring at it.
Yeah, and unfortunately this is a deck where I don't have good, like, rushes and everything else, so there's really not much I can do. I am going to throw another evolution out because I need this Implancer to go away. And at this point, I'm long on the split anyways. Go ahead.
I know that we're going to be using Dragoncraft for a majority of this run, but when you're deck building, does that mean that you only have Dragoncraft related cards, or can you kind of mix and match like Dragoncraft, Swordcraft, blah blah, Runecraft, and Bloodcraft?
That is a great question. So you cannot mix and match, but there is a neutral type. So every class is its own set of cards. So again, this really goes back to the Hearthstone of it all. So we have to use cards according to our class, but there is a pool of neutral cards that any class can use. Okay, now I can finally end that. That was the worst I've ever seen that fight go. And actually, the opening and ending is Dragoncraft. Spoilers for the ending of the run. But this deck that we actually fought against, that specific Bloodcraft deck is what I'm going to run most of this game with. So it's kind of a convenient thing that one of the built-in runs, or one of the built-in battles early in the game is against a Bloodcraft user, so you can get one of those starter decks. The school courtyard is like the tutorial area. So they like purposely have you like start there. You're supposed to battle everyone because there's like one of every class, and they even tell you you need to battle someone, and once you defeat them, you can use that class as well. So you're meant to kind of walk around the courtyard and literally battle everyone. But thankfully, the Bloodcraft tutorial match is the same person who we were forced into that encounter just there. That is the only other shop I'm going to do.
Just a casual card terminal in the middle of the city.
It's a shadow vendor, which makes it sound way more ominous.
It really does.
It's like, are you going to the vending machine? No, I'm going to my shadow vendor. I just needed some more Bloodcraft decks. Just you know, get it. I just need a Blood Wolf and an Alucard just to get me through the day. All right. Again, any of the cutscenes that are just like in game, you can't skip. I can skip everything else. I can skip the like actual animated stuff. Here we're just hanging out. So this is always my water check. So I've been going for 30 minutes. Perfect time. Grab a drink.
Guess I better find somewhere to hide.
And in the meantime, I can talk about how this trope is just, this gets me every time. This is the part I look forward to every time.
There's like so many like overdone anime tropes in this, and I love it.
It's like purposeful though. You know, it really is trying to be Saturday morning cartoon. Like, I remember you mentioning there was a clip from this game that actually went viral, right? And there was a voice actor who was getting some criticism because they didn't deliver the lines a little more seriously.
Yeah, it was when this game first came out. It kind of got ravaged in reviews. People were like, "Oh, this game is like terrible," and there's a specific line that's like really corny. I forget which line it is, and I can tell you, even if it was in this run, I'm going to skip it because I skip everything. But yes, you're right. Like, somebody was like quote tweeting to dunk on the voice actor, and you specifically said like, yeah, the directors said we're going for like a Saturday morning kids show. So I honestly feel like they nail it. It's cheesy. It's
comfy.
I mean, yeah, like this is what this game is. I don't know what you're expecting, you know. It's I don't know. I also love Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't think that I think the voice acting in Yu-Gi-Oh is great. I also don't think that like the writing is necessarily that great. It's why Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is so relatable, because it's you can watch that and be like, no, this is what I hear in my head sometimes when I'm like watching this show.
Yeah, it's mega ironic. I love the original writing too, though. It's just fun to laugh at, and there's definitely points still in like the original where I'm like, wow, that was profound.
Yeah, I mean it's still fun. Like there's nothing wrong with enjoying something for what it is. I've never been one for like, you know, dunking on something or irony. I can acknowledge the fact that this is a silly game for kids, and I also acknowledge the fact that I just love this game to death. All right.
I'm gonna find that quote, by the way. I'm just so curious. I don't know what it is.
It's Kazuki's voice actor. I can tell you that much.
I'm gonna find it.
All right, so we're about to do our first major deck build, so I'm going to swap over to that Bloodcraft deck. So as a part of that, I was grabbing a couple packs here at the arena, and I'm going to open up also all the packs I've been picking up from these data boxes, and I'm going to go ahead and create the kind of deck that I'm going to be running for quite a bit. I ended up routing in a couple of edits just for a little bit of marathon safety, I guess is the best way to put it. But in general, like this basic Bloodcraft deck, we're gonna make some minor edits, but this is what we run with. You see the Lilith only got the one Blood Wolf. Let's see if I got any of the spells. I'll take one Demonic Strike. That's better than nothing. And Alucard, only the one Alucard. Alright, so I need something else early on to add to my deck. I think I'm just going to go with the Lilith and we'll call it there. So I can tell you, certainly not the lucky build that I had yesterday. I was telling school while we were getting warmed up that I actually PB'd during my practice run yesterday, so now I'm like scared that I'm just gonna that was all of my luck. But you know, everything is viable, but there are certainly some cards you would like to see just to help speed things up, and that is some of those cards with Rush or Storm, and then it's also some of our spell cards. So you saw me specifically fishing for spell cards. I got only one, but there's a couple built into this deck, so you'll see me employ them as much as I can.
What does Alucard do that makes you want it?
Yeah, it's literally just it's a 4/4 Storm. You just want any card that can Storm.
Gotcha.
So it's a solid card, and then also it will heal you. So its ability in Vengeance, which is a good segue into the special ability of Bloodcraft, which is Vengeance. I have a chained up number on the left yet again, but this time it's related to my health points. So I just took down 2, so now I'm at 18, so that number is now an 8. And so a lot of the deck is going to be about damaging myself down to get into Vengeance, then healing myself back up to kind of like get me back into safety. And so Alucard is one of those cards that not only storms, but it heals you. So you'll see this a lot, where it's the early cards tend to hurt you, where the late game cards tend to heal you. So you kind of move quickly, damage yourself down, get into Vengeance, which lets you move that much faster, and then try to heal yourself back up before they take you out. I actually had One of the hardest fights is a Bloodcraft mirror match towards the end of the run. I know school's seen me curse about that small child who bullies me. I managed to beat her in like 3 turns because she had like the perfect setup as far as damaging herself down, and then I had the perfect setup as far as like being able to do some like instant direct damage. And so she like took herself down to like 9 HP, and I had exactly 9 HP worth of like damage in my hand. And that was like that was like a gold split I'm never gonna be able to replicate.
My beauty. Hey,
so
that's a lot of snowmen.
Yeah, so Runecraft. So Runecraft doesn't necessarily have a special ability. It's just the fact that Runecraft has so many different spells that have specific synergies. So things you will see is spell boosting, which is where every time you play a spell, something gets stronger or costs less or occurs more. So the reason why there is a lot of snowmen is that summoned snow card, you can see the spell boost means it summons 1 more. So Kai's deck is kind of a mix of spell boosting and kind of not spell boosting. I'm going to play a little bit safe and throw out a ward because this has been an annoying fight so far. But then I have an Alucard and a Lancer for when I'm ready to just storm a bunch of damage. But I just wanted it. I wanted to tank like at least a couple of hits.
The providence of time is mine to wield.
As they get rid of my ward.
I feel slushy. I feel slushy.
So the thing you deal with Runecraft decks is they're a little bit deceptive. You don't quite know what they have in their hand. And frequently they will be able to throw out something that is either very expensive or deals a lot of damage. And it's not like you see things on the field for a long time. Here's another card, spell boosted at a 9/9. So yeah, that's the scary part of dealing with Runecraft decks.
That is big.
Yeah, just
I know
wait.
in your notes you have watch out for the Rune Blade Summoner.
Yep, that sure is the signature card.
Let's defile the battlefield.
Alright. Alright. I actually I'm gonna reset quickly. So
Looks like I lost this one.
I threw myself into Vengeance and I didn't have any cards to like take advantage of that, and I thought I was gonna be able to storm the damage, but I miscalculated how much I had. So this again shows that even this pivotal battle, I'm just gonna hit reset. And we're gonna run this one back. I had a slow.
That's fine. We can't lose.
Yeah, I had a slow start, and the only card that could have dealt with that Runeblade Summoner was my Crimson Purge that I didn't have the play points to play at the time.
Observe how a true genius plays his cards.
He also went first.
Oh, that's for later.
In case we haven't seen this, yeah.
That's for later.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that later, but
don't give me that like stress quite yet. Alright. Yeah, but you can kind of see the not quite literal double-edged sword, but how the Bloodcraft works. So not only was I just taking hits, not necessarily on purpose, but I just wasn't going out of my way to not get hit. But I'm also damaging myself down, so you'll see me go down to half health in like 1 or 2 turns. And then you kind of have to hope that you have the cards to kind of pull yourself back out of that. So that was an area where I just went too aggressive and didn't really have anything to counter. Literally myself.
Massacre.
But I was struggling with a slow setup, so that honestly, if I was like really trying to go for a PB, this is something where I would have probably reset anyways, just because of you want these early fights to go quick.
But my will abides.
You can evolve.
Are there any duels where you can like give up and restart that you would be willing to take for a PB, or at this point are you at the point where it's like, if I'm not winning all of the fights first try, I should just reset?
So my PB still has 3 losses. And one of those being one where I saw that the duel was getting a little out of hand and I did a reset on. So, honestly, right now, yeah, I would be willing to roll with anything. But if I was trying to get onto the leaderboard, or higher on the leaderboard, I would have to reset anytime a match is lost.
My blood is spilled. Just as I calculated.
Yeah, when you're looking at like the top 1 and 2 times for this game, I think the difference is like 30 seconds.
Wow. That's close for something so like variable?
Yep.
I was
2 different deck builds too. First place I believe is Shadowcraft, second place is Bloodcraft.
Is that just preference, or is that due to time and different strategies that have kind of developed since, I think this game released in 2021?
Yes, 2021 or 2020, it's been a minute. And yes, it was routing, so Bloodcraft is kind of the new route that folks use. Shadowcraft was what people originally used, so there are people who still play that just kind of got used to that routing. And so, yeah, it's a matter of the card you get, so there's always going to be a lot of variance. I'm assuming that like most runs, people will be in that kind of like somewhere around that like hour 50-ish mark for the top runners fairly consistently. But to get to that like 135, which I think is world record, that is when you have a run where you get every card you want, you get some really lucky draws, you go undefeated. So it's one of those where when I've been able to talk to at least one of the other runners, because this is obviously not the most active game in the world, you know, a lot of the talk is, yes, you kind of grind away at this game and then you'll get that lucky run, and then that's the one you're ready to submit to a leaderboard. But as much as the RNG can be bad for trying to get your PB, it's why I run this game. Like, I love the fact that I am constantly drafting a deck on the fly. I'm constantly adapting to what my opponents have. Like, school has my notes, so I know, like, roughly what my opponent's decks are, their signature cards, what to look out for. But how the actual matches play out, you know, they're random, yeah. So...
I'm looking at them. I'm looking at the notes. Chapter 3. Still can't fast travel immediately after the chapter. I'm reading the notes, y'all. In case you missed it at the beginning when we were doing introductions, I do not speedrun this game, and I am not even a Shadowverse player. I just love being on the couch for Star because Star is amazing, and also the few times that I have commentated on this game, it's just so fun because even though I've never played it, I already know everything that's going to happen because of the tropes. Why did she run away? Actually,
you know, we were asking her. She looked like she was tired or unwell or something. So we were asking if she was okay, and she was saying that no, she is perfectly fine.
I'm fine.
Yeah,
Leave
exactly.
me alone.
Exactly.
Oh my god. We're coming up to my favorite part then.
Yes. So, I'm not gonna do the pop quiz, pun intended. But I do want to call out specifically. So I made the comparison earlier about like, hey, this has got a lot of Persona vibes. Well, Chapter 3 is basically our S-Link chapter. We have to go through and basically do these character side quests, which play out kind of like your social links in Persona. So everyone has a kind of a unique storyline. Kai's is kind of, he loves like reading and like classic like detective stories, and so it makes sense that we're investigating a mystery. So his first side quest is who broke the vase. So we collect all this evidence. We talk to everyone to get their alibi, and then eventually we can know who did it, who broke the vase. Well, that's right, it was a cat. I can no longer quiz school because I've done that joke for school too many times now. And I will also say that, you know, if you aren't skipping through the dialogue, it is plainly obvious that it is a cat because of like the evidence is like, oh, you see like scratch marks and some fur and like a collar or something. So it's a little bit silly, but it kind of goes back to the through line of like cats kind of being all over this game, and I just love that.
It could have been him. I swear that guy's a horse, Ray.
Yes. No. So we did. So we did
always bring it up.
Yes. So we did look it up. Yes. Yes. So Ray is like one of the characters that gets featured in Musume. We've made that into a meme.
We did that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, my memory is so horrible. I'm looking this up right now. Ray Shadowverse Uma Musume.
Yeah. That's where like one of the crossover is.
Oh wow. Yeah, I was looking at some Easter eggs for for this game in particular, and I saw that they did a couple of different little crossovers. One of them I was surprised by. They did one with JJK, the Jujutsu Kaisen.
I didn't know that. So they do crossovers. Yeah, they do crossovers with their other games. So Furyu, which is the like developer behind this, you know, they run a ton of popular games. So they do crossovers with their own games. So like even a lot of the cards pull from like Grand Blue, like that's their more popular game, and so you see like a ton of monsters and stuff pulling directly from Grand Blue. But yeah, I did not know Jujutsu Kaisen. That's an interesting one. But I'm only aware of one crossover with the main mobile game, and that is this game. So like the one time I've like actually put time into the actual like main Shadowverse TCG, like the game that people think of when I say I play Shadowverse, is when they did a crossover event for Champions Battle. So I unlocked generic main character here, and Ray and I think Hiro as like profile pictures, and then I think you get like Hiro's version of his Crimson Dragon. But yes, I haven't played a ton of it. My main gripe, and the reason why I like this game more, is I just want to have all the cards. It's really handy.
Yep.
I was talking to someone else about this, and it was just like, it's really easy to play a game like this when it's like, okay, it's the base game plus 2 expansions. For this speedrun, it's just the base game. So at this point, like, I know every card that's out in the pool. I know how I want to build my decks. It's just convenient in that way. And then, like, I can kind of just keep playing this game forever, because it's just, you know, I'll randomly duel the AI. I collect all the cards. It's just, it's more satisfying that way than being like, all right, I got to do my dailies so I can do a poll on the gacha to see if I get the booster pack I want.
Or spending real doubloons on physical cards that are really nice and pretty.
I do want some physical cards. I've said this before, but there will be a day where, so someone that is a frequent host for other speedrun marathons is a voice actor in this game. And so there was actually a marathon where I was hosting, and he was the the host after me. So we were chatting a little bit in the standby room, and I mentioned, I was like, oh yeah, I speedrun Shadowverse. And he's like, oh yeah, I like that game. I was in that game. And I was like, I'm gonna have to track you down one day so I can just like have like, I'm gonna make you like sign one of the Bloodcraft cards. He plays the Bloodcraft player. We unfortunately won't see his character more than like a split second, but he also voices like half of the generic male opponents we play, so it's one of those things where once you hear someone's voice, you can't unhear it.
I know exactly what you mean.
The other thing that I'm very exacting of right now is dealing with this Flame Destroyer.
A 9/6.
Yeah,
it's pretty big.
It's a 7/7, but I believe I think it's either 10 play points or 20. So you have to spell boost it down. But yes, it's a natural 7/7, and I never want to see that thing come out. She has 3 in her deck, and I've seen her use all 3.
Wait, that's it?
This is like a good example, though, of like how all the spell boosting stuff works, because Like, she is having long turns and doing so many things specifically because she spell boosts. But I'm going to take a quick evolution here with that spell I did get, which attacks directly. Got down to the point where I could do a quick evolution and attack.
Nice.
Again, things flip very quickly in this game. So I didn't talk about like kind of the stories. So I gave like a little bit of Kai's backstory of his whole like wanting to play detective. We went through memories real quick, which was a bummer because I didn't call out the you know, her being, you know, all shy because we're on a date. But Mimori's kind of quest line is she's a big fan of Alice, who seems a lot like that person we mysteriously bumped into. And she wants to kind of be an actress in a play. So her kind of story arc is all about her, you know, gaining the confidence to take on a leading role. For Kazuki, he was injured. He was the star of the baseball team. He was injured. He started playing Shadowverse when he couldn't play sports anymore. And so, you know, you kind of hang out with him and trying to make like he's really big and getting in like other beginners into Shadowverse and stuff. So he's a good guy. He's a good guy. And then people will try to get him back into the baseball team. You know, he's naturally gifted at baseball and sucks at Shadowverse. And he's kind of shows you that it's okay if you love the thing you love. It's fine to pursue it, even if you're not going to be the best. And then now we have Hiro's side quest, where we are picking up flyers for this old man that we kindly give back, but then he hurts his back again as we try to leave, so we offer to see him home. And it just so happens that that old man is Hiro's grandfather. So I mentioned that this is based off the anime. Hiro's the main character in the anime, so they don't quite get to do like his backstory and like his story in general. Because of having the self-insert. So his side story kind of gives the background of his character. So it's like why he has the cards he has, stuff like that. Because his parents, who are mysteriously gone, also happen to work on the game. And so he has a cool modified phone with a bunch of prototype cards. And he is not cheating at all.
Enemy protagonists don't cheat.
Yeah, I was googling something about this game earlier, and somebody was like, it's like Shadowverse Champions Battle fixes like the one glaring error with Hiro as a character, and is the fact that he can lose in this game because in the anime he never loses. And it's because he just always has just like that one more card, which is also why his specific card is like broken, because they had to kind of take the weird effects they gave it in the anime and try to apply it to the card game. So like it's literally is like if it's like the last card in your hand, it gets stronger and then it automatically evolves and then like destroys every other card. It is so wild, but it's like it's almost mechanically meant to just be like Heart of the Cards. So I can't.
Is it like a made-up anime card, or is it?
It was
real
not.
And he just happens.
It was not an existing card. I don't know if it ever came to the game other than in the crossover event. But it was not a pre-existing card. A lot of the rest of these are pre-existing cards. That is just one they needed. They needed a cool card to go with their cool main character. And then the second anime that came out later, they realized, no, they just need to do all of that. So it's like, school, you'll love it, because it's like, it's basically Yu-Gi-Oh! And Digimon. Because it's like, not only do you play the card game, but the card game has like cute little mascot characters that also like fight by your side. Yeah, so.
That sounds like everything I've ever wanted in a video game.
Wait, that's it?
I really wish, so that's the thing, is they've never made a sequel to this game. And I'm like, oh, I would love to see them do Shadowverse Flame as a game. But I think the very first time I ran this, when I was too scared to look at chat, Chat was talking about Shadowverse Flame and the card game it's specifically based off of. And that is because specifically Flame is using the physical version of Shadowverse. So like a lot of the mechanics and everything that happens with like what I'm playing here just can't be replicated in a physical card game. So after the phone game was popular, after the anime was somewhat popular, they made an actual physical version. And so once they printed that physical version, they were like, okay, we're going to do the anime again, and we're going to make sure the anime follows the rules of like a physical card game, so we can make people collect it. So the little like sauce on top was them adding cute mascot characters that were basically everywhere. So if you see my go live notifications, it's usually me like posting from that anime. So you get the cute dragons.
They didn't really have to work too hard getting me to consider buying the physical game because of the first physical real-life piece of Shadowverse that I saw was an Uma Musume collab, and I was like, this would be very tempting if this box of cards I was going to buy did not cost me $210 already.
I'm sure buying Shadowverse cards is way cheaper than a lot of the other TCGs right now.
I wonder. I'm gonna look it up.
We are the chosen
Again, so this is where like the Alucard is helpful. Like the fact that I can throw out a 4/4 and attack with it immediately is pretty clutch. So in order to qualify for the Bronze Cup, we have to be B rank. We are currently C rank. So we'll battle different opponents to kind of level up. We haven't gotten to the part where we actually do the bit where I have to go through actually leveling up and everything. But I say all of that to emphasize the fact that the rank of the person we are playing against is Master. So Seiya is the first Master rank opponent you have. This is not a like, oh, you are forced to lose this duel. You do need to win this duel. Instead, they just make you... He just kind of sandbags, which is, you know, fine for your casual playthrough, because it's like, okay, I will kind of push through this eventually. For a speedrun, Seiya's a real bummer. Because he's just got an incredibly defensive deck and just loves to drag things out. So taking him down fast is very, very appealing, and I can tell you it is not happening. This is not my day for that. And that is his signature card, and he's going to evolve it, and I am very upset about that. So he is going to take that Earth Sigil, and then he's going to steal my card. So not only does he have the abilities of being a runecraft deck, but he also uses Earth Sigils, which is kind of like an extra cost on top of everything else that's going on. And so his signature card, when it evolves, will banish a card. But since he was able to spend or do an Earth Rite, or an Earth Ritual by using an Earth Rite, he instead gets to copy my card, which is no fun. If I can just get rid of that ward, I am so close. Alright, so damage myself down, and I think I have it here. So this hits. Ah, so close. So close. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and trade just to make sure that there's a little less damage he can do. But I have enough damage between these two spells in my hands to defeat him next turn. So, yep. And he didn't even do anything, so whatever. Bye. We're done. That went a little bit long, but
close.
Yeah. He will always drag out a fight. I'm not a fan, but we're still defensive. Yeah, we're still on decent pace. Right here is usually when we're about the hour mark, because it's the next major battle that we're gonna have, which, you know, we'll get there. Getting through that is usually where I want to be, kind of close to that, like between an hour 10 and an hour 15. But yeah, so we chased down this mysterious masked duelist. You know, we have to get enough members for the Shadowverse Club, right? We have 6 members, but we were told that someone at our school was just really good And, you know, they weren't there. We saw this masked duelist, but no one we recognized from our school at all. And so, you know, we get the message in the morning, and it's like, all right, we're going to meet up again. We have to make a push. We need to make sure we recruit one more person, or else we won't have enough people for an actual club, especially with the tournaments coming up soon that we need to qualify for. And so we make one last concerted effort. So we're going to be going around. We're going to ask everyone at school. You know, there's this masked duelist that is apparently strong. They say they have a Tensei Academy uniform. We just can't imagine who they could be. And yeah, as you probably figured out, like, I don't know, 10 minutes into this run, once the characters was introduced, well, our friend Kagura just happens to look exactly like our masked duelist. So perhaps we should go up to the student council room and get to the bottom of this. So we actually have to run up there. I haven't been up to the 4th floor of the school yet. Also means I have a couple pickups to do. But I also talked about like having a safety edit. This is where I route in my safety edit. So coming up next is probably the second hardest, or maybe the hardest battle in the whole game. Kagura is just a beast. Speaking of, I'm fairly certain Holy Saber is not a real card, or if it is, that is not how it's played. But this,
I'll look it up.
This match is just built around her using Holy Saber, and I am not a fan. So I really want to have like a little bit of like extra like reassurance to my deck that I have something that can kind of take it down. I was hoping to get like another spell card or two, but this is fine. Do I want to bother with... I don't necessarily want a Demonic Storm. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of one of my Abyss Beasts. So, nothing too exciting. But I always like to see if I can get, like, a little bit more luck when it comes to dealing with this fight. And we're going to get yet another unskippable cutscene as we confront Kagura and call her out as being the masked duelist, or the masked maestro, I believe is what they say. Yeah. And remember those cool Shadowverse gauntlets that we had? You know, Hero did the cool dance and said first you activate your gauntlet. Notice how we really haven't used those much at all? Like, you see them in the duel themselves, but like when we challenge people, I always find it humorous that we just kind of like point our phones at each other.
Wait, you're right. Why do we... I didn't even think about that. We don't use our duel discs.
If you think you have what it takes to change my mind...
Why did she put it on? We already knew who she was.
Then prove it to me right now!
Okay.
It's like, okay, you're on, and then we just shove our phones at each other. It's like, I've been playing the new Pokemon game, and I love that, like, when you have the promotion matches, your, like, cell phones, like, headbutt each other. It's got very similar vibes. Oh, yes! I'm going second. Oh, gosh, I was holding my breath.
Yeah, oh my god, Jinx. I said the same thing.
Yeah, so this is a particularly difficult battle, again, because everybody has signature cards, but specifically the main characters or named characters will always have their signature card. The game doesn't necessarily cheat, but that is the one way that the game very much does cheat. So the main characters will just always play their signature card as soon as they can. And Kagura's signature card, Holy Saber, gains a pretty strong secondary effect if you have less play points than your opponent. So if I go first, it means by, like, fact, I always have more. There's no real way of avoiding it. But since I am going second, that is something I don't really have to worry about. So I would actually I'd be dealing 1 damage less to every card if I was actually going first.
It's crazy that she would stake the entirety of the way that her deck is constructed off of like a die roll, like winning the dice roll, or rock, paper, scissors, or whatever people do to determine who goes first.
Yeah, but you know, when you're top decking, you're top decking.
I live by the sword. I live by the sword.
All right, so I'm in an annoying spot here because with the wards and everything, and me just trying to draw cards, I didn't have a ton of followers, so I used one of my evolutions on a card that I wouldn't normally evolve just because I'm hoping to bait a trade here. Okay, that's specifically what I wanted to see rather than a bunch of direct attacks. So that is like the other part of what makes like Kagura like a very scary opponent. Oh, I may have to reset anyways. Ooh. Yeah, because I have like very few options as far as like what I can actually do. So I'm going to take another evolution because I need some of my later cards that I can heal with. And so I'm going to pray that she tries to trade instead of attacking me directly. Oh, this is going to end really poorly.
It's over.
Yep, she got me. The one thing the AI does, while they will take a lot of weird, unnecessary trades, the AI, you will very clearly know that you have lost when the AI starts targeting you directly, because once it is mathematically, like, they're able to defeat you, that's when you see, like, the AI just be like, okay, no, we're gonna attack directly, or we're gonna evolve aggressively, or whatever. Alright, now I go first. Alright, so we may have to do this hard mode.
Simply not an option.
When I did this yesterday, I actually did beat her first try and going first, so it is possible.
I'm feeling good about this one.
Well, she's feeling good about this one.
He's feeling hungry.
Yeah, fingers crossed. This is one where it's helpful to have a lot of spell cards, so it's kind of nice to have some of these Razory Claws in my hand already. And then I have a Dark General, which is also good late game. Oh man, and a Demonic Strike. Yeah, I actually might get quite lucky just because of the sheer number of spells. We just have a lot of direct damage in our hand, and I love to see it. So now you get to see the effect of Holy Saber, which is this shield that she puts around herself. And basically, I deal 1 damage less. So this 1 attack power goblin would do 0 damage. And with my deck being kind of weak, because it's more about kind of rushing things, that's where it gets problematic, because you'll see all of these trades where I deal 0 damage and she'll destroy my cards. So.
Prepare yourself. Calm thy fears, lost ones.
Oh, I was kind of hoping to hold out, but baiting out a evolution's not bad. I'll throw out another Dark General, why not? And I'll just go ahead and do this so I can get the Holy Saber off the board.
Mine, cowardly creatures. I have failed.
And these 2 cards alone in my hand, that accounts for 6 damage. So if I can get her down to the point, like this is 7 damage I can deal, so well, now I have 6 on the board. Oh, you're gonna, what a trade.
I'm strong because I'm good.
This is why I throw a ward in my deck every now and then, to like avoid some of these trades. But yeah, so again, I'm just trying to burst out some damage. But
she's pretty low already.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not trying to commentators curse anything, you know, but
we're in solid shape, all things considered. I'm trying to do the math. What? Because I will get a 4, so I'm going to be, yeah, 1. If I could have dealt 1 more damage, that would have been the match right there. Gabriel is a card I'm very scared of, so it coming out in this context is actually fantastic. It buffs other cards on the field, so with no other active cards, it really can't do anything. Alright, I'm gonna throw out my Abyss Beast and evolve it. Abyss Beast needs me to be in Vengeance to be worthwhile, so I'm using this purely just to have a strong card to have on the field. So she's gonna have to do something. She's out of evolutions. She's gonna heal and throw out a Holy Saber. That's what she's gonna do. That's not enough. Yep. So leave it to going first to eventually be the one that wins. So a second try Kagura is very, very good. And looking at my timing, like I'm on like a perfectly good pace. So.
Yeah, you said about this time you'd normally see maybe like a 115-ish?
115 is kind of where like my cutoff is for like a solid early game.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, it's all a matter of how the tournament goes. But yes, this is the end of chapter 3. There are 4 chapters, and chapter 4 is kind of the second half of the run. So being around halfway through my estimate means I'm right about on time. Alright, so we defeated Kagura, we convinced her to join the club. We're all happy. We're celebrating, we've saved the club, whatever. Ray, for whatever reason, just isn't excited like the rest of us. But, you know, hey, we're super stoked. And so next up is going to be qualifying for our first regional tournament. And so we're all celebrating getting enough teams or enough people to have our team, and Chapter 4 is aptly the battle for bronze, because now that's our objective, is to win the Bronze Cup. And we got a little flash of, you know, the boss for this chapter. Every chapter kind of features a boss. You kind of have that, like, signature duel. So we had Kagura before Kai in Chapter 2. And this one is the school bully known as the Phone Snatcher. Who happens to steal people's phones after challenging the Shadowverse and destroy them because he wants to be the best and doesn't want weak players to be around. There's a story here that you're not going to get that story in this speedrun. I am sorry. Reach out to me afterwards. I'll talk to you about Shadowverse for hours. But now that we've had our lovely student council president join the Shadowverse Club, we now have the soccer team who's upset that, hey, their funding got cut. You know, we were just a cost-cutting measure at school. You know, they wanted to get rid of the arts, and so the first thing they came for was the Shadowverse Club.
I know this issue very, very well.
Would you say it's appropriate for you?
For the soccer boy. Zero sympathy. I'm sure you have little parent boosters. You can get your money back that way, no problem.
Oh yeah, yeah. They can make money on concessions or whatever.
Yes, they have no idea how much game cards cost.
The forest abandoned me.
So yeah, the first thing that happens is, you know, if the trope of like the very tsundere head of the student council wasn't already enough, but then having her also be the masked duelist, but then, you know, she gets picked on for joining the club and you have to race to defend her honor, and then as you'll see, she'll immediately blow us off to be like, I didn't need your help.
Like I asked for your help or anything.
God, what are you doing? I can take care of myself.
Wait, that's it?
It's so good. Like, I laugh because it's good. I legitimately eat this up.
Isn't demonic armor lovely?
I do too. I do too.
No.
Especially those characters.
Oh, that's a bad misinput. We'll live with it. We'll live with it. This game, I move much faster than the game, so there's frequently moments where I will like end my turn before acting just because I move too quickly and it just doesn't catch my inputs. That one's a little unfortunate because I wanted the evolution effect. So my Wardrobe Raider, you've seen it many times now, but on evolution it will damage an opponent and heal me. And since it evolves, it also rushes, so it's a really good combo to like knock out your opponent's side, heal yourself, and have a strong card out. So missing that means now I'm staring down quite a few more cards, which thankfully my Implancer is kind of tanking a lot of those hits, but it was not my favorite. Thankfully, I have 9 damage in my hand currently. And so actually what I'm going to do is, instead of attacking directly, I'm going to get rid of that card there. Because I have 6 direct attack right there, and he just healed, didn't he? Oh, that was so close. That's the risk of the late game here.
He healed so many points. What card is doing that for him?
Fairy Beast. So the little lion up there. It will heal you for every fairy in your hand. And with Forest Craft, most of your hand is going to be fairies, so yeah. He gets to heal himself for quite a lot. I'm gonna go ahead, instead of attacking directly, get rid of that 4-2, because I had to damage myself down to use those cards. So, try to make it get not quite as spicy for me as I try to salvage this one. He has a card he can play. It can do up to 9 damage, so I won't be surprised if he pulls it out and, you know, one-shots me. But I'm gonna keep pushing as best I can, except for right there. I cannot get out of that. The other signature card that he has is Silver Bolt. I believe it's either a 9 or a 7 cost card. It's in my notes, so you can correct me. And it deals damage according to the number of fairies. So you saw that he just healed himself for 8. So he could attack me directly for 8 or 9 or however many fairies he has in his hand, because a deck can go up to 9, or a hand can go up to 9.
That's insanity.
Yes. So that was just, that wouldn't have been an issue. I would have been fine, but the misinput there, which is my own fault, kind of had that kind of cascade out of control for me. His deck is one that gets strong later on, and you know, since I let it go, that was my own fault. But we're right back at it. The other thing, like, if this game, if I did not have this ability to just quickly rematch, I would not speedrun this game at all. I could not. I know that we literally raced, but I could not handle the gauntlet at the end of Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. So, like, if I had to do the Bronze Cup in one run, no, I would not even come close to running this game.
It's pretty demoralizing, I'm not gonna lie. But if anyone happened to catch it, it was pretty interesting. Star and I did a race of 2 completely different games, but they're both card games, so we were like, it's probably, and like the estimates are close enough.
I was like, how can I make my estimate longer? And then how can you make your estimate shorter? Yeah.
Well, so I think my best time in Forbidden Memories is like a 145 or something. It's not anything too crazy.
I mean,
but my estimate whenever I submit for stuff is like a 255 because it's just so, it just depends on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that 145 would beat my PB. My PB is a 157. So we could have.
Only we could both have a PB-ish run.
Yeah. The true card game battle would have been on.
But Star would have absolutely. I think I had lost to the final 7 like 3 times already, and you were getting. I knew that you were getting pretty close just because of the estimate. And I was like, okay, I'm just gonna cheat. And I told you this, I hope.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna use my like backup save, and I was like, okay, this is the save where my deck literally cannot lose unless something insane happens.
It was when I got to the Bronze Cup, because we were like, all right, this is us doing our, like, you know, several matches in a row. So that, yeah.
A little check-in. Mm-hmm.
So, and I believe you told me to go ahead and use my typical deck. I said, no, I will do this honorably. And then, yeah, if I wouldn't have done that swap and used my normal deck, I would have very much won, but...
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm positive. Star would have absolutely beat me. I literally cheated. But honorably cheated. Because I mentioned, hey, I'm gonna cheat now and try to get to the end of the game.
I mean, I also did the whole, like, slow and steady. So the thing that happens is, like, when I'm doing this run, you see I swap over off of off of Dragoncraft to Bloodcraft, which is, oh no, I'm looking at the math. I saw that evolution.
Guess I'm done for.
But yeah, I swap over from Dragoncraft. Like Dragoncraft, that alone, people have done tests like that. That tutorial Dragoncraft deck, you could do this entire run with it. And so, and it's a fairly strong deck. Dragoncraft in general is kind of OP. And so my whole thought behind it was like, okay, I'm gonna take this very seriously. What if I don't, like, I'll do some deck edits, but what if I just stick with what I got in the beginning and try to do the whole run and prove that, like, yes, the starter deck basically can do it. And so that was my Oops All Dragoncraft run. And despite my estimate being like 30 minutes faster than yours, I went like 15 over mine. And you went
we
however
put the
much
training wheels on for me.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that Star did that because I can't remember. I think that my run was going like decently well, but yeah, it ended up spiraling.
That always happens.
Forced abandon me.
Again, I've already been sitting here and being like, oh, I hope I didn't use all of my luck yesterday, and like how some of these have gone out. Like I'm on decent pace. I should be fine within the estimate, but I'm like. All those like lucky, like I'm like that like one damage away, that one play point away from that card or whatever. That's already been happening. Like, yeah, I definitely used all my luck yesterday.
Let's play.
But you know, it's something new every time. I'm gonna actually do the right combo this time. I'm gonna take a second to make sure I click on the right card. So now I can wipe out kind of half of that field.
Better than in the cradle.
Yeah, I had one match yesterday. I got a PB, but it was a PB by like 30 seconds. I went from like a 157, like 59 to like a 157.30 or something like that.
Nice.
But I would have had a significantly better PB. I literally passed. So again, I menu pretty quickly, and it's before some of the animations play out. And I had a card that could storm, so like I wanted to attack before I ended my turn, and it took the me ending my turn and not the me attacking piece, so that was 2 damage I didn't deal. And then I got to like the end of the match. I still ended up winning the match, but it went 3 extra turns. And the person had 1 health point left. So it was just that moment I was like, oh my gosh. Like, I would have just won that so much earlier.
Crazy how much that really matters, right? Like, just 2 damage, we don't really think about it, I can deal that later, right? But it could cost you big time.
Especially with the deck that I'm running and the speedrun in general. It's a pretty big difference because... yeah, it's a bit of a glass cannon approach. Like, my deck is not that strong, it's just fast. So, anytime you see a match getting drawn out, like, he's doing his darndest to make this miserable for me. It just means it's that much harder for me. Alright, so, I think I'm gonna have to do this.
Become part of me.
My lord.
Like, I really didn't want to do that, but I didn't have another Crimson Purge. And I need to keep at least strong-ish cards to force trades. Yeah, and I would much rather have him spend a follower to trade with me than get away with using a spell. But, oh, we are so very close.
We are the chosen one.
Blood and pain.
Unbeliever.
Alright.
Hey, let's play.
Like, I'm like a spell away. I'm like 1 follower with storm away. Like, we're right on the edge here.
Hey, let's play.
What do we get? Nothing with storm and nothing I could do. Unfortunate. Well, I get to do this. And just poke at him. The nice thing is at least I have some wards, so like that at least helps stall this out or soak up a couple of those hits. But he got his fairy beast out, which I don't want to see. And that also means he's at the point where he's getting close with his silver bolt, so we're getting spicy. We're here on turn 10. This is definitely spicy territory.
You know, for being like the soccer club captain, he's pretty good at Shadowverse. Like maybe he should just give up on soccer and come join us instead? Can we just talk no jutsu our way out of this?
I should have.
Hey, I was like you once.
Oh no, that's exactly 13.
Guess I'm done for.
Oh goodness.
He just mathed his way to victory that particular time.
I had one evolution and I was holding on to it and I really should have just used it. It just was not at all optimal, but yeah, I did not think that he was going to evolve into that.
Yeah, he will not be so lucky this time. We're going second, and that means that we have the advantage ever so slightly.
Yeah, we do get an extra evolution, which is nice. I'll keep a 1 fighter in.
Is that a 7?
That is a 7. That is the 7 I like selfishly leave in my deck, but the guides are all like never use this card. It's bailed me out so many times, and I'm like I want it in my deck, but yes, it is. It's good because it's a solid late game card. Like it's a 5/6. It's pretty strong, but it's the Vengeance ability. I deal 5 damage to a follower. And I don't have a lot of like tanky spells or anything in my deck to kind of handle some of those. And so that's kind of why like I leave at least like one of those in the deck.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah.
Take out big body. Easy. I see the logic.
Yeah, with the fanfare ability, it's just worth it. But
Yeah,
generally,
there's only so much you can do with like all these small bodies, like the 2/1s or the 2/2s.
yeah, you're usually counting on your spells to kind of come up bigger for you.
I live by the sword.
Like especially if you're able to get out like, you know, 3 or 4 followers. Those 3 or 4 2/2s. I mean, you're dealing a decent amount of damage every time, especially when you're continuing to wipe the board. It's just his wards have been a pain. So that has not been my favorite part so far. But I'm sitting on a Crimson Purge and I'm just gonna use it. And then he's gonna damage me down into Vengeance next turn. So our Dark General will get to Storm.
Purify the forest.
Was this heal me for 2 though, or 3? Heals me for 2. I'm gonna take the safer option.
Demonic armor lovely?
So I'm gonna do this. This heals me up, but it doesn't heal me out of Vengeance.
Try this on for
But
size.
this gets rid of a couple of cards, so... Again, trying to be a little bit more safe since he keeps being a jerk. You're gonna trade all those, aren't you? Oh no, you have another Sylvan Justice.
Beauty. Outclassed. Hey, let's play.
I love it when you defeat the fairies, because the fairies, their voice line when defeated is always like, they're picking on me. And that's how I feel right now. Speaking of getting out my big card. Yeah, they're all little 1/1s.
Don't make me get rough.
Again, here's why the Abyss Beast is helpful to
All
have.
flowers wither in time.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw an evolution out just in case he tries to attack me with a spell. And the hope is that he's more threatened by that card being out there instead of attacking directly. But no, he's gonna do it, isn't he? Ah.
Guess I'm done for.
Oh my goodness gracious, card games. This is tougher than the final 7.
Yeah, this is rough. I've never had luck like this before.
Yeah, I'm really looking at this, thinking about like I'm
watching
having
my estimate, going like,
I'm having war flashbacks of the final 7. Like this guy might be related to Nightmare, like he's descendant.
So which of the final 7 is he? Is he a Seto too? I feel like he's not throwing out like strong enough cards to be a Seto too.
I think he's the guy. I think he's just the Macho Man Randy Savage.
It's like I know like 3 characters from that game other than Kaiba, and it's like Macho Man and Haishin.
Yeah, or maybe just Dark Knight. I don't know. Or Nightmare.
Well, right
Nightmare
now,
because he only throws out monsters.
Right now, he is my nightmare.
Understandable. A lot of card game things are happening in the star right now, but you can make it happen. It just takes a little bit of luck and counting math.
This is a very solid like opening setup, so this continues to go on like in the driver's seat here. So fingers crossed. I'm gonna go ahead and blood pact just to get a few more cards in my hand. Yeah, I'll take that fighter.
I live by the sword.
The one thing I will say, and I know we discussed this like I think the last event we had on comms. I think part of like what we both have like enjoy about like running a game like this or running a game with like a lot of RNG, because I was hosting for your Digimon World run, which sure seems like a lot of RNG, is that like at least in a marathon setting you do have a little bit of that fun of like you get to rally around that moment when like somebody does win. So like for me watching at home, this is that moment where it's like, okay, they've been stuck in this fight, they got the right hand, and you get to pop off a little bit with the runner.
My lord.
Give us your power, Chad. Give us your
send
power.
Send us your GDQ Spirit Bomb, whatever that emote actually is.
I'm manifesting the W right now. I'm thinking about this dude as the dude at locals that I really don't like, that whips his cards really loud during my turn, making it impossible for me to think about what I'm supposed to be doing, and then it feeling so good when I finally beat him. Give Star your power.
I'm doing an evolution again just to push a lot of damage. And since I'm within range of defeating him and I have plenty of health, he's going to have to come after me. And Implanter has a lot of HP, so it's going to soak up a couple of hits. So forcing an evolution is really good because he's now out of evolutions. And I only have to do 3 damage to him. I have several spells that could potentially do that. An Implanter, an Alucard. Of course I don't get the card I want. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to throw out a ward.
Joy and grief bind me.
And then throw out a goblin. And I'm going to use
one-cost goblin friend.
Yeah, and I'm going to sacrifice my last evolution to get rid of that 6/2.
Nice.
And so now I can soak up another couple of hits. And the hope is that I have, so my Dark General in my hand, the card at the bottom left there, that will storm if I'm in Vengeance. So the hope is I can soak up a couple of hits, but I'll still maybe take 3 damage, we'll see. And then I'll be able to attack directly in that instance. Alright.
He's really doing his whole Yu-Gi-Oh combo there.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because I drew him an Implanter, so there we go. And
Oh,
now we can
man.
exhale. Now we can exhale.
Nice.
That's the difference
Goodbye,
between like
Soccer Club Captain.
that's the setup though. Like you could see like very early on I was like, okay, there it is. Like I have the health, I have the cards I want, I'm building into the intro, and you know, that's what happens. I will
and
say
after all that,
yeah, and then she's
still-
just like, nah, why'd you help me? Who cares? I saw you battling that guy for like 15 minutes. I had to sit here and watch it.
I didn't ask you to fight for me.
Is this person even #1 on SRC? I'm not. I'm nowhere near first. But yeah, at least we're done with that. That I usually will say when I have a undefeated run, almost always he tends to be that gut check of like, oh nope, there's my loss. So we got that annoying bit out of the way, but now we're in kind of like the home stretch. So we're being introduced to, like, we're trying to sign up for the Bronze Cup. And they're like, well, hold on, before you can, you need to be rank B. So they're telling us how to battle people for rank points to go for a promotion battle. Again, I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Legends ZA. This is just, you know, it's nighttime, the battle zone is activated, and we're working on our challenger ticket. That's all that's happening right now. It's so much easier to explain this game by just saying, like, yeah, it's just the ZA Royale has happened. Night has fallen. I'm now going to duel everyone. There's cards just like in ZA.
I'll show you what luck can do.
I just find it crazy that that you're not considered ready for this tournament, considering that you
defeated a master.
Essentially a master. Earlier, Seiya, for those that may not have, I don't think we talked about this, but Seiya is a master.
Yeah, so. he's a pro player. I think when you play him again is the Gold Cup. So yeah, he is like canonically a professional player. So the little bit of lore is that his little brother goes to your school, and so he was there scoping out that Masked Maestro because, again, it's like we heard it's a strong duelist from Tensei Academy, and his little brother goes to Tensei Academy and also happens to be a big bully who steals people's phones. So it's fitting that we fight his brother because then, you know, we fight him because we then fight his little brother in the Bronze Cup final. So I think that's kind of like the setup for like why he actually challenges you. It's like, oh, you go to the same school and you look strong. All right. And now I'm actually fighting against slightly stronger opponents. So again, to kind of like, there's only so much speed tech in this game. So in order to kind of move through things a little bit quicker, we go after higher rank opponents to get more rank points. And so I specifically target 2 B-rank opponents who are a little bit better matchup-wise for us. So with us fighting a Havencraft player, that's like a decent matchup because, again, you know, their decks are pretty slow and we play pretty fast, so that's why they're a good matchup there. And then we do a Runecraft opponent, which doesn't have a lot of followers, so we try to take advantage of that. But with how my luck is going, I'm going to get dimension shifted, and that'll happen, and that'll be really fun, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Right now, we're just kind of taking advantage of the fact that all of the cards are currently on cooldown, or on countdown, which is the main thing that Havencraft does. You even see in like the top right corner, it says countdown. It's not necessarily unique to Havencraft, it's just unique that their cards are summoned through a countdown. So they are playing all of these spell cards or amulets, and then those cards count down. Once they hit 0, then they summon those cards. Those cards are usually very powerful, like that 6/6 dragon that I'm not a fan of seeing right now, or that very strong ward that she threw out. But also there's usually like a lot of effects, like you can see that card summoned has Storm. So it is really rough. Oh my god, I did not see that. I thought they were trying to trade with my Abyss Beast.
Man, she's sneaky.
Guess I'm done for.
We'll be right back at it. But
yeah, we can't lose.
Yeah, it's just a rematch. It's, you know, it's I'm trying to think of the gif, but it's the
I'll show you what luck can do.
It's the gif of the soccer player who like takes the ref's yellow card and like tears it in half, and then the ref picks up the torn in half and then gives him the other yellow card and switches it to a red card. I'm like, I'm just like tearing it up and saying, no, let's go again. All right, good opening here with actually a lot of very solid cards here. So I have a Wardrobe Raider, which is usually one I want to see early on because I want to evolve it as soon as possible. Ambling Wraith is another one I want to see very early on because it does some direct damage. Razor Claw, another direct damage. So we're just trying to burst out some damage early on. just because this deck can only move so quickly, so which is why we specifically match up against them. Alright, let's go ahead and put it out there. It's not optimal, but at this point I'm just pushing damage. And I might get something going before anything counts down.
Show you something. Here I go.
Yep, so they're baiting out an evolution, so they're going to do that to get rid of my wardrobe rating. Yep.
My beauty. How class.
Can't pull out my Implancer quite yet. But I will.
Rage and power.
I'll just for safety get rid of you. But now I have an Implancer ready to go next turn. I have my Abyss Beast. If I just need to throw something chunky out. I'm basically got this. Yep. Alright. This one didn't have to go to a bunch, thankfully. So, with this evolution, I'll have exactly 7 attack. The one thing that has at least come from a lot of practice is getting used to, like, the mental math of, like, the specific cards and their evolutions. So I've gotten used to, like, I've started seeing some of those patterns, which has been helpful.
Yeah,
Alright.
it's the same thing with, like, Forbidden Memories. I have to think about, okay, this is going to turn in, this is like a 200 little worm thing. It'll turn into some 2,000 bigger worm.
If it's in Neptune and...
If it's in Neptune and they're playing something in Mars, then I will get plus 500. Yeah, exactly.
The other reason why I haven't learned Forbidden Memories is it's just different enough. And, I don't want to learn, like, not actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Rules.
It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! Meets Pokemon-type rules, except with funny names.
I'll humor you, I
Yeah, they were really into astrology. Quite literally. Okay, there you go. So you talked about, like, my preferred opening hand. This is it almost exactly.
1, 2, 3.
It's a 1, 2, 3 where also every one of those 1, 2, 3 has something that's going to happen. So Ambling Wraith attacks both of us when I summon it. My Blood Wolf has Storm, so I get to attack immediately. And then my Crazed Executioner attacks me, so that I will damage myself down. So it's a very solid start. So this deck is basically all spell boosts. They're working their way towards playing like their preferred combo, which has gotten me, and is baffled me that it has happened. But now that I've played this game for a couple hundred hours, it's happened at least twice now. Their signature cards are Dimension Shift and Flame Destroyer. So we saw it earlier. Flame Destroyer is a 7/7, and Dimension Shift lets you take 2 turns in a row. So one way to get around Summoning Sickness is just to take 2 turns so that you don't have to worry about it. You'll just go ahead and end your turn and go straight into that 9/9 right now that I have no way of stopping. The AI is very angry with me today. Like, everybody is throwing hands. Oh, goodness.
Why are they being so... Are you sure there isn't, like, a secret hard mode that you accidentally started on today?
It's...
Like a new game plus.
I don't...
Frugal Lady...
Looks like I lost
Man.
this one.
I love that Crimson Purge is the exact card I was looking for, and I had 3 play points and it's a 4 cost.
Guess I'm
So,
done for.
yeah, there was going to be no digging myself out of that one, so it's easier just to reset and get right back into the mix. But yes, everyone is very upset with me today. Someone is like...
Frugal Lady.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is she's being awfully frugal, and she should be using this money to donate to charity. Like, if she's doing all of this and is extending the marathon, the least she should be doing is, like, you know, donating something to Child's Play.
Yeah, putting a couple clams toward Child's Play sounds like a great idea, Frugal Lady. She give it a shot and look away from the board state for a little bit, and we can just flood our board with It's 5 lanes, right? Like we only get 5.
Yeah. And that is the thing. Like, the fact that she managed to spell boost out a flame destroyer in like what, turn 5 is unreal.
Wait, that's it?
So, you know, she
Especially
did.
Be considering. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was gonna say,
She should
yeah, go ahead.
Consider that, considering that we're only $35 away from $1,000.
I live by the sword.
Wow, frugal lady, you're holding out on a perfect opportunity to hit a milestone. Do we have anything?
Only $35?
Do we have any fun milestone incentives, or are there any like open bid wars you could perhaps talk about to loosen frugal lady's purse strings?
Well, we have met pretty much all the incentives except for we have not met the Perfect Arc 4 Extra Agent Mission incentive, which we still have to make $95 for that. And outside of that, we have some bid wars that are going on.
Wait, that's it?
There's the bid war for the final best place for Deluxe, which currently in the lead is the Abandoned Deck with $20.
Ooh, I like that one.
And we also have the Mega Man X4 US versus Japanese game version, which the US version is at $110 and the Japanese version is at $420. So
oh wow!
The US version to be run, you got your work cut out.
I hope you're ready.
Wow, you know, US was in the lead last time I tuned in earlier today, so people had some opinions.
And money.
Well, that too, you know.
Oh yeah.
This rage empowers
Blood
me.
and pain awaken me.
And she uses a lot of... Did she just bounce that?
Yes. So
when she has spells to attack you directly the same way that you do, right?
Yes. And I haven't quite been counting every spell, but I do know that she is spell boosted more than enough that I need to be ready for that flame destroyer. Yeah. So that was spell boosted 9 times. That has spell boost on strike. There it is. She's gonna get rid of my nightmare as well. Alright, Crimson Purge. Not the card I wanted. You only get so many like heart of the card moments, and I feel like I'm just being let down by that.
Blood and pain awaken me.
Gobby's feeling hungry.
For now.
Alright, so I'm a little anxious of like the extra cards on the field. So I'm just going to clear out some of these others to hopefully force a trade, and I'm holding onto my Crazy Executioner just so I don't damage myself down too fast.
My beauty outclassed.
So I'm hoping that maybe she will attack my followers instead of attacking me directly. Yeah, there we go. That's a good trade. I'll take it. Alright, and we'll throw out a couple more.
This rage empowers me.
Okay, are you gonna do exactly? Yes, there it is. So, not the trade I want to make, but I needed some way to deal with that Flame Destroyer out on the field. So,
Give me that.
just go ahead and do that.
This is your fate.
So Merlin's just gonna add another spell card. Attack. Okay. The only issue now is that she's dragged this out to the point where I don't have too many cards left. I'm out of my evolutions. At this point, I'm just like waiting to draw like one card. Most of my spells would win it. Any of my cards with Storm would win it.
Don't run away now.
But yeah, all the NPCs are really, really bullying me today. Oh, there's the dimension shift. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
She got me. Oh my goodness.
So she, like, effectively made you skip a turn?
Yes, Dimension Shift makes it so that after you end your turn, you immediately get to go again. So that is how, basically, you can bypass Summoning Sickness entirely by just playing that card, going twice.
She really lives up to her name.
Yeah, she hold on to all those cards and then just ruins your day. Alright, I don't like that starting hand at all. It's a real bummer, because I was literally talking about how that was like a fantastic opening hand. And we were close, you know, we were within like 4 damage of ending that, so it's kind of wild that... Yeah.
You just have to be, you know, beat up enough so that you can have like the craziest comeback.
It's why I swapped to a Dragoncraft deck at the very end. So I can have that, like, no, I'm just gonna throw out some truly wild numbers at you. Alright, so... have some decent damage. I'm damaging myself down. I have a Crimson Purge ready for some of these, something big gets thrown my way. Okay, I'll go ahead and keep cards out, why not? I would be a little concerned about the Merlin, but I have a feeling I'm either going to bait out an evolution like that, and then it's going to force a trade. So that's actually a pretty good outcome. She's still going to get a strike. So strike is just another effect. So when a card goes into combat, it's going to activate its effect. But I'm willing to trade that. Alright, so let's blood pack out to see what I can grab. Sure, I'll take that.
Blood and pain awaken.
And again, I'm just gonna keep trying to push this. I have my Imp Lancer ready for next turn. I have another Imp Lancer. 2 of them. This game, throwing hands today. Alright.
Why is it being so feisty?
I don't know.
The RNG. It's insane.
They, you know, they just want me to keep doing my impression of the one card and say, they're picking on me. Alright, playing it safe. I have another Crimson Purge in my hands, so survive this one turn. Hopefully, they will insist on trading. Yep, so that's the outcome we want to see. So I'll go ahead and Crimson Purge to get rid of that. Get a Nightmare back up, so I have a follower in play. And now I have 2 Imp Lancers. Those both do 3 damage and they can storm. I'm sitting on all of my evolutions, so those evolve up to dealing 5 damage. I am also in Vengeance, so I can do something like this.
My time has come.
I'm just throwing hands right back as best I can.
The game's only beginning.
But yes, I have 3 cards sitting in my hand that can direct attack, so we're gonna push for it.
Let's do it.
Let's defile the I love the
There's the first hit. I can deal at most 5 damage out of my hand currently, so I'm hoping that... Yep, okay. I just needed that card to survive. And actually with that spell, we've done it.
Nice.
I admit it.
Take that, frugal lady.
Everyone's just wanting
Get out
to
of our face.
show off all of their cards. They're like, okay, you had a really good early game, like you're on a great pace. We're gonna slow down. We're gonna see if we can, you know, hit that $1,000 milestone. You know, they're just just showing off.
Today.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't say this earlier, but I do want to thank everyone who donated. I'm impressed that, you know, just with the character bid war alone, that we got $50 for Shadowverse. So do appreciate everyone that donated for that. And I normally play as the girls, so you know, you're just making it extra comfy for me. Alright, this is the one time I don't fast travel out. I have to make that happen. That's like a flag for the story. So I've kind of pushed beyond halfway through my rank points. So there's kind of two storylines that are happening. It's going to be the fact that I'm qualifying for the Bronze Cup, but also we're kind of investigating this bully. Okay. What we find out later is that, you know, he is also, well, we find out that he is indeed the bully, the phone snatcher, the same person, and that also he is in the Bronze Cup. So it kind of turns into this situation where, you know, this is normally where everything just gets put on pause. Like, Hero's like, hey, I know we were, like, doing all this stuff. Let's instead go chase down this bully and see what's happening here. And so you will do that off to the side. It takes, like, a day or so of school. And then afterwards, you'd be like, oh, well, we tracked down, we figured out who he was, and when we confronted him, he said, well, I'll see you at the Bronze Cup final. And then you would go like, all right, well, we're going to go back to qualifying. So by kind of pushing past that halfway spot, we've already kind of triggered that first call that's like, oh, how's everyone doing on their qualifications? And then when we finish this event here with Hero, we're gonna go immediately back to back, where it'll be like, all right, hey, we need to like stop that person to, hey, you've hit enough points to be B ranked. Let's go qualify the Bronze Cup. So all in all, it's a little bit of clever routing by the people who first routed out this category to skip an entire in-game day, which, you know, is a decent time save, all things considered. This is like the only like technical skip. This is like the only technical skip thing I get to like describe. So
I'm sure someday somebody will discover some kind of sequence break that's gonna flip this game on its head. It always happens.
I would love that. I would love that. Let me skip the tutorial, please.
Well, if you walk to this corner and you take out your phone and then on the same frame exit out and then jump, you'll fall out of the game and somehow end up in the stadium at the last fight. How does that sound?
I was gonna say, if you just fall out to the courtyard out of the classroom, so you get to skip the entire bit at the classroom, that would be aces for me. Yeah, that's the thing, is they don't tell you, is that the Deku stick has the same damage value as the Master Sword, so we're just gonna damage through this.
Bloody hell! I'm just getting warmed up!
Alright, I didn't have a lot of cards to attack directly, so I'm just doing an early evolution to try to get some extra damage here. But I'll be able to evolve and attack with my Imp Lancer next turn. Just do a little bit more damage.
Let's defile the battlefield.
Oh, actually, oh no. I don't think this is enough. Yeah, because this is only going to be 5 damage. And
so intoxicating.
Alright. So, you want to... This has already been like a very unlucky run. That's never happened before. I have never lost to this specific opponent. Yeah, so
we need a button.
This is a really sad hit of that button, but we're just gonna keep rolling. I have the power of anime protagonists on my side, and I refuse to get down. Because the worst thing that happens is that we have more marathon, more time for this wonderful event, and just more time to just hang out, have some fun with everyone here in chat. So
I see no problem with this.
Feeling hungry?
I don't know, I'm just here to keep playing card games. I see no downsides.
I live by the sword!
In regards to this card game, because you said you played it quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I know that you're using this particular deck speedrun, but are there any decks in particular you really enjoy playing for this game, just like normally?
Yes, that was a fantastic question. Casually, I play Havencraft, which is the exact opposite of a speedrun deck. That is the deck that does the countdowns. So you'll play your cards, they count down, and you'll summon like a strong monster with them. And I love it specifically for the fact that you get the biggest of swings with that deck. So you'll go from like, you have nothing on your side of the field, it's just the cards counting down, your opponent is like, you know, you're down to 2 HP, and then they all count down all at once, you summon a bunch of really strong monsters, you heal yourself back up to full. It's pretty busted. And if you do the like post-game and fight the Grandmaster duel, Grandmaster uses a Havencraft deck, and it really shows how busted that is. And is yet another person who has cards that are cheating and are not real. But yes, I play Havencraft. My long-winded answer.
My follow-up question to that is there a best deck in format equivalent in this game?
I don't know what that is. What does that mean?
So like that typically means it's like the best deck or like the meta deck. Like because the meta deck might be different than necessarily.
Oh yes, the speedrun deck is not the meta deck.
Yeah.
Yes, the meta deck is indeed Havencraft. So,
okay.
The deck that I built off of, it's.
Let's have a good match.
I was like scrounging through like Japanese message boards because this game had like 0 scene in the US. Like ignoring the like speedrun side of it, this game just no one really played it in the US. It was slightly more popular in Japan, obviously. And so yeah, I was like digging through message boards to see like, okay, what are some of the better builds that people have out there? And then at a certain point, like someone had like broken down like on the online mode, because there's still an online mode. Since it's a certain number of cards, you can very easily collect all of those cards. People had just kind of figured out what the absolute best like possible deck is, and it's a deck not too similar than what the Havencraft deck. Actually, it's loosely based off of Kagura's deck. So you use Skullfane and Holy Saber. So I didn't know what you meant, but yes, there is 100% a best in format. Good question.
Okay.
Isn't demonic armor lovely?
I'm just gonna let that go and let them try to trade with me. I'm not gonna deal with that. I have a Crimson Purge. Yes, the first time I ever like ran this game in any sort of live setting actually was on GQ Hotfix, which was not how I expected my first run to go. And then I offered up as a part of it. I was like, hey, I will do the Grandmaster duel, which is like the post-game match, just to show how absolutely broken Leon's deck is. It's like, it's okay because I have like the perfect deck built to counter it. Even doing that, I think I took like 5 attempts and couldn't even get them to like the second phase. Like sometimes the cards just don't be going your way.
I understand that so well.
Massacre.
And sometimes you have to make a gross evolution because you forgot math, and this is the only way you win this in this turn. So yeah, that's all my rank points. So now, again, that's kind of like off to the side. That's ready to go. I'm going to talk to Hero, and he's going to be like, no, let's advance the plot. And we're just going to run into an instance where we get like to like back-to-back texts. So you can see my rank points are maxed out, ready to go. I have my challenger ticket. I'm waiting for my promotion match. More Legends EA references, except for don't spoil it. I'm still like rank W. But yeah, we are like right there. So we are going to go and do essentially what is our promotion match. So in Shadowverse, it's called a critical trial. So first, we're gonna try to track down our bully. So we sneak out of the school, or sneak out of our dorm, head back into the city. An interesting thing is there is a time of day mechanic, as you saw again. Like there's the like before school, after school, evening. Like further on in the game, like you can kind of just run around willy-nilly. But the game actually switches up like where things are and like who's out based off the time of day. So that data box that I picked up there, it's actually interesting because you can't pick that up until nighttime, because during the daytime there's NPCs like talking in front of it and you just can't get past them. There's a lot of cool stuff in this game. For me and the 5 other people that run this game. I think I am the 3rd person that speaks English that runs this game.
That's so funny. I'm in a similar boat with the first game that I learned how to speedrun. There were really no active runners at the time of me doing it. And the rest of the community, it is like in Germany. I mean, they speak English, but, you know, like their first language is German.
Is that Digimon World, or is that another game?
That was Digimon World 3, yeah.
Yeah. That's the one that's what, more of an RPG than the monster trainer of Digimon World 1?
Yeah, it was like really the first game that was ever like well, that's not true. I was gonna say the first turn-based combat game, but that might not be true. I don't remember what the Wonder Swan games are like.
Come on, you're the Digimon fan.
I should know. You're right.
This is the thing. We just couch for each other, and it's like you slowly learn about Shadowverse, I slowly learn about Digimon.
During each other's runs.
Yeah, we don't listen, chat. School and I don't talk to each other unless we are in a marathon. You have to know this.
Not that like we don't want to. Certainly, it's just, you know, it's life stuff.
It's because we want to raise money, and we're not going to give away our witty commentary for free.
Oh, you're right. I will not say a word more about Digimon unless there's another $10. I see that we're still $35 away from raising $1,000 on the first night of this marathon. So if you want more Digimon info during a Shadowverse speedrun,
yeah,
it requires $10.
I met the voice actor of Sharkmon last weekend. I could talk all about that if you gave me $10.
Really?
Yes. Yes. I have a sticker to give you. If I ever go to GDQ and see you, I have a Sharkmon sticker from the voice actor of Sharkmon.
That's awesome.
I was like, you're the only person I know who would think that, like, could truly appreciate that.
I appreciate that a lot. Yes, please, we need to make this arrangement.
Yeah. So I just need to submit this to GDQ, but you know, maybe not quite this run. I don't think the games committee needs to see the AI be quite this mean to me. But we are in the home stretch here. Like, here's your last handful of battles. We literally have 6 fights left, and they're all going to be back to back to back.
I hope I win.
Their name is Girl.
Spirited Girl?
I think it's just Girl.
Is it Girl? You have my notes. You have her name.
It's Girl.
That's okay. That's just disrespectful.
They ran out of yeah, they just ran out of adjectives, I guess.
I mean, we were joking on one of my streams earlier about like the semi-final match of Bronze Cup. Like, you would think they would start getting out like reoccurring characters and whatnot. The semi-final match in Bronze Cup is against Spirited Boy. Or sorry, Competitive Boy. It's Spirited Girl and Competitive Boy. I will say the boy's competitive. I'm more scared of the office worker in the first round though.
I'm scared of the soccer club guy now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to really be afraid of him when I play this game.
Yeah, I'm showing you like all the worst case scenarios.
Thank you.
This is why I bake in time in my estimates, because originally I was like, I'm getting like really consistent. Like, quite literally my last 3 runs of this was sub 2 hour. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm good. And then I remember chatting with some folks who are like, yeah, you're probably just gonna want to add a little bit of buffer to your estimate. I'm like, oh, okay. And
it gives you the wiggle room to not panic, you know.
It gives you the wiggle room for this for girl to summon a 7/7 on me, because we haven't had enough of that. All right, it's okay. Thankfully, I can make up that damage with this last evolution and push stuff out. That's actually a very clean match right there.
Super clutch. That's super good.
Now I just imagine that's how all my matches go. And then that's my, like, theoretical PB that's on my live split that I'm never gonna get. But I stare at every day. Like, my theoretical best time on my live split has me, like, definitely 3rd place. I think I'm, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 clean matches away from, like, 2nd. And then you're you're just reminded of how streaky this game can be. Yeah, like my theoretical like best time is like it's like 139, 138. World record is like 135.
Star, you can grind that out. I know you could.
I've been grinding it a lot lately. I'm ready to well, I'm going to be running this for a couple other events, so you know, hey, I'm going to keep grinding it to raise money for charity for sure, but I'm also looking forward to some stress-free streams, hopefully. Not that I shouldn't say anything. This is not stressful at all. I love this game. This is fun, but
yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, you know, we've been fishing for spinning shot for a while. We just need to get this run over with.
I have backup saves and things like that. You, in your case, you don't have those, but you don't necessarily like need them.
Yeah.
But I also wonder if, like, let's say, for example, your deck edits, but like they're just not working for what's happening. Like, are you stuck? What do you do? You just keep going until you get lucky, or can you like full on quit?
So you could always back out of any battle. So, again, like Bronze Cup final, if I find out like, hey, this deck is not working at all, this is just terrible. Every match, so even all these losses, the nice thing is all these losses is I'm sure gonna have a lot of extra money to buy card packs before the Bronze Cup. But yes, I could always like cancel out, literally walk out of the arena, go buy more cards, redo my deck, and then like walk back in.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen you do that, but that's great.
I have not had to do that because honestly, the final match is not the hardest match. So if I've gotten there, I'm fine.
Joy and grief bind me.
And to be fair, we are pretty solid here as well.
Time to go a little wild.
Like I need to get like one attack in here if I can.
I just want someone to
and then I have a Razory Claw in my hand that deals 3 damage. Yeah. Didn't even need me to do that. Somebody decided to give me a break. They were like, you know, this has been rough. We're just gonna make your critical trial as easy as possible.
Good game.
Thank you, Shadowverse RNG gods, for finally giving Star the time that they deserve.
Again, I had a feeling. I was like, when I PB'd last night, I'm like, oh,
yeah,
I'm gonna pay for that, aren't I?
That's always the feeling, you know, but what's the other option? The other option is just like to not practice, I guess.
Yeah.
And just be like, it'll all come together tomorrow. I kind of flip-flop on those two things myself.
So here's your back-to-back messages, by the way. So like, we had the like, congratulations, you won, and then now we also have like the, all right, now we can enter the tournament. So
Hero just sent like 11 messages before letting you respond.
I mean,
so he's like a type B texter.
I do that too. I'm sorry. I don't want to read a paragraph to text. You know, like it's easier for me to digest one line at a time. Even if I'm going to send you 4 messages, at least it's 4 small messages and not like 1 paragraph. If you send me a text that's like 1 paragraph, I assume I'm in trouble. or like, you know, someone close to me is in like some sort of horrible accident. I don't know. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that is 38 packs. I normally buy 27.
What?
That is
oh my gosh.
That is how bad this went. I'm sorry. All I can do is just try to make it entertaining while the AI sometimes bullies me. But here we are. This is kind of like the last deck build. So I'm going to do one more edit for my Dragoncraft deck, but we'll do that at the very end. But this is for our Bloodcraft deck, kind of our last chance romance. So let's see what we can get here. Some Liliths are really solid. 3 Blood Wolves, clutch. 3 Demonic Strikes. So we are
Is luck finally on our side?
These are indeed kind of the cards I really want to see. Another Alucard is solid. My buddy Gilgamesh is here. Okay, so let's just get rid of we're gonna get rid of our fighters and we'll call that a deck. But yes, we got a lot of good spell cards in there. We got like a couple more cards that can storm. And I also replaced our early cards with like a fanfare or a storm, so we're in much better shape. The upside of opening a lot more packs than usual was I got almost everything I would want. As far as like my optimal deck build, I think I could have followed the deck build that's in the notes you're looking at, probably to a T. I've just started to kind of improv a little bit off of that deck, but that could have been...
I wish you guys could see how organized Star's notes are.
I take a lot of notes.
All right, let's give this a shot.
They're good. I know exactly what's happening. Will Evo Lion to heal.
Yep.
Will Silverbolt to direct to kill.
Yep. Yeah, here's my PTSD flashbacks to the soccer captain. He's grown up, he's graduated, he's gotten a blue-collar job, and he's come back to bully me in Shadowverse because he plays it very similarly.
Blood and pain. It just goes to show that you were right all those years ago then. You know, because he quit soccer, he's still playing Shadowverse, he's in the Bronze Cup tourney.
Yeah, he's out here trying to win regionals.
Massacre.
So you play a lot of card games like IRL, and you are very competitive. Have you ever had an opponent show up wearing a full suit?
May the forest be at peace.
Like suit and tie, like ready to go, like puts down their briefcase, and you know, pulls out their card deck.
I think that person is me.
I've seen your profile picture.
I have, yeah, I think I showed up in like a full tuxedo once because I was, I had a concert like earlier that day.
Nice.
And, I have like, you know, like every card game player has their backpack that they,
oh yeah,
that they bring that's got all their deck boxes. And yeah, so I don't know if I've gone up against anyone that has done it, but I certainly have.
So
but definitely not my own choosing.
So yeah, so you talked about like the soccer player who needs to just, you know, quit and play Shadowverse. That was me at Yu-Gi-Oh! Regionals. So I used to play a ton of Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitively, and it was like, I think it was like freshman year of high school. I had a tournament that I was not going to be able to play in because I had a game, and the game rained out, but I still got to the point where I did like my warm-up. So like I literally had my game gear on. Like I went through, did my warm-up drills and everything. Like there was a rain delay, and then eventually they canceled. And I was sitting there looking at my watch, and I was like, I can do this. And so I showed up to my regionals in like my full-on like game uniform.
That's awesome.
But I was not the soccer captain. I was far from the soccer captain.
But that's super protagonist like coded.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Oh yeah. I did a decent run that time. I think I went like, I want to say I got to at least semis. It was. I remember like very specifically it was a good run. And I was like, this is odd.
I have never participated in like an actual serious Yu-Gi-Oh thing. I remember when I was a kid, the tournaments that I would go to for it were like Toys R Us. And I'd go there and I'd see like grown-ups there playing the same game I was. And I was like, Mom, what are they doing here? It's supposed to be for me and my friends. And then she was like,
honey, they're called a neat, and we don't talk about them.
And here I am on pretty much every day of the week, considering packing up my bag and driving myself over across town to multiple different locals to get a little shiny cardboard.
Listen, I'm 30 or 40 years old, and I'm tired of this as I'm playing this children's card game. I love being in that age range that I can use that meme. It's just evergreen.
You're still a kid to somebody, you know? Like, I'm almost 30, and when I say that to anyone that's older than 30, they're like, you're so young, you got so much time. I'm like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I know, but at the same time, I'm not like 16. Come on.
Yeah, so I mentioned about like, you know, it's like, hey, like I use my PNG tuber because, you know, not really for anything, just I don't want to have to get presentable on camera and stuff. But also it's like, I don't want someone to like comment about my age. I've always had issues with that, which is annoying. But someone in my chat at one point, I was mentioning, like, talking about my age or something because I was talking about work or whatnot. And literally somebody responded with, like, I don't know what you mean. You don't look a day over anime. I was like, oh, thank you. Let me just, you know, clean my cat ears real quick.
I think I need to become full-on anime girl.
Yeah.
Honestly. Like, my PNG tuber is just 2 frames of me reacting to her.
I love it. It's so good, though.
But I totally get what you mean. Like, I mean, I don't really like getting on camera without, you know, like a little bit of eyeliner or something. If I don't feel like putting that on my eye.
Listen, I don't put on makeup. If I don't go into the office, I don't put on my makeup. It's just not worth it. Like we use like Google Meet at work, you know, Google has the like, we'll pretty,
filter.
yeah, like we'll pretty you up a little bit. I'm like, yes, please.
Please, thank you. That's actually what my webcam source is when I'm streaming. It's not like my webcam, it's Zoom.
Oh, because you're using like an enhanced back or
touch up.
That's clutch.
Yeah, there's another oh my, I don't even know if like this is gonna be helpful to anyone, and this is so off topic, but there is an app that I discovered called Filter on Me or something, and it's basically like Snapchat for your webcam.
Nice.
But it doesn't like alter your face or anything. You can just like adjust the lighting or the smoothness or blah blah blah, so on and so forth. I think it's pretty clutch if you can't use like one of those filter things that you just brought up.
All right. So again, unfortunately, this little girl. I should have done the other one. She is one of the hardest fights. This is usually the thing that is a bit of a roadblock for me. We thankfully have a Crimson Purge to get rid of one of those cards. This is also like the reason why I PB'd last time or last night was literally because she like damaged herself down to the point where I was able to like one-shot her immediately like the following turn. It's all into this. She has
very spirited.
She has an evolution. Oh, and she has a direct attack. Okay. Close one.
That was very close.
Yeah, she is definitely the hardest. Unfortunately, I didn't have a ton to work with, so all I could do was kind of gamble and see if I drew something I needed. But at least the nice thing of 2 people playing at Bloodcraft decks is it goes very quickly. But yes, we are very much in the home stretch. The next match is the semi-final, and then we will do a deck build to go back to Dragoncraft, and then we will do the final match after that. Let's try to mulligan our entire hand. That is some good cards that I would like to see like 4 turns from now. All right, before we just waste time, we're gonna reset that one.
We bricked. We bricked. We go next.
It was gonna take me 4 turns before I could play a card unless I drew something good.
Yeah.
So normally I'm not big on let's just reset, but
I think it was worth in that case for sure.
There was not much to salvage there.
I feel like I'm jumping back a little bit in the conversation, but when you brought up, have you ever seen anybody show up in a suit?
Yeah.
Playing card games, that immediately brought to mind the guys that showed up a long time ago when Yu-Gi-Oh used to have no deck limit on its size.
Oh my god.
With like a 900 card deck.
Yeah, it's like the viral picture of like 6 people carrying one long box.
It's just 2 guys, one like they're both in suits, just like walking around with like a huge box of cards.
Does anyone else know like the big story with that? Like, I'm sure something must have happened. A judge had to have. That was at a regional, no?
They got disqualified at it after like their second round because they couldn't shuffle the deck in a reasonable time. And the whole reason they did it is because there was no upper limit, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's gonna be abused, right?" And instead of writing a letter to Konami about it, they just literally showed up at the tournament and did that. And shortly after, there was a deck limit.
That would be how you get a deck limit.
I would have asked them to pile shuffle.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to. I need you to let me cut this deck, please.
What a shame.
With a knife.
My favorite is that. So, I'm sure a lot of people know the infamous first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh, where you have Yugi summoning Exodia, and every young kid then goes and makes an Exodia deck, and it never happens. But I think it was 2 years ago, but there was it wasn't even a regional. I think it might have been a national. It was at Gen Con, so I don't know what specific tournament that would have been, but somebody literally won the Yu-Gi-Oh tournament with an Exodia deck, and was just the whole deck was just searching cards, and like the whole crowd knew that's what was happening, and so it was just doing the 2 more cards, 2 more cards. He plays it, 1 more card, 1 more card. And literally was just a oh, you did this, oh, this triggered this trap, and now I get to search my deck and add a card to my hand. And that was their whole deck. And then yeah, they ended up winning that.
Man, when Yu-Gi-Oh started becoming having resemblance of what it is today, I couldn't do it anymore. I think I stopped in 2014 or something, over 10 years ago now.
You lasted longer than I did. I think I stopped playing in 2006.
But you were competitive. I was just going to Toys R Us.
I mean, I was just going to my local card game shop, which is competitive, but at the same time, I never won any of those tournaments to then go to a proper tournament that you would qualify by winning that. I was very excited that my local card game and comic book shop was a Duelist Kingdom tournament location, so it did qualify. So they had the cool star chips to give away to people that qualified. I just unfortunately never won, so I never got any of those probably plastic star chips. But I had a lot of fun there.
Those?
Yeah. So that was the whole thing, is you needed to win a couple of regional tournaments to then go on to the next. And so that was their thing of instead of oh, you qualify, whatever, it was literally they gave people the little stars that you got to give away to like the winners and runner-up or whatever at your local tournament.
Man, I just got little stamps.
I
had
know.
A little stamp book.
Same. Don't get me wrong. I sure have like 2 or 3 stamps total. Oh my god, really? You're gonna do that? Alright.
Scared a
Thankfully,
girl really went there.
yeah, she's kind of has nowhere to go, so. And that is why there is a note about don't commit in the late game against her.
I see it. Don't overcommit late since she can board clear.
Yep. You just saw her board clear.
Let's defile the battlefield. I
Ooh.
love the chaos.
6-3. This is she's either gonna attack me, send me into vengeance, or she's gonna trade.
That was fun.
Alright, we gotta go full mirror mode.
We are the
I too
chosen
have 11
ones.
HP. I too have an Alucard. I call this a mirror match for a reason.
I'm parched.
Let's have a sweet time.
Alright. Now this is when I have to like start thinking about it, so so I have 6 damage in my hand, but I do not have anything else that I can damage with. And I am concerned about how much she can burst down, so I might need to use some of these defensively.
We will
So get rid of that because that's the higher attack power.
I'll execute them all! More heads, more heads!
Offer
Oh
your
no.
life to me.
That's a tough one. Yep.
Guess I'm done for.
Everyone's showing off why they're particularly rough.
I think Shadowverse just really wants everyone in chat to know just that it is not just your Saturday. I mean, it presents itself as a fun little Saturday morning cartoon game, but it's serious business. You need to know your card games to play this game. It's not just it's not a little cakewalk or nothing.
I mean, speaking of serious business, have we had our $10 yet so I can talk about Digimon?
I don't think so, no.
Folks, I think you need to be hitting exclamation mark donate in chat. The fun thing is that this is a marathon using Tiltify, meaning that you can do a bid war and an incentive. So you get a nice 2-for-1, 3-for-1 if you just want the honest, good feeling of donating to charity. And you know, hey, me in school, well, I mean, school knows a lot more about Digimon. I used to watch a lot of Digimon, and then watching school streams has made me get back into Digimon. But like I said, I was just at a convention last weekend, and I met the voice actor for Sharkmon. And it was a lot of fun. I could talk all about that, but you know, I also could talk about you know, how great of a charity Child's Play is, and you know, maybe you should be donating towards that. That's all I'm saying.
That's a great idea. And for anyone that might be watching Star speedrun Shadowverse for the first time, I just want you to know that all of the things that Star is like, all of the trifles that Star has gone through in this run is not normal. Like, it's very weird. The fights that are supposed to be just fights that Star, you know, it just takes the W on. I don't know what happened. The game really just.
We got Kagura. We got a second try Kagura, and then everything else happened. Like, this run was going incredibly well.
It was a little too good for the RNG gods.
I cannot overemphasize the fact that, like, we were not quite on PV pace, but pretty darn close. All right, just gonna go ahead and direct attack.
So you are witnessing a lot of that's never happened before, because it really hasn't happened before as a person who has sat in Star streams and a person who has sat with Star for all of their runs of this game in marathon settings. We really mean it when we say these things have not happened.
Are you kidding me?
Guess I'm done for.
That, like this, that's not even real. This is fiction. This is maybe I could be dreaming.
Guess I'm done
potentially.
I've yeah, this is quite literally the worst run I've had, except for our race, where I was purposely sandbagging. Like my Dragoncraft deck, playing the Dragoncraft deck throughout the entire game, like I'm getting close to I could have won with that in this time. That is sad. I'm so sorry. And of course I need to reset that one because that hand is not going to work. Four cards of 4 play points. Hopefully somebody in chat is enjoying our silly antics at least. I
love silly antics.
I feel like all of the, like, you know, growing up school card game stories that we get to tell when we get together at least are worth the price of admission for some of these events.
I hope I win.
There's a very solid setup there.
Carter, just a question. Did we perhaps get a donation recently?
We did. We got a $10 donation from Anonymous.
Oh wow!
It's up to $975, which means you can tell us all about hearing about talking with the Sharkmon voice actor.
Yeah. No. Wow. That's an amazing donation. And you know, it seems like we're only $25 away from a major milestone. But while I have you, yeah, School, I was gonna like ping you on stream, and then I was like, I don't know. But yeah, so last weekend, I was at Gateway Fate, which is a Final Fantasy XIV convention. And I know what you're thinking. Wait, I ran into the voice actor for Sharkmon. That is where I found out the voice actor for Bakul Jaja and the latest expansion, Dawn Trail, is also the voice of Sharkmon.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna have to tell my girlfriend that. That's cool.
Did she play 14?
She did for a very long time, and she tells me stories about it. Good stories.
There you go. Yeah, he so yeah, the voice actor is Javier Peruski, fantastic individual. Was mentioning, like, I talk about, like, oh, I do, like, you know, charity speedrunning stuff or whatever, and he's like, oh, let me know if you need, like, autograph merch for me to, like, donate to raffle off or something. I was like, you are way too nice. But yeah, I mentioned, I was like, oh yeah, like, you know, I play this and this, but I've also been hosting, so this year has actually been, like, me getting into, so I'm new to speedrunning. This is the second event I've speedrun for. I started getting into hosting this year, like volunteering more. This is like my first time actually speedrunning. All this stuff. So I met him last year, and I was like, oh, you know, I've been interested in getting into streaming, and I've dabbled with it here and there, but you know, I have a lot of you know, dysphoria for my voice because you know, it's kind of difficult being trans and trying to like modulate my voice. And he like literally, like, there was a line of people to like meet him and get his autograph, and he like sat there and talked to me for like 15 minutes and was talking about like, oh, all this like voice technique that I wish I could have like learned something more practical from. But yes, so it was actually really cool to then like come back and be like, oh, he remembered me. And then he was also like, oh, how's the streaming going? I was like, oh yeah, it's been great. I've actually hosted like for like 4 events now, and you know, I started running for this, that, and the other, and yeah, so there you go. The voice actor of Sharkmon, and also several other villains, because he loves playing villains is also one of the sweetest people out there.
Ironic, yeah. Sharkmon in the game was kind of a big jerk, so that's cool to know.
Yeah, he was a big Digimon fan, so he was super stoked when he got to do a voice in Time Stranger. And in general, he was also really excited to play a villain. So, and I mentioned like in all my streaming stuff, I was like, oh yeah, like I've been hosting or whatever, and like he's like, because he had like some Digimon merch at his table. I was like, oh, it's funny, like the first thing I hosted for was like a Digimon run. He's like, oh no, really? Yeah, oh my god. And I was like, yeah, so like one of the people I know does a bunch of Digimon content. And he was like, oh, well, here's a sticker. And so, yeah, I have a sticker for you. So that's just yet another reason why I have to find my way out of the internet and like reverse isekai myself in a place that we can actually meet up.
That would be excellent. And can I just say, it's just so cool seeing like your journey into like getting into speedrunning as a volunteer and then doing it yourself and then doing all of the really great things I've seen you do just this year. So
it's been a wild year, you know?
Yeah.
Some people's midlife crisis is like cars or something. I just got into speedrunning apparently.
You won't wake up.
I had my midlife crisis earlier then.
Alright, how much is this? 2 damage? Let's go ahead and do that. A little anxious, yeah, because I know that card's gonna go away. Speaking of Sharkmon. Oh my god, I thought I was gonna have him. Everyone in, well no, we first turned the office worker.
Guess I'm done for.
I was about to say, like, everyone has wanted at least one run back in this tournament.
They want to prove that they can't be reverse sweeped, even though they will be.
I'm coming back from losers bracket, and I'm about to reset.
Victory will be mine.
Alright, I'm gonna hold on to the Wardrobe Raider for the health. Solid to have that Blood Wolf ready to go. But yeah, so I know you've done a bunch of like competitive stuff and you've gone to like tournaments and stuff. And you're a huge Gundam fan. Like, have you like gone to any like anime conventions and stuff and got to meet any of the like Gundam voice actors or anything like that? Have you met the witch from Mercury yet?
Oh my god, I wish that I could. I have gone to I went to conventions when I was younger, because I was like Naruto. Him as a character kind of changed my entire life, and he was my hero from a very, very young age.
You just had a sign in your room that just says "Believe it."
Yeah. So like I went to a convention and I was meeting the voice actress, and I didn't know that Flanagan was a woman, so I was like, you're the voice of, and I was very confused at the time, but she was like super cool, and I was just like a young kid, and you know, she was awesome to me, and I continued to be able to meet her. And Steve Staley was another person I really enjoyed, like his character in Naruto Neji, but Steve also voiced lots of characters that I like from other anime that I started watching later after my huge Naruto phase, like in Gundam. I think his first lead role was in Gundam.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and he played Shiro in Gundam 8th Mobile Suit Team, and then he was also Banagher in Gundam Unicorn, and then he was also the voice of a bad guy in I forgot his name, in Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans.
You really, Gundam is already like the war sucks anime. Iron-Blooded Orphans is like, no, we are really going to reinforce that this sucks.
Oh, McGillis, that's who he was in there.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, so I was able to do that a couple times, but the anime convention, like I recently started going back to like non-speedrunning conventions, and I forgot just how fun it was, to be honest.
Yeah. I was learning how to play Mahjong because I've never played Mahjong. And it's like, that's card game adjacent. I should know how to play that.
Yeah.
And literally in the middle of the panel for like, you know, Mahjong 101 or whatever it was, somebody called Ricci. There was like a bolt of lightning and then the convention center lost power.
Oh.
And if you think I am making that up, there is a post from the con that went viral on Blue Sky of someone who's like, it's like point of view, it's like somebody called Ricci and summoned Ramu from the skies.
I love the
That's cool.
And then they finished the panel by, they just had the people sit on the edge of the stage, like that were like shoutcasting the match, basically. Sit on the edge of the stage, and then they had people come up and hold up like their phone lights so that they could continue playing Mahjong in the dark for the people in the audience.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, we are here. We are at the final match. You know, this is the big moment. They ask, you know, hey, are you ready for this duel? And I say, no, I'm going to edit my deck. So this is the final deck edit. And basically, we are just trying to put together some cards to kind of stall him out. He has a very, very fast deck, but not a lot of very strong cards. So it's like very easy to kind of, yeah, like I said, like essentially stall him out. So, and this is the weird thing of like, I have so many cards now. I actually have things I can work with.
You have choices.
Yeah, I normally don't have choices. This is not a good sign. Again, I apologize for going over estimate, but we're here to have fun, and hopefully this has been a lot of fun. We're learning about everyone's anime phases. We learned that school was a Naruto kid.
I still am, to be honest. Like, he's my hero still. He's my OG.
Nice. I believe it.
Believe it?
Exactly. All right, let's toss these. Like, yeah, I normally for these deck builds, I'm like, I don't know, maybe this. And now I'm like, oh, I actually have too many cards to choose from. Okay, let's add this and throw that shape-shifting mage back in. All right. I'm going to set it to our active deck. And this is at least a more satisfying match to play. So now we go, okay. Untime out, we're ready to go. I don't know if, I mean, I've definitely played in, you know, best 2 of 3 where you're allowed to edit your deck from a side deck. But I can't say I've been to a tournament where I've seen someone say stop and build an entirely new deck in front of me and then challenge me. I don't know if I'd be like offended by that or like impressed. I really don't know. All right, so Takuma, who is our final boss and the you know, finale for the Bronze Cup. His signature card is Axe Pirate. Guess what Axe Pirate requires to do anything? Your opponent to have more cards than you.
Become a worthy knight.
Remember when I said the AI always top decks their signature card and likes to play it as soon as possible, regardless of if that's a good idea or not? It is very likely you'll see him play 3 Axe Pirates during this match, and he will never activate the effect.
What a drag.
Yeah, this is a very different kind of match, so instead of like trying to go super fast, instead Takuma is the one that's actually going to move very quick. He has a lot of low-cost cards, and like as you can see, summons them very quickly, puts them into play very quickly. Just kind of just wants to bully you. So the main strategy, like the consistent way to beat him, is honestly just to throw out some strong cards, drag out the duel, and eventually he just runs out of cards in his hand. And then since Dragoncraft is a lot of very heavy attack and defense, you get to the point where he really doesn't have anything in his deck that can stand up to you. And a lot of things require like a combo to be super worthwhile. So
I've got to take a break.
all right. Let's see, Dragon Rider's Award. So, I'm trying to think of what is like my optimal move here. I can Dragon Wings, but that would not get rid of everyone. It's 1 damage to everyone. I am just gonna throw out the ward to play it a little bit safe. I'll throw out one of my evolutions just to make it that much beefier.
Don't.
And let's get rid of this 2/2.
Well, I use something.
Like my hand is basically stacked. He's gonna evolve that, isn't he? Oh no! Oh, cause he has what a bully.
Arr, prepare to be boarded.
Again, you have to have your opponent has to have more cards than you for the effect to activate. All right. So let me see here. I'm trying to think of like what I do.
Cost.
Yeah, like all my cards are pretty solid, but like the fact that I'm down to 4 means I need to take out like his entire side. So do this.
Avenge me, comrades!
This. I'll take out one more.
Retreat, you bilge rats! Retreat!
We'll evolve. He's sitting on an evolution, so I'm worried that he's gonna. Oh, yeah, I was worried he was gonna evolve.
Keep your comrades close.
I thought I was able to just drag that out long enough. The Fafnir would have cleared the board, and I could have had a reset.
Guess I'm done
We're getting to see a rematch against everyone. So I know that we have the incentive for Perfect Dark that's still waiting. When is that run coming up? How long do folks have to hit that? I am curious.
So the Perfect Dark run is actually going to be happening on the 3rd day.
Oh, so you got some time.
Around 7:40 p.m. assuming we stay on schedule.
I'm gonna
So
tear
we
you
have
to
until the
pieces.
26th. I should specify Eastern, I guess. Yeah, around 7:40 p.m. Eastern on Sunday.
Arr, prepare to be boarded.
All
We
right.
could do that today.
Yeah.
Don't belong to you.
So the phone
We can do any of
snatcher
them today.
is stealing phones, so we're gonna steal those phones and hit ! Donate.
My ally is justice.
And we are going to donate to charity. Chat, I need you when we finally get here. I need you to pop off and say, "Wow, first try," and then I can just walk away from this, not too ashamed with myself. At this point, I just have to be here and have fun with it, you know.
Yeah, I get that for sure. I did the same thing, I think, with my first Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories run. It was like the same deal pretty much. I just kept losing the final 7 because the game was just being impossible. But it happens. If you're speedrunning a card game, you just have to be prepared for those days, you know. And Star is so stellar at this game that they are not used to being defeated so often.
I mean,
it means that they're gonna get a crazy PB the next time that you attempt this. Like, it's gonna be huge.
I'm just waiting to, you know, do a run back at an event coming up soon. Because again, I wouldn't be running this game if I didn't love it. It's fun to get to perform for other folks. Hopefully people still find this entertaining. Again, I said this earlier on of just like, legitimately, like one of my favorite moments of GDQ was like the Final Fantasy V run at the end of like, I think it was SGDQ last year or the year before. And like watching a bunch of people like sit there and route something on the fly because they're like, oh, you know, this person like wasn't prepared and didn't have a backup save. Like, I just love that energy. And so, and, you know, selfishly, I was a chat mod for that event. So like I remember everyone just like popping off when you finally. I mean, we popped off like it was GG when he defeated that antlion. So like, those moments are fun. Like you always want to have like the reason to like cheer for the runners.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we actually have like a really solid setup, even with a little bit of low health. But I have quite a bit of burst damage here. I have my dragon wings, and he is essentially out of cards. And so we do this. I'm not gonna give him a chance to top deck.
Please don't.
I'm gonna send him packing. I'm gonna send him packing. This fool's about to go to the Shadow Realm.
Goodbye, Takuma.
Making sure I'm actually targeting him, but yes. There we go, finally, thank you. That was at least a fun way to end it. That is a card I usually don't have, because that card requires you to, be leveled up a little bit higher. We gained a little bit of extra experience. I went way long. Exactly. I went way long, so I'm gonna be super quick. Thank you to the Shadowverse speedrunning community, folks like Chaos, who gave me their notes that I could work with. Skate Man, who was kind enough to validate my run and revive the leaderboard 4 years after anyone had submitted anything. Thank you to School for being on my couch for the 3rd time now. Whatever. For me running Shadowverse, you are an absolute delight. Shout out to the Binary Breakers who helped me get into speedrunning and volunteering. And Carter, thank you for having me, putting on this marathon, and putting up with a wrong kind of PB. This is the longest this has ever gone. Oops, all dragons would have been faster. So I really do appreciate it. I will get out of your way quickly. I've been Star1X9. I stream usually kind of twice a week, and I have some couple upcoming runs. If you follow me on Blue Sky, you will see information there. But you should be following this stream and donating for Child's Play.
All right. Well, if that's everything that you wanted to say, I'm going to bring us back to intermission, and we're going to be starting with JPH's runs here that are coming in a moment. We're going to be starting with PsiloSybil and then going into Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Thank you.
And we are back with JPH, who is going to be running PsiloSybil. Take it away, JPH.
Yep. Hello, PsiloSybil is going to be the name of the game. I'm JP, and without further ado, let's just go into the game. You'll see the type of game this is in a very short time. There's definitely something that's going to give you a little bit of a hint, Aussie rap. But for this game, before I'm gonna start, I'm gonna say I have a little challenge for myself. Every time I die, you have to give $1 for the Child's Play charity here. So depending on how many times I die, the sum's gonna go up. And there's a neat little counter after every stage where host or anyone can just keep up the number, and then tomorrow or some other day I can, during the marathon, just donate that. But yeah, with that out of the way, we have a little bit of a story, and the timer starts as soon as you see the game starting after a fade out. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. Yep, this is a Crash Bandicoot 1 style game. Very simple premise. You jump, you run, you slap. Instead of spinning, you slap. And the slap has a very satisfying sound to it, like this nail. Ooh. Feels very good. Yeah. Other than that, there is not much to explain mechanic-wise. The game is going for a little bit of a difficult, and going to be a little bit difficult here. So there's a lot of traps and hazards that can really make you pull your hair out, at least on your first go. So let's see how we're gonna perform. You can also collect these tokens, and every stage has that, like a mushroom body at the end. And if you collect all the tokens, you can rescue them and go for 100%, which we are not gonna do. This is any percent, so we're just beating all, quote-unquote, all the stages. Second level, much of the same, but this one is first one where you cannot collect all the tokens because you don't have... You haven't collected all the tokens on another stage, which opens up this one. Yeah, going for 100%, you have not a certain order, but there is an order you have to do things to be able to collect everything. And also something we are not gonna see today is time trials, which open up when you beat a stage. And that's very simple, you just have to beat the stage fast without checkpoints or anything. Here's another mushroom body and the second stage is done. 0 deaths so far, but don't worry, that's gonna change. Here's the third level, and it brings up the mechanic of, well, these timed crystals and also those blue ice blocks. The way they work is that you bounce on them once and they break, so you have to be careful. Like this one, yeah, you can stay on it. It immediately bounces you off and it breaks. Our enemies are these pigs, for the most part. There are some other types, but pigs are a current theme because the main villain of the game is a pig. But yeah. A funny thing about this game is that there is actually no RNG. The only RNG is you and your nerves. So, yeah. Just play good. There's some nifty tricks you can do, and here we're gonna skip the auto-scroller by just jumping on these blocks, and that is required in the time trials, actually. And if you're going for 100%, the game expects a lot of you, and expects you to do a lot of skips and stuff. Figure them out. Citrus Falls, this is usually a stage where things start to fall over a little bit. Oh, nice slap. Okay, good. Survived that part. Those tentacles with their timing are... woof. But yeah, like I said, there's no RNG, and there's the cycles in this game work in a manner that they're always the same, pretty much. But they don't run through when you enter the stage. The end of the game doesn't rotate its the cycles. They start rolling when you hit a trigger in a level, and it's always when you're close by something. So if you take long in the first section, the second section should run the same. Either way. And then we skip some platforming and an extra tentacle, which is wonderful. Ground meat is... This is a funny stage because this is the stage that got added last, and it has a little tribute to Crash 1. Overall, well, maybe Crash 2 a little bit more, because you'll see soon. But I was doing this with a friend of mine, God Hunter, for a marathon we host. And this got added just before that, and we had to learn it in like a couple of days just to be able to pass the game. That was fun times. Like shadow dropping a stage before a marathon, that's just rude. Oh yeah, you've probably already seen it, but you can also jump on some enemies. There are enemies that you can touch, there are enemies that you can slap, and there are enemies you can jump over. You just have to figure out what is the perfect way to deal with a certain enemy. Gonna go for a jump here, nice. You can use that to jump over, for example. Get on the bone that was above me, and then maybe jump quicker on the meat. Do not have to wait, but I'm not very consistent with that, so I don't go for it. And Here I prefer to do some small hops over long ones because like that meat above me I would have hit my head on it and I would have just fallen to my death. Yeah, here's a maggot. We're gonna ride it, and does this remind you of any riding sections in Aussie Rat 1, 2, or 3? It should, because this is exactly that. You can boost with this, so it's not entirely like Crash 1. Because with the pig you could not boost. I think it was in the second game with the polar bear you could boost. I have a very certain route I do here. I don't boost all the time, just because I don't know how to react to some things, and this is enough for time trials and okay, good. Or anything, so I'm used to that, I'm gonna go with it. Another perfect run, and we have 25 stages, out of which we're gonna play 24, and we have 4 bosses. This is the first one. Okay. I'm sorry you have to listen to this OST, this is horrible. But yeah, normally you just jump on top of the head and you win. Oh god. Okay, there we go. Don't fall into the grease and we win. Good. Okay, 2 deaths. I think those were the first, I think, so. Yeah. Mystic Castle, this is actually a stage from demo of this game. Oh! That's not supposed to happen. I think I jumped a little bit too late. Too early. But this game is very heavy also on coyote time, so when you walk off a platform, you have like fractions to jump. And the game still considers it valid, and it expects you to do it sometimes. You have to do jumps at the very last moment. And that can throw you off a lot, especially your first time around. Oh, that was beautiful. And there's also not a lot of glitches we're gonna be using, but here's a one neat little trick we're gonna do. You can skip that last platform that's taking you up by doing that. And beat the stage. 2 more deaths added to the counter there. Truffle Traffic. This has a very smooth song, but it's kinda one of those stages that are, well, annoying because if you want to go fast, you're expected to jump constantly. And that can throw you off. You have to really learn your rhythm with it if you want to be... if you don't want to have a bad time. The stages do have checkpoints, like the ground thingies. If someone hasn't noticed, if you touch them, they will give you a checkpoint. And that's very great. And the any percent, yeah, you want to pick them up. Especially if you're new to the game. Here we'd have to... well, dodge the cars so we don't get run over and such, but... oh, we can just follow the middle part to go over everything. Oh, damn it. You could, if you know your roads to nowhere or what the other stage was called, it's pretty similar to that, but I think this is a little bit more difficult to pull off. You have to be a little bit more precise. I'm gonna wait this just in case. Another 2 deaths. But the splat sound is very satisfying as well. Even though it's your own death. Boar Cells, this is also in the demo. This is probably the easiest stage in the game. And yeah, there's not much to it. Let's see if I can do a little secret here. If you don't kill any piggies in the stage, you get something nice. So I'm gonna try to go for it. Here I want to do a small hop. If you do a long hop or a big hop, you're gonna hit your head in the Fabergé egg. Up. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna take a little bit extra. Ah, it pushed me into the piggy. Well, money. Ooh, money for a good cause. Oh. One more try and then I'm just not gonna... And there we go. Yeah, you get a new skin. This game has skins you can unlock by doing some things. And that just opens if you don't slap or jump on any piggies in the for sale stage. We have a cookie skin now. And what time to have a cookie skin since we go to a cookie stage. These, like, buns or whatever, cinnamon rolls with spikes are fun. Because if you fall, you're gonna die anyway, so just have spikes on them, just to spike you. And also the vulture...
Do I have time to jump in?
Yeah,
Sorry, do I have time to jump in with a donation?
Definitely, go for it.
Okay, we got a donation from StarwinX9. Says, I usually donate whenever I lose during my run. I think the students at Tensei Academy really wanted to support charity today. That was for $50. $50, it went towards the Perfect Dark 4 extra agent missions, and also went towards the erratic deck in Balatro.
Vulture. Yeah, the hitboxes in Vultures are fun. Or did you have more? Sorry.
No, that's really it.
Okay, good.
The erratic deck's a great choice, though. I think that's one of the more interesting ones to see for Balatro.
I might have to look into it. To be honest, I haven't really seen Balatro too much, so...
It randomizes the suit and the rank of every card. So you can have like a ridiculous amount of kings or twos or something like that. Or most of your deck is clubs.
Wonderful. Little bit of chaos. Welcome to Wizard of Giza. This is probably the point where you feel the difficulty coming up a lot. At least your first time around. And we're gonna be trying to do some skips here and there. There are a lot more that I am not doing for safety reasons, and also I have never learned some of these, so... Bear with me, we're not gonna go as fast as it's humanly possible, but we're still gonna try to go fast. You can walk so near to the edge that you don't get hit by the flaming barrier piggies. That's... okay, that's fine. It was a little greedy there. And also, I'm sorry I have to exclaim Kiitos Viperi, because Viper is a runner of this game and he came up with that. You can do that skip easier if you just hug the wall. And that has made it a lot easier to pull off. Yeah, here's a very annoying section. My way is just wait a little bit, then wait a little bit on the moving platform and then go over. If you wait even a little bit too much, though, the electric hand is gonna come and kill you. And even if you kill the pig, the electric hand doesn't disappear. It just lives its life until it leaves the screen. So you can die as you kill him. Here we have a very good jam and a chasing section, not very unlike a Crash Bandicoot game, so... When you're not collecting the tokens, it's just walk on the left and win. Slap some piggies while you're doing it. And enjoy the jams. I'm not gonna get the checkpoint because I'm greedy. I'm probably gonna pay for it, but... I shouldn't be needing now. No, just walk. If my controller doesn't disconnect, I'm gonna survive. Yay. You only died once. And that's the second boss. This is just stand in the middle for most of the time and move a little bit when you need to. He will throw his hands like that, and then he has an eye laser. And once he does that stance, you can jump on the hands and hit his face. You need to do it 4 times. And the game is very generous here. It actually gives you checkpoints after the first 2 hits. And I don't think Crash Bandicoot games had ever checkpoints in boss fights. They could have had, and I'm just misremembering. And here we need to move a little bit to go over both the eye and the laser. I'm actually not sure even if you need to move, but I find it a lot more consistent. And this is one great instance where you can do whatever you want as long as you're consistent with it. Because you don't lose any time until he brings out the hands, but up until then you can do whatever. And be fine with it. There are a couple of stages and bosses where you can do that, so that's always nice. And that should be it. There we go. We handed it to him perfectly. Nuclear Winter, this is not a very hard stage necessarily, but this is one where I usually mess up a lot. We have these pipes where, yeah, they just have a certain amount of timing they are on, and then they turn off. Their hitboxes are also very, very weird. You could jump past that immediately. There's like a pixel or something where you can stand even though it's on, and it still doesn't kill you. I have never studied that enough to go for it, so I will not do it. Also, oink oink. There we go. There's a neat little trick here to do. The game really, with cycles and such, also expects you to press forward constantly. There are a couple of spots where you actually need to stop, but mostly, if you go forward and time your jumps, you're fine. The cycles are pretty much built around it. But there I just jumped forward even though I was probably supposed to bait. But it just pushes me through unharmed, so not having to stop is good. Not having to memorize anything is always good. This is muscle memory, the game. And there we go. That was certainly a very good Nuclear Winter. Cliffhanger. This is a long stage. This is probably one of the longest stages you have. And the thing that makes it worse is that checkpoints are spaced out a lot for most of the stage. So if you die, it can cost you a lot. And a little streams. I'm gonna try to hop to move a little bit faster. There's a secret route to the right, and that's needed for a time trial, but because we haven't collected all the mushrooms or the tokens in another stage, we can use that. There is one stage where we do collect all the tokens to skip a part of like one of the final stages. But that's about it. Hopla, hobla. Yeah, do a couple of... Thank you, hitboxes. A couple of little jumps there, to make these guys appear and get rid of the almost a pyramid. Okay, that's new. I think I'm just hitting the edge of a bug, so my toe gets slapped by the next one. We have also some different death animations, and there is the one where you get put in a box, and that takes long. At least it feels like it takes very long. When you just have the pop, it's not that bad. But you're not gonna die anyway, right? I certainly haven't. There's a guy dancing. And for this stage, for whatever reason, you have to do some extra. Oh, I didn't jump properly. God dang it. But yeah, for this stage you have to do some extra platforming after your friend. And there are a couple of stages where they're hidden. So even if you collect all the tokens, you either have to find them or do some extra platforming. 3 deaths. And Stone Cold. This is pretty much a slippery climb from the first game. First. Crash Bandicoot. Oh my god, sleepy brain. But yeah. And this is also a very difficult stage your first time around, but yeah. Oh! No. I think I jumped a little bit too early. I'm gonna go over that. And just jump here. Move and jump. It like when I was learning and looking at the game, I was like constantly thinking that you can do that. But just do it. Just run and jump. You're gonna have it fine most of the time. Or try to find a way where you can do it. That's a good speed. Let's see. I can hide here so I don't make that purple platform fall. And make that jump a little bit safer. Even if the platform would have fell, I could just jump out of the hidey hole. But there's a risk of hitting your head in the ceiling and falling. A little bit more, it's still going on. Oh god. That was a lucky break. I did not die, so I don't have to have to go back a lot. And soon there's gonna be a couple of these here, the in and out platforms, and here you're pretty much required to do a coyote time. At least I have no other way of timing that jump so you can make it on the other platform. And that's pretty much Stone Cold. We have this. Now that I said this is pretty much it, I'm gonna probably hit my head. No. Good. We had a little confetti there as well. That's a 1 death. Little confetti there as well. Celebrate that you have finished. Close Encounters, this is gonna be the stage where we actually collect all the tokens. And in this stage, for whatever reason, the cow's hitboxes, for example, they're horrible. I'm just gonna come out and say it, they're horrible. I have no idea how they work. Let's see. Ah, okay. Yep. I should have 26 tokens by the end of this first section. We're gonna have a chase scene, so before that I want to have 26. And here you're expected to jump over the cow. Yeah, there we go. Should be. I'm looking good on tokens, but depth perception was not my friend today. And there are also the hands inside the walls. They just grab you and you die. So I try to slap them to the best of my knowledge. There we go. 26 good. It's an alien stage, so we have to have an alien chase scene. I think they're watching. And these platforms with the spiky edges, they're wonderful. Like, once again, even if you fall off the platform, that's not enough. You're just gonna have to get spitefully killed by the spikes. But that can also mean, like, if you're going for, like, long-distance jumps, you want to jump as edge as possible. The spikes are just gonna get you. Yeah. It's beautiful. Oh god. Ay. I don't know why I went right there, but I just did, so that caused the death. I didn't jump far enough. And no, like, depth perception is an issue in this game, at least for me, just like it is in Crash 1, but you do have the shadow. Drop shadow you can look at, but sometimes, well, yeah, if you're jumping in air, or going like over platform, over a pit. It's not that useful. But yeah, we saved the markup. You collect the tokens and you have to talk to the one you save. Otherwise, it does not count. And yeah. Moving on to one of the easier late game stages. Yup. It is supposed to be very easy, but that tends to happen from time to time. We have these nice textures here we can jump over when they're cube. If they're spiky, you can jump over them, you just die. Let's see if I... Okay, good. Skip that. I'm jumping when there's like uphill because it's a little bit faster. I'm not sure if jumping constantly is faster. I feel it like it's not, but... Yeah. Also, don't hurt your toasters. Oh, that was a little too early jump. Yikes. We're gonna get taken aback by quite a bit. I'm gonna... Okay. That always scares me for whatever reason. I should be... Yeah. I'm gonna take this safety checkpoint. I've died too many times here to not take that. And 3 deaths. One of the easiest stages as well. Okay. Time to get inside the game and destroy it inside out. Pearl is... well... You go back and forth this board and you're supposed to destroy all the cores before you're at the end. So you can press a button to deal damage. And after... Now, it would go backwards, and I don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna kill myself and get a free switcheroo. You can definitely do this without having to go backwards in any percent. In 100% you have to do it backwards as well. At least for the time trial. And it's not super difficult when you have learned it, but the issue is learning it. One more. And the cores can actually also kill you if you touch them. Because everything can. Everything kills you. Except the tokens. Once again, a boss bot. 2 deaths, and those are intentional, but they still count because they are deaths. Gruesome Chrono, welcome back to cave level with a new mechanic called the red crystals and blocks. You have to hit them to break them. You can stand on them as long as you don't hit them. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, good. That blue crystal binding is very off, and it can very easily just kill you. There's a little bit of a bustle if you want all the tokens, but since we're not going for it, we don't need to care about it. And this stage is something that's usually my nemesis when it comes to running. Yeah, we lost a lot of time there. But yeah, it's... everything just falls apart. You just do stupid deaths. And they start to cost you a lot. There we go, second try jar. What am I doing? I don't know. Oh. First forward and then zigzag through those. Torilla tavataan, that one you save is called Tori, so I just had to exclaim that. On Lodge, Borsilus but hard. We have these flame-throwing pumpkins. But this is a very Very fitting stage considering it's that time of the year. Oh. And we have new enemies, those bats that turn into vampires. You're supposed to hit the vampires in the head and slap the bats. And yeah, they're used a lot in like platforming. Oh, you can just walk, you don't have to wait for that. Oh, I jumped a little bit too high there. I jumped a little bit too high again. There we go. Oh, I think I started to slap too early. I didn't slap there. Good God. I didn't hit the head. There we go. I think we're gonna get numbers this time around. And now we have to wait. There's no way to make this faster. I don't think you can jump on those pumpkins. You're not allowed to go that far in the background. This is 2D. And a chasing! It throws those lasers out of its eyes every now and then. It's not random, it's always the same. So, just know when to stand in the middle. Or in the... or right or left. In the sides. Slapping some piggies, doing some jumps. Waiting here, you can do that a little bit faster, but that's very consistent and safe, so... Not dying is faster than dying, usually. There we go, there's a little Frankenstein mushroom. 4 deaths, yeah, that's a real number. And then we get to level design the game. This is like the cookie stage, but we don't have platforms. We have these slippery poles, which are wonderful. There we go. And we have a little bit of vulture jumping. Okay. That should be... Oh, it wasn't good. Damn. I should have waited like a split second. Usually you're good to go when... Okay, that was good. Hit the vulture is so high that you can stand under it. You can also just go a little bit back and kill it, but I haven't practiced that, so I'm not gonna do that now. This is not a practice stream. But that jump is something I have a hard time knowing where I am. You can slap these crystals as well. I like to go above them using that roller thingy as a help. And yeah, this goal would not be available if we hadn't picked up all the tokens in Close Encounters, so there would have been a little bit extra platforming otherwise, so. This stage also has a way to keep to the end faster without going to the end if you collect tokens in another stage, but it's a lot more hassle to collect them, so we don't do it. We actually play through this stage. Completely. And here we have to time your jumps a little bit. Wait on this platform so one of those comes up. You can use that and move forward. There's some trial and error probably here the first time around. Stand on the very edge, the spikes are gonna get you otherwise. And timing again. You can't just rush. Oops. There's a pattern to these I have never cared to learn. I just do something and it works. There we go. A little bit of scary spikes. That's not enough now. I should have taken a 1 extra hop. Oh. I'm gonna do it now. Good. And here I want to stand on this falling platform so that Ice Globe is, or Snowball or whatever, is perfectly aligned so I can do the jump very safely. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. You're gonna hear a lot of counting in the final boss, by the way, so if you don't like numbers, well, you're probably already left, but 3, 1, 2. Audible numbers, let's put it that way. Here's a big guy. We're not gonna rescue them. 5 deaths! That was a deathful stage. Second to last stage, the tower. This is something that will probably kill your runs early on. This is a stage without checkpoints, at least for the any percent route. So you have to do it in one go, no matter if you're doing the time trial or not. This is not the hardest stage per se, but because the fact of no checkpoints, it's still gonna wreck you up every now and then. And then here we have Mountain Dew that's constantly following us, so we can't dawdle. Even, well, we wouldn't because this is a speedrun, but even casually you would have to keep going. Don't stop, can't stop, won't stop. Timing of these is, yeah, cutting it. I was a little bit too early. Those platforms, well, when you jump on them, they fall a little bit down. You have to wait them to get back up a bit so you can get more height on your jump and get over that toaster, but I was too greedy and did not do the waiting game, so I got hit. Happens every now and then. Okay, good. Okay. Get a spooky vibes on your stream. Good. And this stage, like, you can just... You don't have to stop there for the rock, but I have no idea how to do the jumps. Going a little bit further. Okay. Here you want to time so when the platforms are inside, you want to do the jumps. One more rock. And then, if I fail this, I'm just gonna donate $5 because that's a very hurtful fail if you get hit by those flames. Just before the end. Final boss time, Lord Nutmeg. We have 3 phases here. And first one is just wait until you can hit the boss, the face. Everyone has a different strat here pretty much. So mine's not like a definitive or anything. It's just what I feel most comfortable with. Because survival is all we're here for. There's no checkpoints in the first phase, or any of the phases in themselves, but between the phases you do get checkpoints, which is nice. In the any percent. And the balls, they just follow you, and when they start moving, they will move to the position where you were when they started moving. So you could just walk a little bit slowly and just play with them, but I run around constantly because, I don't know, that has made it easier for me to figure out where I am and why I am. Oh god, that ball almost hit me. And there's a little jump scare there before the final hit. And like I said, the 3 phases, so no GG just yet. We're gonna have a chase scene before that. This one's funny because he does those lunges. And they are told by the stage, like when the platform gives you an option to go left or right, he's most likely gonna do a lunge. So you have to hide there. If you just stay in the middle, you die. I got you. That was an early jump. I don't know how I survived it. That was also a very early jump, oh my god. One more lunch and then we get to the math game. Oh god. You see the goal, but it's not. It's a rip-off. So here you have to do 2 hits. It's gonna do like certain attacks and you just bounce on the tongue. Just calculate your jumps and you should be fine. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You don't want to hit the eye as I'm falling. And the lightnings get a lot quicker. Oh god. And that's almost GG, and that's GG. But the time ends when you enter the death counter. So, what's the death counter looking at?
I believe it was 34 or 35.
I think so. 34 or $35 for me to donate. And the game here is just telling you to go get 100% and thank you for playing TM. And it's also telling you that the game, like the developers are not responsible for any loss of hair or anything. I'm gonna quickly just show through the final level. We're not gonna do it. Easy. And then some of you might have noticed that at Pipe Dream stage, there was the goal. It's there. Is there a way to get to it? Let's try and get to it. I think it's time for Indy. I have nothing more to say. Okay, shout out to the Finnish community who's played a lot of this game and have really given the speedrun a nice little life. And if you want to learn this game, go get it. Get cheesed. Get into PsiloSybil. But yeah,
all right.
That's it.
Well, that's it for now. We're gonna go back to intermission. We're gonna set up for the next game. So we will be ready. All right, and we are back for the final run of the night. We have JPH running Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Take it away.
Thank you. Funny you say it's the last run of the night. For me, it's almost 8 a.m., so hello. But yeah, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, this is a 24 tile, or rather new one. And yeah, it's pretty much... It happens between some of the movies, and it's in that... how do you call it? In that universe. So, yep, we're going to be doing any percent restricted. Restricted is just so that we can use this grab launch, which I don't really know. It's something to do with grabbing your enemy and then launching high in the sky, and that's what we're not doing. That doesn't mean that this is gonna be played like glitchless or anything. No. Unlike last game, there's gonna be a lot of oopsie poopsies in here. So, yep. I'm gonna get started right away. We're gonna pick up a save slot. I don't care if it overwrites. We're gonna choose the easiest difficulty for combat, and we're also gonna use the easiest for puzzles. But yeah, after that we're just good to go, and timing starts as we skip the first cutscene. This is an auto splitter game, so I was like, why isn't it starting? But it did. Not because I am not using the auto splitter right now. Anyway, welcome to Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Or is it? If you've seen some of the movies, you might recognize soon what we're doing, or maybe not. Especially if you're not skipping any of the cutscenes, you should recognize that this looks very familiar. But yeah, we are going through the first movies, like the early scenes. And we get some tutorials, like you can run, you can jump, you can do things. And yeah, early on, one of the important game mechanics is stamina. You spend stamina by doing certain actions like running, attacking, or hitting with your fists or whip. And yeah, your stamina control, you have the stamina control to go fast, so that you have stamina for every situation where you need it. And there's also a lot of these, like, you open a door, but it does not just happen with a push of a button. You actually have to follow up with something. If you're pulling a door up or something, you have to hold down, like, up to actually interact with the door. Or, for example, there's gonna be some speedrun here. I have to press down for Indy actually do something. And there's gonna be a lot of skipping cutscenes, so context might change for every scene. You can do the very iconic whip action there. Hopefully I would die. I didn't die. Easy. Oops, wrong up. There we go. You don't have... I don't think it matters how much sand you pour out of the bag, so we're just gonna do the bare minimum, and it functions.
Give me the whip.
You can guess what happens here. We don't get the whip, we don't get the idol, but we can just jump over and initiate a cutscene. It was all a dream, and now we're at the Great Circle. I'm not gonna go too much over the story, since it's a rather new game, and if you want to play it, which I highly recommend, it's a very enjoyable game to play through casually. It's much more about exploration than action. So if you're definitely into those types of games, then high recommendation. Yeah, we have a big guy here breaking into a museum. We have to show them our fists. But Indy just doesn't stand a chance, so we try to grab him by the necklace, but we get beaten and wake up in the morning and have to do our morning puzzle. This is what you usually do these days. Just place those objects in the proper spots. With the higher difficulty, that puzzle is a lot more difficult, and I think so are the other ones, of course, which makes sense. But they are. I think they're similar, but they have different solutions to them. Yeah, the big guy was leaving after his break-in, and the amulet we tried to grab in the previous fight got stuck in a window. We're gonna get that. And it looks like it's something from Vatican. And that's our next spot where we're gonna travel. We're gonna be doing some traveling around the world, so we're gonna see a different environment. But we have to pack our bag full of everything what we need. Here's an adventure notebook, which is gonna be very handy playing the game casually. And the cat dummy photograph here, this is the thing the giant stole. So we want to have an image of it. We can show everyone what happened. We're gonna grab our whip, we're gonna grab a phone record, and we're gonna grab the amulet. This is what you usually grab when you go abroad. And you have the very iconic transformation loading screen with the red line and stuff.
My friend, stop. Vatican not safe. Stop. We'll wait for you at village steps. Stop. Subtlety is a virtue. Stop. Antonio.
We have played pretty cleanly so far. And during nighttime we won't also play naughty. Let's wait for the day.
I'm just a tourist, pal.
You have a lot of those climbing animations, and even with the whip, you want to avoid the ones that take long. Here, I have to face left or right instead of facing the wall, because if I face the wall, it will do a very slow climbing animation with the whip. And also there are some climbs where you want to minimize the amount of animations, of course, to save time. There I tried to hit that candle there because I would have not taken any fall damage, but also I would have not received like a small penalty in my running speed for a couple of seconds. Because when you fall from great heights, it just walks a little bit for a couple of seconds. And also, here's a hammer, here's a guy. This is not necessary, but I have to do it. Shout out to Kodo Hunter. I have taken some damage, but that should be fine. Okay. I want to climb this perfectly fine looking fence here. And hopefully, yeah, I could skip an animation there, saving a little bit of time. Dying, yes.
Nice view.
And moving on. There's a dog that notices, but if we're fast enough, they won't bite. They just bark. I said we're playing clean for the night, but I think I lied a little bit. I'm sorry. We're just gonna do a little bit of skipping. Oops, that's bad. It's at least fixable still. Oh. That I am not so sure of. I might have to take a death at some point. Health here is... oh yeah, I have regenerating health. But yeah. Health is something that you have to constantly keep your eye for. We're gonna be doing, spoilers by the way, some out-of-bounds tricks. And those usually require you to take fall damage. If you don't have enough, you can't progress. And yeah, that can be scary. We do have healing items. We do have bandages, which actually heal our core health, so the white bars in the lower left corner. And then we have food items, like pastry stuff. Those give us like extra health. We have a hidden health bar that we can fill with the pastries. And then there's fruits, which give us extra stamina. The fruit ones are also very useful. But the pastries and the bandages are the ones we're mostly in for. We survived the night and met with our friend Antonio. So we're gonna steal his food immediately.
I'm looking for someone. A tall fella.
Yes. Snackies. I'm not gonna eat the pastries just in case I mess up something. I'm gonna eat them at the... Actually, I have to eat one. We have to, because we're starting to...
Well, a cadmummy.
We're gonna start collecting some pastries after this immediately again. Normally you would eat all the pastries here. Prepare for an incoming out-of-bounds section. And then, while getting to that section, you would fill your pastries again. You can only carry 3.
What do you make of this?
So, yeah. That as well. You have to consider. We get to one of the features that is very used in the...
It's a lead worth following.
Like when you're playing through the game normally, and that's disguises. You can... Here we get lists like this priest disguise, and they allow you to go to certain areas without people suspecting you, especially the enemies. And that can be very helpful. Then we go down the normal way by just going on top of the table, and hope that guy wasn't bothered by that too much.
Let's see if this works.
And we have this in our hand just because we need to open the door. And we had time to go to the inventory and pick it up. Now I'm going down this dungeon. I hope I'm fast enough, because if I do everything I need to do in a quickly manner, I can skip some dialogue.
I'll be careful.
We need to do a wood gap? Oh no. I think I already lost it. Yeah, I lost it.
Open for you. Father Crescenzo, perhaps.
Pick up the map.
Certainly. You know, this might be a map.
Yeah, I missed it.
You talked about.
I fear this will lead you nowhere, Indy, but if you can
We're gonna have some extra dialogue.
photographic evidence of these inscriptions, we can study them together in my office without raising suspicion.
Yeah, this is a nice place to spend your Vatican vacation.
No, but speak to Ernesto, the old janitor in the Vatican post office. I hear he has some special deals from the lost and found section. Here is a very special key.
Here is a very special key, and we're gonna pick it up, put it in our hands, and this key has some doors it can open. The normal gameplay loop is that you explore areas and progress further the story, and more you explore and progress, the more areas you can uncover. And it starts off fairly small, but as you progress, you get the Vatican opens up a lot more, and you can find more stuff here.
I'm sure it will.
This is not like open world necessarily, but these are like small sections where you can explore and do puzzles, and there's a lot of extra stuff. Although if you are inclined to do puzzles and extra fun stuff. There is some action and combat as well, but it's not something you do that much. Like here, I'm gonna steal this guy's donut. Don't pick up the money, because if you steal the money... Oh god. I think I was there a little bit too long. That's bad. I was trying to avoid getting aggroed. This might require a reset. Actually, I'm just gonna do that. Because if there's a section later on where I cannot have enemy aggro, and those are very persistent enemies. They take a long time to de-aggro. Let's try to do a little bit faster. Don't steal. Okay, that's better. We took up an adventure book there as well, instead of just a donut. Here's the slow climbing animation. But yeah, the books are skills you can buy with skill points. So we're picking documents and taking pictures with a camera later on, just to get some points that we can buy a couple of extra skills. The pet one there is that we like our stamina drains a little bit slower, so we can run more, and well, we're gonna do some running. I don't think I need to explain why it's useful. This game is also something you run with an older patch, because this thing was at least patched here. We're going into the naughty territory. There we go. Leave the tool next to the door. Oh, no. Oh, where was my jump? I want to jump. Jump. Jump on the door. Jump on the chandelier. And go out of bounds. If you remember from the movies, Indy was capable of walking through walls and ceilings normally. So this is very lore accurate, Indy. And here we want to open this door. I'm gonna be very careful I don't fall over. There we go. And we have skipped a huge chunk of Vatican just by doing that. And here we see the main antagonist, the boss. And we also meet another character we're just gonna skip completely over for now.
What the hell are you doing here?
After we watch a little bit. Yeah, there we go. We'll talk about her later. We're just gonna zip line. Okay. Over here. Nope. And go to pretty much the final parts of the Vatican, or like the quote-unquote end game of Vatican. But because we have the priest costume, I'm fairly certain you couldn't walk around these parts without it, without enemies being like, "Ha, who are you?" I could be misremembering, but yeah. The disguises are very core mechanic. And come up a lot. But disguise, like the basic disguise we have as one thing the other disguises will never have, and that's an extra health point we can get just by having the costume on, the basic indie costume. We pick up the pastries there, eat the ones we have in our pocket. So we have full bonus health. And we clip inside that wall a little bit just to get that item. So we can start this puzzle, which is required to enter the end game, quote unquote. And I'm gonna pick up the safety bandages now, so I can heal the full, because there's gonna be an out of bounds trick that requires you to take a lot of fall damage. You can easily die if you don't have enough. We're gonna insert the claw we picked up during just a couple of seconds ago, turn it around so we can turn it around. And in this puzzle you're supposed to make the dragons face each other. So easy. Incredible. Do a whip yank. And now we're doing something completely normal. Yeah. That's it, dead intended. The game in Out of Bounds looks very weird. It's loading things very weirdly, so hope you don't mind that. We're gonna go for that candle. Hope we can do a running start. I hope I can survive the next fall. I did. Whew. We have one more fall, and that's gonna take one hit. So I'm gonna wait for my health to regenerate a little bit. Like, if you haven't lost a complete health bar, it can regenerate. So you can have a little bit extra health that way. And with the indie costume, the first white health bar will always regenerate. Because if you would change out of indie costume without one, you would die. Because the other costumes don't have the extra health bar. That's at the end. Yeah. If you thought we're gonna do just a little bit of clipping, you are not correct. We're gonna try to do some more. Jump this torch, jump this chandelier, and then poof. This is how you can speedrun this game in a movie length. Okay. And here it's very specific where you have to run. You're hitting some triggers or something. And if you don't do it correctly, you won't get a checkpoint here. And you can do this. We need this Gina here, which we met when we were looking through the binoculars. And if she's not here, we can continue through the story and finish the game. So we have to quit after hitting the checkpoint and then continue. It just teleports her here. If we just restart, she won't appear. So you have to do the quit and continue to make her appear. And also, yeah, Gina is gonna be our companion for this Great Circle journey.
It's the same symbol Antonio.
She's like a reporter who's trying to find her lost sister.
You have friends.
There we go. We have uncovered secrets, and we find our cat mummy. And we get to the best fight ever. There's the big guy again. We have a revolver. And he just stands there, taking the bullets in the head. He takes 6 like a champ, and then we hit him with the revolver. And it breaks. We just punch him until he's out.
Well, I can feel a pulse.
He still has a pulse, by the way. He's not dead. He's strong. And I hopefully, yeah. I picked up a repair kit, so I can repair a weapon. Since I broke my revolver, I want to fix it here, because I'm gonna use it a little bit later. Gina knows how to lockpick. She's gonna open the door for us, and then I'm gonna pick this document, this bandage, one more document, and one ancient relic and document. I'm gonna pick those up just for points, so I can afford to buy the skill points. Skills. Blah. After this door, Gina just goes in alone, and Indy's like, okay, I'm gonna go after her. So we have a nice little conversation between two Nazis. Some of them hasn't heard of Da Vinci, so yeah. A little bit of just running and moving. If there's any donations or anything other, like telling what everything's about, then feel free to pop in now. And if there's nothing, then I'm just gonna slow climb apparently. Go ahead.
There is no new donations at the moment, but we do have the poll choices that are still coming up. In that we have the Blatro final deck choice for tomorrow, and the Mega Man X4 run with the US versus Japanese game version, where Japan is still at $420 and the US is at $110. But no, we don't have any new donations right now, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of cool incentives to go for. Remember to pick those up. Yeah, we're climbing the flying zeppelin where Gina is. And yeah, the voice actor isn't Harrison Ford, but I really love how he sounds here when he's shouting. It sounds very good, doing the shouty Hindi. Oh, my voice, or my audio is cracking in the game. Hope it's not going to the stream as well. Hope it's a me problem. No, yeah, this is a very straightforward section to end Vatican. We climb up the Zeppelin, skip a cutscene, and we're off to Giza. There's gonna be a little bit more sand. And these camels have longer legs than the one in Arabian Nights. I'm sad to say. We start up in the Zeppelin. We want to pick up the big roll of money. We get 75, whatever that is. And we want to have exactly 75. We can have more, it doesn't really matter if we pick up both of those, but 75 is what we need. We're gonna buy a lighter with that.
Okay, so how
Welcome to Giza. It's sand, it gets everywhere. And that Nazi, I don't want him to see me, so I'm gonna try... Yeah, okay, good. He did not see me. Weave a little bit. Indy likes snakes, if you didn't know. We're gonna have to have Indy scared of snake scene. Yeah, he's like, there. I should have picked that photo later, but either way. We have a new friend here. We're not gonna see too much of her. And I should have enough points for buying the Pep 1. I do. And so I'm gonna buy while she's taking over. coming up with a map.
Decided to pop by for a visit. What a lovely
We need to wait here, so. Good thing we can pass the time. I should have also eaten the fruit, but I forgot. We're gonna do some running in the desert.
I have a nose for spotting frauds.
So the extra stamina is very helpful. Even though we spend less stamina now, we're still gonna run out of it. So yeah, also it's probably visible on stream that I have FPS counter on the top right corner, and I think it's required for valid runs, but it's also something that we're gonna play around with FPS values a little bit for two specific types of escapes. Blah, blah, blah. First one, we're gonna go to 24 FPS, and that allows us to do a running climb where we slide over the object we're climbing, and we can use that to go inside a wall, and then inside the wall do a jump, which gives us a lot of height. And then there's gonna be this gate, which is next to a wall. And we're just gonna use the wall to gain height and go over the gate. The gate has barbed wire above it, but we can grab it because barbed wire is not a hazard. It's like floor. I don't want to get noticed. I don't want to get noticed by those either, so I'm gonna try to stay away. I don't think they're not noticing me. The bigger areas like Vatican also had these signposts, which you can use as a fast travel. You have to go to a signpost and select your place where you want to fast travel. You don't have like in a map or something. You can bring it up at your will. Here I'm gonna go for 24 FPS, and let's see if I can pull this off in a fair amount of time. Not looking good. That was almost. I think I'm too early. Yeah, I was too early. With my jump inside the wall. Yeah, we just skipped a lot. The game is like telling us to go to village market and do a lot of other stuff, but we're just skipping to a Nazi encampment. So we can hit some big story triggers. And also, we're gonna do some eating. So if you haven't eaten in a while, just grab a bite. I'm gonna grab some fruit as well. I'm gonna fill my inventory, just in case. With cookies and bread. And then you're supposed to... I think this is a valid route. Even catch... Uh-oh. Don't blow anything. Okay, good. Oh no. This is bad. This is very bad. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, that's horrible. I don't know where this is gonna take me. Oh no, we have to do the clip again. God dang. But yeah, you're supposed to touch that door and the door just gives in or opens up automatically and you go in. But yeah, you can do it on combat, so okay, first try. Easy. This might be faster option. Like I said, those buggers are very persistent. They won't give up easily. So I guess we're gonna see more of eating. So if you haven't eaten in a while, just eat. We're gonna pick up food. Okay, this time around, maybe not get noticed. How about that? There's a hammer. There's a hammer that noticed us. Maybe we're fine. Okay, good. I'm not gonna run here because the guards on the other room, they're gonna hear me. I'm not sure if you're fast enough to run here and just touch the door and go in without them getting like going into combat mode, but I am not gonna test it here.
Someone has high expectations.
Don't pick up the book. Here we're supposed to just search the office.
What does that have to do with the stones?
I forgot to pick up something already. We're gonna open a book and look at languages. Amazing. I think it was
More symbols. Like the one on the stones.
this one.
Monastery.
Yes.
Huh.
While we were picking up items of interest, Voss appeared here and we want to take a picture of him. So we can remember this later on. And also get points, because we still want to buy the one more upgrade. Now I don't want to get hit too much. Okay, good. I got hit 0 times there. I need all the health I can get. We got a key in the office which opens up like that balcony door over there, and while we are getting there, we're gonna get shot at. And depending on how stormtrooper these guys decide to be, we either take a lot of damage or not at all. Like, I barely took any damage. Thank you, LucasArts. And there's Gina, as you can see, holding up the pistol. Having Voss at gunpoint. But we don't care about that. We care about picturing those tattoos and getting back our amulet.
I think it's time we found that exit Noire was talking about.
And then we're just gonna leave. You could go out the door and sneak your way past, but we're just gonna do something that's easier. Go over this shelf and hope Indy wants to climb. Thank you. Easy. Easy, Anna. And do a running slide. You can do a running slide. You just crouch when you're running and Indy does a slide. And the stormtrooper, oh god, I was just about... Yeah, they normally don't hit you, the stormtroopers, but just I was about to say he was just like, oh, I'm gonna hit you. But the damage was non-existent. And we have, I love how we're having conversation with the person who was breaking the beams there. While they're still breaking the beams and we've run way past them. Bless you. Sometimes they have, like, you can have the conversation where they're talking about, do you like Gina? Lol. L, or whatever. Lollers. But this time we skipped that and just got the bless you. I haven't, that button has never been skipped by me. And I never will.
The wall looks weak.
Sneezing is good.
This could be our way out.
Letting it out. Okay, we're out of that section. And now we're just gonna go to the village market and buy a lighter. Hopefully we have enough stamina to run there. It seems like I might run out just before. Yeah. Not too bad.
I'm gonna be crawling around Egyptian tombs.
There we go. Yep. And now that we have more information, we skipped some collecting of relics. And we can go straight for the quote-unquote, or well, not quote-unquote, the dream steely that's between the Sphinx legs. I don't want to get noticed by anyone, so I try not to run too much. And here we have to take 4 images in certain order by starting with that, and then I think it really doesn't matter. And I hope I don't get noticed because I want to fast travel now to the spot we picked up earlier. And if I'm in combat, surprise, surprise, I can't use fast travel. I good? And here we are. I'm gonna run through this Nazi encampment. Funny thing is, they won't use their weapons. They just oogle and shout things at me. But before that, I want to pick a book. And this pickaxe. Pickaxe is to break a wall, and the book is... I don't fully remember what it is, but it's used for combat. It might be like you do a little bit more damage with your fists or something. But it's a useful book either way. So might as well pick it up as we need the pickaxe. And those are the two skills we're gonna buy.
This is the area marked on the dream stealing. There has to be something here.
And yeah, I think we're approaching the end of Giza. There's still a little bit to go for, but this is the start of the Giza endgame.
This isn't a tomb. What purpose did it serve?
We have a couple of puzzles we have to solve, but yeah, the solution is always the same, so not too big of a brain teaser.
But I should consult Dr. Lombardi's notes.
Yeah. Dr. Lombardi is, although the notes we're looking at, that's Gina's sister. She knew what she was doing, so we can get a little bit help from her.
It's reacting to the words.
And we have to take images of these words, and Indy conveniently says them out loud. That was... Wait, what? I was too far away. Says them conveniently out loud and makes him notice that he has to say words to do things. So we have this. Okay. So we have to say them in a correct order to make something happen, and we just get the wonderful fall down moment. We have discovered something amazing.
Gina? Gina? If you're up there, I could
And welcome to Ancient Caves, where you have puzzles and that. Do. Insert Indiana Jones theme right here. And for the next puzzle, the mirrors are gonna be the bread and butter. We're gonna have to guide the light towards something, depending on the puzzle. There it was just that other mirror to open the door, and here we have we have 3 mirrors in the middle and some in the sides. Here we want to use this mirror to give light to another one.
Now I got 2 light beams to work with.
And like he said, 2 light beams now. Make this go on the up right. This one in the middle left. Please run. Here we're gonna pick up a mirror piece, because on the other wall there's a mirror that has lost it, and this one is directly it's directly facing the last one we wanted to light, the lower right one. I'm gonna reload my revolver because I picked up the ammo where from the room where we got the amulet and saw Gina, quote unquote, saw. And we're gonna do some shooty mac bang bang. If that wasn't obvious. I want to gather some stamina here, just because using the whip uses it, and if you get a bad jump, you might not have enough distance to use your whip.
That was close.
Ow.
Made it.
We're gonna have a puzzle in the dark. Well, I'm not sure if you could say this is a puzzle that much, but you're supposed to walk in the dark and get on these pedals here to create light. And once you have 3 lights, this statue opens. And you're supposed to put something in there. What is that? We don't have it. But oh no, the lights are gone again. And this is now a horror game for a minute or two. There's a human-like enemy chasing us around, and he is blind, but he can hear you. There's a lot of coins all over the place, which he can hear, and also you just running is enough sound that he can hear you. Here we go. I think you're supposed to shoot 4 times, but I am so bad shot that I usually go for 6. Because I usually miss a couple of my shots. Like, I missed 1, I think, maybe. But you have to finish him off with a good old-fashioned melee. We don't want him to grab us. We want to hit him from behind so we can get 2 strong attacks in. And then he'll walk. Oh god. That's good. That's fine. But if he grabs you, he just teleports away and has a very long animation with it. That's fine. Okay, I'm gonna run away so you don't grab me. Don't grab me. I don't have stamina for my next hit. Okay, 1 more. The guys we're fighting can take a lot of hits. This might not be 6 bullets to the head, but it's still a lot. Okay, go, get down. And luckily he has the item we can use here and place it. And it opens the door. And we're pretty much reaching what we were here for, and this is a... We had the cat statue that was stolen from us and we found in Vaticanville. This is almost the same, but not quite. I think that's Osiris or something. But either way, as we pick up the statue, there's a trap, and the place is getting full of sand. How do you survive sand? You jump. I'm just mashing jump, so if I stop mashing jump, I would just get buried in it. Also, if you're not into bugs, you might want to steer clear for a couple of minutes. Finally! As we get out of the pyramid, we get stuck in sand anyway. Our head is the only thing visible here, and we have a little couple of minute conversation here, and we get to talk to our main antagonist. But this is a couple of minutes of waiting, so if there's anything to add or ask or just tell us about that, feel free. Host, take it over.
Um Gottes Willen, nein, Oberst, bitte. Ich werde doch nicht meinen wertvollsten Mann bei so einer gefährlichen Mission riskieren. Aber es wäre mir eine Ehre, einen so herrlichen Sieg für das Vaterland zu bescheren.
Sorry about that, I was muted when you were saying that. So I'll talk a little bit about the charity.
Wenn Sie unbedingt darauf bestehen, aber Oberst, vergessen Sie nicht. Ihr Erfolg würde nicht nur mich, sondern sicherlich auch den Führer zufriedenstellen.
Child's Play basically raises money for children's hospitals by providing, and they provide toys. God, I'm really tired. I'm sorry. Toys, games, books.
Erst Gegenwehr, dann etwas Bestätigung. Und der willensschwache Mann schwört seine unsterbliche Treue.
Yeah, it's a very good charity.
I apologize. Just 1 second.
No worries, you're doing good.
We wouldn't want you to catch a sunburn, would we, Dr. Jones?
Just to hit it in here.
No, no, no.
We get attacked by a couple of scorpions and we have to blow to keep them away so we don't die. They give a very... they have a very great big tell that when they're going to attack. So you just have to prioritize the ones that are trying to attack.
Get away. Oh, no, you don't.
There's a lot of ones in the background as well. They're just going left to right and disappearing. Or climbing there. Or burrowing down. But some of them just spawn. They don't come from the ground or anything. But we do get rescued. And that's the end of Giza. Coming up are two, like... Giza and Vatican were more like open world. Open world. They had like open area you could explore. But the couple of next ones are gonna be more like a set piece. Yeah, I'm just gonna continue now for a little bit. So feel free to hop in when all good.
Oh, you're better off without me, darling. I was a bit of a cold.
But yeah, Giza done. So first is Himalaya. We're gonna go to a land of snow. Here we go. Nuts. We're not alone. Once again, we're joined by Gina. Gina was with us during Giza as well, but she's been skipped a lot and she was barely seen until the end. Yeah. Now she's going to be with us for the entire duration of Himalaya. Well, entire, but most of it. Sadly, you can't walk very fast when you're outside. We're just going a little bit slowly. At first, forced walk. Cutscene, you could say.
That bridge looks unstable.
Better let me try it first.
Hey, it's a bridge. Do I need to say what's gonna happen?
Watch out!
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you. I'm gonna face left here because on the right there is... Okay, there's also something on the left as well. At least I didn't die. But sometimes Indy just gets a foothold. And it can interrupt your climb. And that's not fun. But yeah, we left Gina behind.
Get out of here!
We were even shouting at her. And there she is. She has the power of teleport.
I don't think we are wrong.
But in Giza we calculated that like the next statue that we have been collecting could be somewhere around here. And there's something that's completely normal. There's a ship in Himalayas. That's basic Tuesday. I'm gonna do... You're supposed to go after Gina to climb here, but I'm gonna go... wait a little bit so I can go before her. Okay, don't... This might be bad. Let's see. First off, you want to go before her so you can go faster, and yeah. But you don't want to get in front of her or in her way, because she's supposed to follow you. But if you're in front of her too much and she hits you, she will climb up like that. She did, but she's not gonna follow you, so you're kind of soft locked. You have to reset. So I'm trying to jump a little bit further so I can climb before she touches me. There we go, that was good. I've had too many runs where I walk like a couple of minutes and just notice that Gina is not following. Oh, I have to reset. God dang it. Not the entire run, just at the checkpoint. Stop giving me heart attacks, thank you. I was like, what did I do now? The game can be finicky. It can have its mood swings and such. And once again, we're just gonna be doing a little bit of forced walk cutscene here.
Nazi battleship?
Yeah.
Yep.
Not much really to it. But yeah, it's talking about if you would play this casually, you could go around all these. You could go back to Vatican, you could go back to the museum. I don't think the only thing you can't go back to is the Raiders intro thingy. But the rest you can go back to and collect what you have missed. The game is very focused on you just collecting everything, and it's a fun ride to do. I definitely enjoyed my time with this game.
I'm gonna try again with that whole thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just needed a moment.
No worries.
So yeah, just talking a little bit about Child's Play. Child's Play charity basically delivers therapeutic games, books, technology like tablets directly to pediatric hospitals, of which there's over 190 that are across the world that are helping improve patients' lives through the power of play. It's a really good cause. We end up, helping out kids that are in hospitals that are going through a bit of a rough time, either short-term or long-term in a hospital, where, just being provided something that can help them be entertained in the hospital can help them not have to go through as much, pain in the hospital. They also provide really cool technology where you can experience what it would be like to be like in an MRI machine, which can be a very scary thing as a kid.
Yeah.
They have like a VR headset that lets them experience the sounds and like the feeling of like enclosed spaces when you're in an MRI, because you usually don't have, there's not a lot of space in there, right? So there's lots of cool things like that they do. They also have like a therapeutic video game guide that lets you know what kind of games are good for like certain types of problems, such as like sadness, anxiety, boredom in general. So yeah, it's a great cause. And I'm honestly like really happy and proud that everybody's been able to raise so much money on day one as is. So thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Oh god. I'm getting shot in the face. Don't shoot more. I was a little bit slow. I was supposed to, by the brawler skill, and whip this guy from the ladder and then punch him, but
we're gonna find out.
Or actually use like a weapon you can pick up from the floor, like a bar or something, to hit him. But yeah, I was playing the menus wrong, so I ended up being too slow. But either way, now that we're inside the ship, we can just run through the ship and go where we need to. We're supposed to find nice spots to yank these, whatever these are, so that we can progress further. And after that, we're outside the ship doing some platforming. Oh, you can do it. I haven't had that dialogue in quite some time. You can do it. Just believe in yourself. Always believe. But yeah. Now that enemies are starting to use weapons a lot more, and that's gonna be true for the rest of the game. So just running away is not enough. We have to run away in a manner where we don't get shot. And this is pretty much a very difficult puzzle, but since the solution is always the same, it's 3666 every time, we can just skip the puzzle and win. I was stumped here for quite some time on my playthrough with the normal or the harder exploration difficulty.
Oh, that wasn't too hard.
I have reached the end of Himalayas, or have we? We found a stone on a frozen guy, and those are things that are actually inside the vases we have gathered. So we have to break the vase and get the stone. And they are part of the Great Circle. That's all I'm gonna say. They have something to do with something. So we have an escape sequence. And I hope I won't die too many times. Oh, okay. I didn't get a grab animation. That's very good. We're gonna have to climb this and wait here for a couple of seconds as a stormtrooper tries to shoot us and not get shot, and Gina's gonna take care of the guy. Pew, pew, pew. I love how he tried to aim. It's a shove off and we just whip our way up. Once we grab the rope, it's the end for Himalaya, and we get taken to our next logical place, which is Shanghai. And this is another more of a set piece type of stage.
I don't know.
We're having like multiple conversations at the same time. It's without having any context, that's gonna sound very, very cute. Oh yeah, we're in Shanghai. We got delivered here because of the Great Circle. And we're pretty much in a war zone, so we just have to try to survive rush or harsh environment.
Just focus on not dying.
And focus on not dying, just like Indy said. There's gonna be a dialogue I really love.
Why'd you have to do that?
I don't know what he's saying that to, but I always think like, why did you have to punch that guy? And you're supposed to do a lot of climbing and stuff. We're gonna try to skip it to the best of our knowledge, and that failed. So let's go for it again. There's a small little charred piece of wood we can stand on, and then we try to go on the other side to climb the... Climb that wall, and we pretty much skipped some platforming. I don't remember how to do this casually. So, I hope I don't spend too much time. Indy. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna push a little bit. Oh, there we go.
I have my moments.
Nice. I think you have to pull that thing for Gina. I am not sure, actually. I don't think I can run on that, so I fall down.
Let's keep moving.
Yeah, you're supposed to do a lot of shimmying and whatnot, but if you do a like a slide from that ledge, you can skip pretty much this room entirely. We're having time of our life, by the way. And just like in Vatican, we need the Gina to teleport here, and the way to do it is wait for a checkpoint and then quit the game and continue. She's not gonna be close to us, sadly, but she'll come around. We just have to wait 20 or so seconds. So this is a good spot to have a little drink. Getting a little thirsty. Nice. And yeah, you can see a plane there. You can take 2 guesses what's gonna happen next. We're gonna have a very Hollywood-like end for this set piece, so hope you enjoy the ride. Gina just shuffling the shuffle while getting on the plane. Trying to fly it. But it's not... I think it, like... Yeah, it turns on, but... But yeah, you can start it without Indy pulling the entire plane. On the roof, so it can get a nice running start. And then we have this section where you're supposed to shoot enemy planes, but on the easiest difficulty you don't die even if you don't, so we're probably just not gonna. Only thing I'm gonna shoot is our own, like that tail. We get extra dialogue. And that's it. But yeah, this is a minute and a half of just watching warplanes shoot at us. So yeah. Not much going on. For a little bit. This section pretty much ends after the airplane. After we get off the airplane. So we're pretty much done with Shanghai as well. We have a couple of places to go. The next one is gonna be like... It's also supposed to be a big area you explore and open up as you explore it. But we're pretty much just gonna skip it completely. Like, in Vatican and Giza we also skip a lot, but in that place we're just gonna skip even more of it. Oh, you can load the weapon. I didn't even know. Wow. You learn something new every day. Yeah, the plane is gonna... Plane's being shot. No matter what you do, this happens, so we're gonna do the natural and logical thing. We're gonna jump on this plane? Yeah, this is Wednesday. We're gonna punch this guy if he flies. Ooh, that looked fun.
Out of my way, pal!
Out of my way. We just stole a plane. And it managed to fly in this height just fine. And this is how our grandparents went to school, by the way. And we got a very, very quiet loading screen. Once you hear the sound, you can skip a cutscene. I'm gonna eat and eat. Nice. To fill my health. And now I don't want to lose any health until like the last out of bounds trick. I don't want to lose anything. So I try my best to stay in good shape. We're in Sukhothai. We're at a hotel. We're getting our key here. To our room. We're gonna go in the room. And this place is getting attacked by enemies, so... We're gonna... Oh, that's Fran. What am I doing? We're gonna not care. We're gonna do a little clip. Yeah? Indeed, it works just like in the movies. I have no idea how that works or why that works, but you do a running slide and you hit invisible something, and then you jump a little bit closer to the boats that are hanging, or just there near you. Walk on them a little bit, and then you fall down. If you just fall down, you take some fall damage. And like I said, I really want to avoid that. But yeah, now we're with kind of revolutionaries and or whatnot, and we're hiding from Voss, who is above us. We don't want to get noticed by the Nazis at this point. But we're not at the hotel anymore. We're at the encampment of the not Nazis. I love how quiet this ship is. Oh shit, a little boat. We're gonna need a bigger boat. A rebel. We're gonna talk with the rebels. What hit me? Did I get damage from the flame or something? What the heck? Okay. And it's daytime, and I want to jump in the river for a quick swim. This is because I want to collect some bandages here, but I also want to get on the boat. And the boat continues the story. And the boat is not available until these guys have done their little talking. So I want to activate the talking sequence as quickly as possible, so I can spend that time while they're talking, picking up the resources I need. I should have 3 of everything. Good. We have everything we need. And now we just wait them to finish.
Oh no, please call me Gina. I really appreciate your help.
Come on. There we go. We have a little boat trip. The way this area works is that you have the boat and you just go around shores to find out stuff in land and then move with the boat to the next place. Just go around with the boat. You're gonna be using this thing a lot if you're going for any type of completion, or even if you're playing through the casually without collecting anything. I think you're gonna be on the boat for quite some time. In the run though, I hope I won't have to spend too much. But the sad thing is that the way this works, this chapter in the speedrun, you pretty much just clip inside like one, I think it's like the end of the area, like end game temple, and you clip inside it and you just pretty much trigger the end. That's fine and all, but the issue is there's no checkpoints. The last checkpoint I got was before the boat ride. So if I die or fail to skip in any other way, I have to take the boat trip again. It's gonna be a boat trip of shame. And that's gonna hurt time-wise. I think this takes like a couple of minutes or something to get back to wherever you wanna be. So 2 minutes per death is kind of rough. And the way we're gonna go out of bounds, and then there's gonna be this very thin piece of land we have to stand on and do a running jump of that over a pit. And yeah, it can fail. Either you don't start running or you jump just a little bit too early or whatever. You can fail that. So I'm probably gonna concentrate when we get there, but first we're just gonna... the clip itself, it's like... it's weird, because it looks completely solid wall, but you just go through it. This is like... no. Levels of why. Like here. There we go. And we went through. Follow the light for a little bit. And get up. I have no idea why that floor is not solid. But... welcome to speedrun. There's that thin piece of land. I'm gonna try to climb over first. So I'm not over, I'm gonna climb on top of it. And then I try to do the running shot. Let's see if I... okay, I did not get it. I can... if I start to fall on this side, I can turn over and get back to water. So this side is safe, but on the other side, if I fall, it's game over. And there we go. Okay, that was barely enough. I started to fall up there, and we introduce our movie mode again. This is a very steep hill, and you can run over it faster by wiggling your mouse and on a lower frame rate. But yeah, that's one trick I was very afraid of. Just because if you fail it, you lose so much time that it's not even funny. But yeah, this is natural. This is nature, at its most nature. So we're just pretty much trying to find the end trigger here, or way to the end trigger. And like all the chapters, they kind of end on a set piece kind of thing. Where am I? Yeah, like a set piece kind of thing. And there's a trigger to end that. Here we can just access it without doing the end game or anything up to it. Okay, let's see. I hope I don't... okay, good. I didn't take damage. So now, I'm gonna fall over here. And I'm gonna crouch in front of that door. And we finished super time. On to the final... final chapter or final place. And that has an out of bounds that's very scary. You're gonna do a lot of things in the dark. And getting to the out of bounds is also not as simple as just, I'm gonna jump on a chandelier and go through the roof. No, you have to do a lot of invisible wall jumping and working around death planes and whatnot. Also very cute. He lost the hat. He has to get it back. But Ziggurat! I try not to take any damage. At least there's a checkpoint. And before that, I don't want to take damage. If I take it afterwards, I can just reload the checkpoint. Oh, okay, that's... thank you, Indy. He just wanted to do a longer climb animation. That was pretty much just before the checkpoint. But yeah, here's a Nazi encampment as well, because they have found the Great Circle. Surprise, we have found it. So we would have to sneak a little bit around here and do not get caught, because the enemies will shoot you without any mercy. Oh god. Normally, if you're very confident with your out-of-bounds tricks, you're not gonna have to do this, but since it's marathon and I am not feeling super confident, I'm gonna take out this guy sneakily. And grab his gun. Because there's like a small time limit on the clip. You're gonna have to jump over and on top of an elevator. That. And there's a couple of enemies coming, and if you're not fast enough, they're gonna notice you and they're gonna shoot you. So if I take too long... yeah, good. I just haven't got as a safety so I can kill them and have 3 attempts. But I at least got to this point, so. Okay, I'm gonna shoot them. Bang, bang, bang. Why the Outer Bounce is also very scary is that you're right in front of a death plane. Oh, barely died. Oh. But yeah. If I climb too much to the forward, I hit the death plane and die, and I have to get back here. Yeah, that should be it. Okay, good. But okay, I managed to dodge the death plane, but I then jumped out of where I was supposed to go. God dang it. Yeah, jump. You can see in this stop in the air if you press forward at the proper time. Then you're supposed to turn right and climb to the right instead of forward. Facing correctly? There we go. Oh. This is finicky. Ah! I climbed too far. God dang it. But yeah, this is the, I think this is the easily the most difficult thing in the run. But yeah. If you do that correctly, you don't kill this guy, you can just do it very quickly. And you don't even see the enemies coming from the elevators, but it's a time pressure, and especially starting out, I think this is a very valid go for. Or in a marathon setting too. I'm gonna try. Okay, one more. Yeah, there we go. If you try to ask me what's happening in here, I have absolutely nothing. Okay, there we go. We are definitely in bounds. And now, I'm gonna pick up the lighter because I want to see. As much as I can, but we're gonna go inside the cigarette thingy. I try to not take any fall damage here. And then there's this drop. You can take 2 or 1 fall damage. I try to go for the 1. I want to have as much health as possible. Okay, I got hit by 2. That's bad. I hope I can still make it. I should be. And here, I want to see that. There we go. Oh, okay, don't fall. No, in the. Oh no, this. Oh. Oh no. Yeah. We're gonna line up a drop here. There's a pole we have to fall on. And yeah, this is Arabian Nights, Arabian Days. I'm not gonna sing, I have to concentrate. We're gonna fall here. I don't wanna get pushed by any of the rocks. And then we have to fall down here, and I have to stay close to the wall but not hit it because it can push us. Oh, here we go. Oh, and then there's a completely natural looking piece of rock there we want to go for. Oh god. And I have to do a run there. I can jump, I think I could slide, but running gets the best results. And yeah, look at this. This is here. This is here. I have nothing more to add. Okay, I'm gonna take a safety food here. I hope I have enough health. I should. I really should. You can take 2 or 1 damage in this fall. I usually take 2 because I don't know how to line up that correctly for 1. Okay, good. But like I said, the first white bar of the health always recovers. We can wait for that to recover there. And that's the final drop. And for that, I'm gonna tank up all my healing items because we're gonna be left with pretty much the last health bar. Well, I can't use any more bandages, so I'm gonna save that for the final fall. This is very scary, not gonna lie. I have no idea why that's showing I have an apple, but I don't. I want to be crouched here, because if you fall here and you get pushed by any of the sides, you're gonna fall and die, and you have to do all over again. Getting out of bounds, and then the out of bounds itself, so... Let's see. Okay, that's good. And I think this should take 3 health away from me. Yes, we're done. And now we're gonna get to the most anticlimactic final boss, considering how climactic that out of bounds was. Hopefully we don't get the best comeback Indie has ever done. That's how I tried to fight it. But yeah, that was... I'm happy with that. But yeah, we're pretty much fighting at the Great Circle and all. There's a flood, and there's boss, and... You're not going anywhere. Huh? I ate the fruit for stamina, because I want to have stamina in this one. And... You want to dodge the kicks, because if you get hit by a kick, it will do this nose fixing animation, which is very annoying. And you can't get out of that. I'm running low on step. But that kick I could not avoid. Because I'm too slow.
You couldn't let me outshine you. You're delusional.
Okay, come on, fall over. Oh. This is a very slow fight, but I think it's over. Or is it? We have to do whatever this is. We have to kick him a couple of times and then Gina rescues us. And then it's time. But this is very, very climactic. It's kind of stupid. And instead of rescuing us immediately, she just watches us play whatever this game is. Feel the pain of the empty hand. Oh, the evilness.
Are you even trying?
And GG. And that was Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, any percent restricted. That went surprisingly well, considering the last run I did yesterday was 1 hour 45 minutes, so... I will take this. This is still within the estimate, so very good, very good. But yeah, even after you beat the game, you can still go over. There's some puzzles left to solve or collect, you can do that. But yeah. Without... I don't have not much more to add. Shout out to Pixelful People for having me play these 2 games, and shout out to everyone who's participating and doing stuff with the tech. You're awesome. Keep on going. You still have a lot of awesome games and a lot of awesome runners to look for. But I'm pretty much ready to hit the sack. I don't know about you, Carter, but
I'm pretty much in the same boat. So yeah, we're gonna just be going back to the intermission, but we're gonna be offline until 9 a.m. So I'll be leaving it up for about 5 minutes and turning the stream off. We hope to see you for the second day of Pixels for People. We will be back online in another about 6 hours and 40 minutes from now. So we will see you then.